Chapter 301, A Flat A, handing over most of them? Blue brother, you may not be able to play. Ning Fengzi's words shocked everyone present. What's going on? Why are you still playing with restrictions? Tang Lang Guobo, on the other hand, was not surprised and did not react at all. 9. Upsilon. Oh? Just a level 64 Zhuzuking would be difficult for Wuhan Academy to handle. And because of the characteristics of Wuhan, even Xiaoyu and Hulina's martial soul fusion skills can't be stopped. The remaining 5, aren't they just seconds? But if the demon wants to bulldoze Oscar and the others, it will be difficult. They are all at the level of a 5-ring Soul King, and their skills, soul rings, physique, and experience are all crushing. In addition to Tang San, there is also a god of killing domain. Not to mention level 71 Xiao Wu. Can this be lost? So Tang Lan was very calm. Xiao Lan, you don't seem worried at all. Chen Xin said unexpectedly. Ang. Tang Lan looked at Ning Rongrong, didn't you mention the level of our team? Isn't that too exaggerated? I'm afraid of scaring people. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, and it's also involved. It's hard to say more. I see. No wonder Ning Fengzi was so nervous. It turned out that there was too little information. Suddenly, Demon Bear walked into the auditorium, looking businesslike. Sect Master Tang, Your Majesty the Pope invites you. Just in the stands, we won't waste too much time. Tang Lan looked up. Bibi Dong was still standing watching the game, looking at herself. It seems to be saying, do you dare to come? Tang Lan can be cowardly. Supporting himself with mental strength, he flew straight to Bibi Dong and landed. A very wonderful application of spiritual power. Bibi Dong said calmly, as far as I know, there is no title for good use of spiritual power on the mainland. On the contrary, there is a person who is good at this on Poseidon Island outside the mainland. Tang Lan sneered. If you ask for information, ask for information. How come there are 18 bends in the mountain road? You are talking about Sister Xi, right? Tang Lan admitted generously, I have indeed been studying with Sister Xi this year. This level of simplicity surprised Bibi Dong. Just not hiding it at all? Poseidon Island and Wuhan Palace are incompatible with each other. Oh. Bibi Dong pretended to be surprised, the Poseidon Island is dedicated to the Poseidon. You can actually go to the Poseidon Island to study. Have you changed your faith? Go straight to the point and let Tang Lan state his position. If Tang Lan dares to say that he does not believe in the god of angels, then Bibi Dong has a lot of reasons to sanction Tang Lan and the Tang sect. But Tang Lan sighed. I thought it would be some high-end means, but this is the result? Is it true that anyone who does not believe in the angel god will be regarded as a heretic by Wuhan Palace? Tang Lan asked with a smile. I asked Bibi Dong. Below. Ning Fengzi and other people who had not left all looked at him. This problem is very serious. In the past, Wuhan Temple used influence as its main method to spread the belief in angel gods. It will not force belief. Although there are various sanctions against heretics secretly. But these are all things that cannot be said openly. Otherwise, once the label of choosing between beliefs is affixed, it is difficult to tear it off. Especially with Tang Lan holding Tang Li newspaper, today's conversation can be spread to every corner of the mainland in minutes. And whipped the corpse repeatedly. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong took a deep look at Tang Lan, she didn't expect this little guy to be so difficult to deal with. 2. After all, it is the existence of the Tang sect that has been forged, and it cannot be done without some skills. Bibi Dong showed kindness and behaved generously. God so loved the world, the Lord has great love. If sentient beings don't believe, they will be abandoned. Rather, it uses its own light to illuminate the world so that it can perceive the love of angels and gods, and then devote itself to the embrace and become a devout believer. So why did Sect Master Tang say this? Tang Lan spread his hands. Look. I just attacked and you gave up most of it. Tang Lan's arrogant look made Bibi Dong a little angry. It has been a long time since anyone dared to do this in front of her. But Tang Lan dared, and he had the capital. If Tang Lan represented the Sea God Island, everything would make sense. Sovereign Master Tang, are you sure you want to be an enemy of the people of the mainland? Bibi Dong hinted, if the world knows your true identity, will the Tang sect still love you as much as it does now? Tang Lan responded with a strange expression, confused. Why did your holiness say this? Come on. Speak boldly. Through Bibi Dong's mouth, the existence of Sea God Island was revealed, which made people know that the Spirit Hall was not the only one in power. See how those who were oppressed by the Spirit Hall would respond? The enemy of the enemy is the ally. Bibi Dong obviously thought of this and looked at Tang Lan coldly. It has been determined that Tang Lan could not be used by the Spirit Hall. Then, the only choice is to destroy him. But not now. Bibi Dong announced directly, Master Tang is now the master of a sect, and it is not appropriate for him to participate in the elite competition again. You should choose another disciple in the Tang sect to fight in your place. Okay, okay. If you can't beat him in the field, you can fight outside the field, right? But Tang Lan is easy to bully? What's wrong? Tang Lan spread his hands and said, am I over the age limit? Or is the qualification of the Tang sect academy not enough? Of course, if His Holiness the Pope is just notifying me, then there is no need to explain. In one sentence, Bibi Dong was put on the fire. Don't you follow the rules set by your Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong was also prepared. Calmly said, after all, the elite competition has only been held for the 4th time. It is normal for the rules to have loopholes. Some minor problems can be supplemented in the next competition. But if it affects the balance of the competition, it must be modified immediately. May I ask Sect Master Tang, what is your current level? A few words. All the attention was shifted to Tang Lan. What level is it that can make the competition organizer temporarily modify the rules? Tang Lan couldn't help but give Bibi Dong a thumbs up. As expected of Yu Xiaogong's old lover, she knows how to stand at a commanding height. She simply stopped pretending. She showed her soul rings directly. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black, soul Douluo level. This caused a burst of exclamations at the scene. How is it possible? Soul Douluo. How old is he? How old is Master Tang? 15 or 16 years old. This is too exaggerated. How did you do it? It can't be that kind. What kind? That kind. That kind that the Spirit Hall doesn't allow. What are you thinking about? He is Master Tang. There was a lot of discussion below. They were even discussing whether Tang Lan was an evil soul master. After all, a 16-year-old soul master was too shocking. Master Tang, can you explain it? Bibi Dong said confidently, did you cultivate to this level yourself, or is it unacceptable to the world? That's right. This is Bibi Dong's trump card. Firmly believe that Tang Lan is the evil spirit master. Even if there is no evidence. As long as Tang Lan can't explain how he practiced so quickly. Then the Spirit Hall said he was, even if the world had objections, they would not be too intense. Looking at the pride in Bibi Dong's eyes, Tang Lan said, that's it. Chapter 302. A gentleman does not prove a crime without evidence, breaking the defense. Tang Lan smacked his lips. Hux.com. That's it. I thought it was some clever trick. When we are slandered, we must not fall into the trap of self-proof. A gentleman does not prove a crime without evidence. Tang Lan straightened his back and said, as for how I improve my cultivation, this is the key to the Tang sect. No comment on this. But His Holiness the Pope actually said so. I think there must be evidence to prove that I am an evil soul master, right? Whoever reports should provide evidence. You show me the evidence. Bibi Dong did not expect Tang Lan to be so tough. Your martial soul, the Blue-Silver Emperor, can absorb people's soul power, mental power and vitality, right? Bibi Dong said coldly, you can become a soul Douluo at the age of 16 by devouring others for your own use, right? It is a one-handed reasoning. On this point, I think His Holiness the Pope feels the same as me. Tang Lan smiled and said, I heard from Elder Yu of our sect that His Holiness the Pope's second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, also has a similar devouring effect. It is because I am afraid of being misunderstood by the world, so even if you become the youngest titled Douluo, you did not announce it to the world. It's really a pity. Bibi Dong was immediately defeated. No. Yu Xiaogang, why did he tell everything? Because it involves Yu Xiaogong, Bibi Dong didn't want to involve him. She decisively changed the topic. My level is not obtained by devouring. I added a high-year soul ring to my second martial soul, which increased my soul power. Bibi Dong said so. She was sure that Tang Lan was so knowledgeable that he would not rashly add soul rings to the second soul ring. But unfortunately, what a coincidence! Tang Lan grinned and said, I also added 3 soul rings to my second martial soul. Hey? Bibi Dong was slightly stunned. How could Tang Lan, who was as knowledgeable as the title, make such a low-level mistake? Then, Zhu Zuqing and Shui Bing's 100,000-year soul rings flashed in her mind. Could it be that Tang Lan had summoned the Thunder Flame Ice Haoshan hammer and smashed it in front of Bibi Dong without any disguise? The purple, gold, red and red soul rings rose, and the light reflected the eyes of everyone present, all red. 100,000 years. Wait. How come the first soul ring is purple gold? Bibi Dong, who has the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, suddenly thought of something. His face was extremely wonderful. A million-year soul ring. Everything was explained. But Bibi Dong couldn't understand how Tang Lan got the million-year soul ring. There are 2 other 100,000-year soul rings, with gold patterns, which are not ordinary stuff at first glance. According to Tang Lan, it was after absorbing this soul ring that he was promoted to Soul Douluo. Then what was his level when he absorbed the first million-year soul ring? Level 70, or level 60? Impossible. That's a million-year soul ring, even an ordinary 90-level soul ring is difficult to absorb. How could Tang Lan? Wait. Bibi Dong thought of a possibility sacrifice. And Tang Lan has the soul equality contract, which allows soul beasts to retain their souls and continue to survive in the host. Then, as long as you find a fierce beast that is about to face the heavenly tribulation and is not sure to survive. With the soul equality contract, it is indeed very likely that the other party will be persuaded to sacrifice. Then the 100,000-year soul rings of Zhu Zuqing and Shui Bing'er make sense. It turns out to be so simple. But no one can replicate it except Tang Lan. Let alone the soul equality contract, which is unique to the Tang sect's soul pagoda. The strongest soul master now can barely preside over a 10,000-year soul beast. 100,000-year, million-year level. It must be Tang Lan. Compared to Bibi Dong's complicated thoughts, others are much simpler. Grib. What did I see? 3 100,000-year soul rings. Why is the first one purple gold? It should be a 100,000-year soul beast with special attributes. Oh my god! Where did 3 100,000-year soul beasts come from? A 100,000-year soul can provide 3 soul rings, so a 100,000-year soul beast must have at least 5. Oh! That's right. It's still awesome. The first soul ring of 100,000 years. I almost forgot that Master Tang has twin martial spirits. Can twin martial spirits with innate soul power level 3 also become soul Douluos at the age of 16? It's simply against the will of heaven. Is this the charm of the Tang sect and the Tang sect academy? Love it. The crowd was noisy, but it can be summed up in 2 words: awesome. As soon as this 100,000-year soul ring appeared, the theory of evil soul masters has disappeared. This is the charm of the 100,000-year soul ring, it is synonymous with miracles. Bibi Dong, who had come to her senses, stared at the Thunder Flame Ice Haoshan hammer. Thinking of Tang Lan's soul, the Blue-Silver Emperor, this wonderful combination of a grass and a hammer made Bibi Dong squint. It seems things have become more interesting. Look at Tang Lan again. There is no intention to hide it, and she put the Thunder Flame Ice Haoshan hammer on the ground. It's just short of writing, my father is Tang Hao. Bibi Dong suddenly smiled. She praised. You are worthy of being Master Tang, the genius of the Tang sect master, no one has been able to match you in the past 10,000 years. It is a blessing for a 10,000-year soul master to be in the same era with you. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, let's talk about the elite competition. She took out 3 soul bones. This is the prize of this elite competition, 3 soul bones. If Sect Master Tang insists on participating, I can directly announce that Tangmin Academy is the champion team and give the prize to Sect Master Tang. But if Sect Master Tang voluntarily withdraws from the competition, I can make the decision to promote Tangmin to one of the top 3 sections. It just so happens that Haoshan sect has not appeared in the world for more than 10 years, and Tangmin can also replace it. I believe that Kai Bao Liulai sect and Landian Tyrannosaurus sect will not object. What do you think, Sect Master Tang. Good guy. Bibi Dong is putting Tang Lan on the fire. The former is equivalent to bullying the weak with the strong, and it also disrupted the order of this elite competition, and ended in vain. The latter is to let Tang Lan, herself and Haoshan sect go to fight. No matter which choice she makes, Bibi Dong will not lose. It is worthy of her to be able to take a fancy to Yu Xiao Gang, birds of a feather. But unfortunately, the person she is facing is Tang Lan. It's better to take the championship and prizes of the elite competition in person. Tang Lan said casually. Originally, I didn't intend to bully the younger generation this time. How about this? I believe everyone has seen the strength of Wuhan Academy and Tangmin Academy today. It's better to let the two teams play a game now to determine the champion and runner-up. His Majesty the Pope, what do you think? No mention of replacing the Haoshan sect at all? Bibi Dong didn't intend to let Tang Lan go just like that. Just as he was thinking of killing first and reporting later, he directly announced that Tang sect would replace Haoshan sect and become the top 3 sects. With just one sentence, Tang Lan broke Bibi Dong's defense. Just listen. Chapter 303 Team 2 vs Wuhan Academy Battle? Bet. Why don't we let the two teams play a game now to decide the champion and runner-up? Your Majesty, what do you think? Bibi Dong looked at Tang Lan calmly, without any fluctuation. Are you going to win first and second place now? If this bug Tang Lan could be prevented from participating in the game. She was confident that with the 3 of Hulina here, she would have a chance to fight. About to nod in agreement. Tang Lan broke her defenses with just one sentence. That's right. The ones fighting Wuhan Academy are not the first team of Tangmin Academy, but the members of the second team. Bibi Dong stared at Tang Lan and slowly asked a question. What are you talking about? The second team of Tangmin Academy does have something, but it only has Shui Binger, a 5-ringed soul king. Even with double 100,000-year-old soul rings, the Wuhan Academy team still has demon. There is only 1 Yan 5-ring soul king and 4 4-ring soul sects. Beating the other 6 4-ring soul sects, isn't that easy? Tang Lan, are you humiliating my Wuhan palace? Bibi Dong asked. The calm words contained surging anger. Just waiting for Tang Lan to nod, they all exploded. However, if Wuhan Academy can win, Tangmin Academy will voluntarily surrender. Tang Lan smiled and said, on the other hand, if Wuhan Academy loses, I need the Pope to crown you personally and answer me a question. Oh? It doesn't look like a humiliation, but rather a sign of preparedness. Bibi Dong stared at Tang Lan without any movement in her eyes. As long as she agrees, Wuhan Palace will lose. Even if the Wuhan Academy team wins, in the eyes of outsiders, it is not a well-deserved victory. The strength of the Tangmin Academy's first team is obvious to all. There will always be people thinking, if it weren't for the bet, who would be the champion? Bibi Dong Zheng was about to shake his head and refuse. Tang Lan said softly, my Xiaohu's level is level 71. She is cute and handsome. Bibi Dong had a meal. If the strongest players in the first team of Tangmin Academy are Zhu Zuoqing and Dai Mubai, with Hulina and Xiaoyu in the Wuhan Academy team, they might not be able to fight. But what if there was a 7-ring soul saint? Isn't this a slap in the face? And Xiaowu's 5th, 6th, and 7th soul rings are all 100,000-year-old. Tang Lan added. Even though Bibi Dong was very good at facial management, he couldn't help but twitch his brows a few times. 100,000 years? What kind of pervert is this Xiao Wu? No. It's Tang Lan in front of me. What kind of pervert is he? The 100,000-year-old soul ring that outsiders couldn't get was just like wholesale for him. Not only do you have it yourself, but you can also overflow it to others. That's outrageous. Bibi Dong gave Tang Lan a death stare. It would be great if this person could be used by Wuhan Palace. That idiot Qian Rongxiu shouldn't have listened to her in the first place. If he directly forced the Tang sect to take sides, he wouldn't have grown to this level. The golden generation is the mainstay of the next generation of Wuhan Palace. If they lose too miserably, their mentality may be cracked. The 3 soul bones that were the prizes this time were originally prepared for Naer and the others. It's a pity that they fell into the hands of others. But we can't lose sight of what the world thinks, and we have to come up with a compromise plan. Bibi Dong's thoughts changed rapidly. Got an idea. If we want to play in the finals now, that's no problem. In addition to you and Xiao Wu, we will add Zhu Zuqing to the first team. Others will play as usual, and insufficient personnel can be supplemented from the second team. The time will be arranged tomorrow. Find a better reason, otherwise the bet will be void. Finished. Without giving Tang Lan a chance to speak again, Bibi Dong walked away quickly with her long legs. Tang Lan looked at her graceful back and shook his head. A very good girl. Why do you prefer Yu Xiao Gang? A beautiful blonde figure flashed in his mind. Bibi Dong is not useless. Turn around and return to the viewing platform. Ning Fengzi and others looked at him, waiting for the outcome of the conversation. Tang Lan directly named him. Binger, Yuer, Xiaosanzi, Mubai, Xiao Ao, Rong, Jingling. The 7 of you will form a team tomorrow and compete with the Wuhan Academy team for the championship. As for the others, just wait and watch the show. Tomorrow. It will be wonderful. The news was so explosive that no one could react. Especially Ning Fengzi. This elite competition has been held for the 4th time, and there has never been such a dramatic scene. It's only the first day of competition, but you've already decided to compete for the championship and runner-up the next day? Then let it his team, breaking their heads to compete for 3rd place? No. With the strength of Tangman Academy's 2nd team, they might even be able to beat the Spirit Academy team. So, the rest of the teams will start from 4th place? Don't be too outrageous. Brother Lan. Ning Fengzi said strangely, what on earth did you and His Majesty the Pope talk about? Why are you competing for the 1st and 2nd place? Yes, brother. Xiao Wu said unhappily, besides, Zuqing and I didn't come on stage either, and we plan to give Wuhan Palace a good beating. Zhu Zuqing said nothing, just looked at Tang Lan. But in the past, she always obeyed her advice, but she didn't agree directly, which shows that she has an idea. Except for Tangman. The Wuhan Academy team is one of the few people of the same generation who can fight. No way, Bibi Dong specifically requested it. Tang Lan shrugged and said, fighting across levels is interesting. You can fight tomorrow. Tang Lan said this, Xiao Wu could only curl her lips in agreement. Zhu Zuqing was quite looking forward to it. Only Ning Fengzi could tell that something was wrong. Tang Lan seems. Be prepared to make a big move. Okay. Tang Lan clapped his hands, it's time to eat and drink today. If we want to come to Wuhan City next time, we will always be in trouble. Disband on the spot. Tang Lan directly activated the blood escape technique and soared into the sky and disappeared. The question that reached Ning Fengzi's lips could only be swallowed alive. Xiao Wu and others greeted Ning Fengzi and dispersed in groups of 3 or 2, showing no signs of worry. With Tang Lan here, there is nothing they need to worry about. Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin walked out, both frowning. Fengzi, why don't you ask Old Bones to come over? Chen Xin suggested, he and I may be able to help recently. Ning Fengzi was overjoyed. Uncle Jian, have you finished practicing with Uncle Gu? We didn't expect it either. Chen Xin sighed, if Xiao Lan hadn't reminded him, we probably wouldn't have discovered it in this life. How's the power? Ning Fengzi asked eagerly. Chen Xin smiled confidently. Below level 98, no one can stop you. That's great. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, if we have this trump card, maybe I, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, can try to place a bet tomorrow. Even if it fails, it won't be swept away. The Vertical Sun. Tang Li's newspaper's front page headline released a piece of explosive news. Shocked. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is ahead of schedule for the championship and runner-up finals. Below. A few hundred words put Wuhandian on the fire. All I saw. Chapter 304 The smoke is about to rise. The sword points at the Wuhan Palace. In the text of the front page headline. 6, Shupsilon, X. Sigma M. Regarding the issue of deficiencies in the competition system, the level of Tanglan Contra was too buggy and had to be urgently patched. Coupled with the luxurious 2v7 records of Tangman Academy and Wuhan Academy, it is a discontinuous lead visible to the naked eye. That's why we have this early final. End of article. He also specifically mentioned the bet between Tang Lan and Bibi Dong. Want to know immediately who will win the championship? What does Master Tang want to ask the Pope again? Today at noon, reporters from Tang Li newspaper will broadcast live for the entire continent. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's soul power shook and she tore the newspaper into pieces. What a Tang Lan! Behead first and tell later, are you afraid that I will break my promise? At the same time, she once again realized the terrifying power of public opinion. Tang Li newspaper must find a way to keep it in the hands of Wuhan Palace. As for rebuilding one, Wuhandian tried, but failed. Although the Wuhan Palace has its own branches in every major city. But the key to Tang Li's newspaper is the communication soul guide. Allowing information from all over the continent to be gathered in one place in a short period of time and organized into content for distribution. Moreover, functions such as live streaming, video recording, and taking photos are also the unique permissions of Tangminmintang. Wuhandian has no core competitiveness, and it will still be thankless after all. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong looked down. Hulina, Ziyu, and Yan stood with their heads bowed. In today's game, we must win but not lose. Bibi Dong is decisive. If you lose, you can go to the killing city on your own. This shocked Hulina and the other three. The existence of the killing city has long been widely publicized through Tang Li newspapers. But as of now, there is no one who can accumulate hundreds of victories and pass through the road of hell to appear in front of the world. That is to say, pass rate is 0. What's the difference between this and going to jail? Teacher, don't worry. Hulina said confidently, my brother and I's martial soul fusion skills and one self-created soul skill are useless. It's not a problem at all to deal with them. My subordinates will fight to the death to complete the mission. Xia Yu said solemnly. The same goes for my subordinates. I will fight to the death to complete the mission. Yan followed. Bibi Dong nodded and waved the three of them to leave. The bear demon then came in and saluted Bibi Dong respectfully. His Majesty the Pope, according to your instructions, the entrance and exit of Wuhan City have been temporarily blocked and troops have been arranged outside the arena. Yet, Bibi Dong nodded and said, how about tracking? Except for Tang Lan, the others are just wandering around the city and have no contact with any suspicious objects. The bear demon paused and reported again. In the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the garrisoned Douluo Gurong came to Wuhan City early this morning, but did not contact anyone and directly settled in the hotel of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Bibi Dong leaned forward slightly. The titled Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect came overnight? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect's garrison is not short from Wuhan City. Even if Gurong has space-type soul skills, it will consume a lot of energy to travel like this. Not to mention that there are only 2 titled Douluos in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Now they have come to Wuhan City. Aren't they afraid of being robbed? This must be a move. And the relationship between Tang Lan and Ning Fengzi is also obvious to all. Can't help it. Bibi Dong remembered Tang Lan's Thunder Flame Ice Clear Sky Hammer. Paired with the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor. 1 grass and 1 hammer? This martial soul combination is very familiar. I think the Great Elder of Tang Sect is that one, right? If so. Bibi Dong's eyes turned cold. Considering that her soul power was suppressed by 1 level because of the 9 tests of Rakshasa God. She can't exert her full strength. Of the 9 elders in the Elder Hall, the most useful Yu Guan and Gui Mei died, and a Shilong was also killed. Among the remaining 6, the highest level is Bear Demon, 94. And now on Tang Lan's side, there are 3 titled Douluo of Tang Sect and 2 titled Douluo of Kai Bao Liulai Sect. If they really fight. Not to mention that there is no certainty of victory. This is still the martial soul city, and she will definitely be restrained. If there is someone who doesn't follow martial ethics and swings a hammer to smash the Pope's hall, will she protect it or not? So, to be on the safe side, Bibi Dong stood up. Bear Demon, transfer all high-level soul masters to the vicinity of the Pope's palace and wait for orders. Yes. Your Holiness. Bibi Dong rushed to the worship hall. As one of the culprits of his son's sudden death, it is impossible for that old guy to sit back and watch, right? In the hotel where the Tang Sect is stationed. In the big suite. Buzz buzz buzz. A rapid vibration woke up Tang Lan. He pulled his right hand out of Zhu Zuking's arms, moved the rabbit head off his chest, and then put Shui Binger and Shui Yuer down with their long legs. He was able to get away and took out the communication soul guide to check. It was sent by Bear Demon. Sealing the city, deploying the stadium, deploying soul masters to surround the Pope's palace, etc. There is also a list of outstanding young people in the Wuhan Hall. Yan, Ziyu, and Hu Lina were at the top. None of the reports to Bibi Dong were as detailed as this one. It was obvious. The bear demon really cherished his life and tried hard to survive. It's really easier to have someone inside. He teased. Looking back, Xiao Wu and the other 4 girls had gotten up and started to put on their clothes. Each of them was beautiful. It was a feast for Tang Lan's eyes. The 4 girls showed different reactions to the unscrupulous gaze. Xiao Wu was a little shy, but still calm. They had grown up together since childhood and had been measured countless times. If there hadn't been other people around, she could have even played some tricks. Zhu Zuqing deliberately slowed down her movements and dressed from the bottom up. Showing her pride of being the best of 3, she attracted the most attention from Tang Lan. Shui Bing'er was the calmest and her movements were orderly. Strong psychological quality, even if she was panicking, she would not show it in her actions. Shui Yu'er was the most shy. She hid behind the 3 girls to avoid Tang Lan's gaze. After everything was changed, Tang Lan clapped his hands and said, "Xiao Wu, we will have a quarrel with the Spirit Hall today. The scene will be very chaotic. You lead a team and kill the important ones. Especially the Spirit Academy team, it's best not to let any of them go. Zhu Qing can act alone, pay attention to safety. Bing'er and Yu'er, your mission is to beat the Spirit Academy team. This championship is still very important, don't hold back, I will activate the Soul Heart at any time to send Gohu on to your sister. Oh. Leave the rest to me." Tang Lan's sudden explanation was accepted by all 4 girls. Even though the participating team was attacked, Tang Lan insisted on coming to Wuhan City, which shows that this trip must not be easy. Xiao Wu said with high morale, "Don't worry. I will definitely kill those with potential. And let Bibi Dong know what heartache is." Tang Lan touched Xiao Wu's head. Although she still said nothing, she would seek some justice for her today. "Is there a list?" Zhu Zuqing was more direct, "This will save a lot of trouble." "Yes, I have sent it to you." Tang Lan replied. Zhu Zuqing nodded, picked up the communication soul guide and began to memorize. "Lan, leave the competition to me." Shui Bing'er said confidently, "The martial soul fusion skills of Yu'er and I will not lose to that demon." Shui Yu'er nodded again and again. "Of course, don't you see whose woman it is?" Tang Lan joked. But Shui Bing'er and Yu'er both smiled proudly. "As Tang Lan's woman. Very happy. Make arrangements for your wife." Tang Lan opened the door and prepared to have a big fight. In no mood. But in the courtyard, I met an unexpected and reasonable person. I thought you would choose to watch. Post it in a hurry, if there are typos or something, you can mark the errors. Please give me some votes. Chapter 305 The championship game begins. Uncle Jian and Uncle Bone are done. I thought you would choose to watch? 9. Ux.C Sigma Mu. Hearing what Tang Lan said, Ning Fengzi turned around and smiled elegantly. Uncle Jian and Uncle Bone, it's done. Oh? Tang Lan understood. No wonder Ning Fengzi, who has always been prudent, did not choose to help each other. Now that I have the confidence, I can become stronger. Congratulations. Tang Lan smiled and said, then the 3rd volume of my Tang sect encyclopedia has new content to fill in. Ning Fengzi laughed a few times in agreement, turned around and walked out. He didn't even ask what Tang Lan's plans were. When he comes, he shows his attitude. Let Tang Lan know that the Kai Bao glazed sect will stand by Tang Lan when needed. As for the specific details, this cannot be asked. Otherwise, if there is a problem in any part of the plan, it can only be the fault of the Kai Bao glazed sect. It is better to remain unchanged in response to all changes. I am a cheap sworn brother who understands how to deal with the world. I sighed with emotion. Tang Lan continued to walk out. After a brief preparation, together with Douluo and Wang Dali, the entire Tang sect gathered to set off for the arena. Halfway through, you can clearly feel that the streets along the way are not as busy as the previous few days. It's like, having heard the news in advance, they all hid. Tang Lan didn't take it seriously. He never concealed it, he was just here to cause trouble. This is called confidence. Come to the arena. On the contrary, the scene was overcrowded with participating teams, various forces and senior officials of Wuhan Palace. The 7 members of the Wuhan Academy team stood in the center of the arena and waited. Only the Tang sect's viewing seats were left vacant. Heaven! Bai he is carrying a special soul guide and conducting a live broadcast for the entire continent. Tang Lan patted Tang San on the shoulder. The commander of this game will be the third son. Tang San showed a confident smile. Brother! Don't worry, leave it to me. That red mist realm is nothing to be afraid of under my purple devil eyes. It was precisely for this reason that Tang Lan handed over the heavy responsibility of command to Tang San. 7 people were left. Tang Lan's mental power emerged, and he flew up with the rest of the people, landing on the Tang sect's spectator seats. He nodded to Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong who were approaching. Just look down at the arena. This made Bibi Dong look at her, murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Dare you ignore me? Very good. I hope you can still be so arrogant after a while. She glanced at the referee. The referee was excited and immediately announced. Both sides, show off your martial souls and soul rings. It's still the same old story, prostitute Tangman Academy information for free. The Wuhan Academy team has a uniform and optimal soul ring configuration. The 3 headed by Hulina are as high as 5 ring soul kings. All the participating teams at the scene shook their heads. 3 5-ring soul kings. How to fight this? But when they saw the lineup of Tangman Academy, they were shocked. Jingling, purple, yellow and black. This is not bad. He is just a 4-ringed soul sect with some genius. Although the 3rd and 4th soul rings are 10,000 years old, it has been rumored for a long time that the soul of Jingling is the natal soul. It is purely a matter of good fortune. But the number 1 soul ring in 1,000 years, like Daimyo Bai, makes people wonder, how did they do it? The century-old 2nd soul ring shows that the existence of the 1,000-year-old 1st soul ring was entirely due to special reasons. This makes many people think. New 69 book bar. Can I also change my destiny against the will of heaven? Shui Yuer, yellow, yellow, purple and red. The only 4-ring soul sect, the 4th soul ring of 100,000 years is particularly dazzling. The Tang sect definitely has some way to produce 100,000 year soul rings in batches. Oscar, purple, yellow, purple, black and black. This soul ring is no longer important. The 5-ring soul king of the food system. Moreover, he can sense the fluctuations in his soul power, and his level is even higher than that of Hulina and the other 3. It has been proven once again that Master Tang's training level is definitely the best in the continent. Tang San, white, yellow, black, red and black. Another 5-ring soul king. Wait. Is there something out of place in here? What happened to your 1st soul ring in 10 years? But Tang San's 4th spirit ring was still a red 100,000-year-old spirit ring. As a result, the 5th soul ring turned into a black 10,000-year soul ring. It's just incomprehensible. It seems that this person is still Master Tang's younger brother? The resources are even less likely to be scarce, but I'm afraid it's not talent. It was piled on top. Daimyo Bai, purple, yellow, purple, black and black. This one is a bit ordinary among the team. On the other hand, the Scarlet Flame White Tiger Spirit made many people have wrong ideas. Heard. This guy used to be a playboy? Many people are wondering, is it possible to breed? After all, the soul ring cannot be inherited by others, but the martial soul can. Shui Binger, yellow, yellow, purple, red. The dazzling double 100,000-year-old soul rings, and the pressure of the martial soul Ice Phoenix is even higher than that of the martial soul Scarlet Flame White Tiger. Especially the falling snowflakes, which even give people's eyes a faint and frozen feeling of déjà vu. In the minds of many people, a concept mentioned in the 2nd volume of the Tangman Encyclopedia. Ultimate attributes. Is this the ultimate ice? Another great genius. This made the dean of Tian Shui College look with emotion before the live broadcast. He knew Shui Binger's qualifications. Insufficient compared to the superior, more than adequate compared to the inferior. The credit for being able to cultivate such a monster lies solely with Tang Lan. The last thing is Ning Rong Rong, yellow, purple, black and red. The 2nd soul ring of the 1st 1,000 years. But the most eye-catching thing is, does the Kaibao glazed Sex Kaibao glazed pagoda only have 7 floors? Why does this have 9 floors? Doesn't that mean the restriction on the level of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect does not exist for Ning Rong Rong? Will she be the first titled Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Wait. 5 ring soul kings. Don't forget Zhu Zuqing yesterday, he was the 6th ring soul emperor. Strange, something seems wrong. That girl with bunny ears is also in the first team of Tangmin Academy, right? Why didn't she go to school today? There was a lot of discussion at the scene. Bibi Dong glanced at Tang Lan. He asked righteously, Sect Master Tang, are you looking down on everyone in my Wuhan Academy? Are you unworthy of fighting with all your strength? Tang Lan rolled his eyes. This Bibi Dong is really the true successor of Yu Xiao Gang. But in order to keep this show going, we can continue singing. Tang Lan still said loudly, my disciples Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were accidentally injured during the sparring yesterday, so they cannot take action in the short term. This made the discussion below calm down a little. It can only be said that Tangmin Academy was too careless and actually injured a player before the game. The referee looked at Bibi Dong and stepped back. Immediately announced, the game begins. The next moment, Xiaoyu and Hulina went back to back and activated the martial soul fusion skill Yao Mei. The blood mist field spread out, and as the demon flew, it moved and enveloped Tangmin Academy. The championship game begins. Chapter 306 Crush the game. The question of the bet. Yin. A phoenix cry. 9 soul rings overlapped and rushed out of the blood mist realm. The 3 blood-red 100,000-year-old soul rings were particularly eye-catching. Then it transformed into a huge ice phoenix, and the ice phoenix domain, which is unique to martial soul fusion skills, spread out and enveloped the entire arena. Slow down, freeze, reduce soul power, and increase ice attribute power. The superposition of various buffs made it difficult for the members of the Wuhan Academy team to move forward. Yan, whose martial soul was the Fire Lord, had the flames on his body extinguished directly, turning into a bare stone man. With large snowflakes falling, ice crystals began to condense on the bodies of the remaining 5 members of the Wuhan Academy team, and they were about to be frozen. Don't even think about it! Yan roared angrily, the 5th soul skill, Flying Sand Kuang Yan. The wind was strong, causing the snowflakes to fall faster. Only that Yan has not appeared for a long time. In the Ice Phoenix realm, fire is forbidden. Unless it is the ultimate fire, there is no chance of even a tiny bit of fire appearing. Yan's 5th soul skill became Ace Quib. Then, reluctantly, he was frozen by the ultimate ice and turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. The Ice Phoenix waved its wings. The 5 ice sculptures flew out of the arena upside down, the ice crystals on their bodies shattered, and they hit the floor straight up. I was shivering from the cold. For the first time, the world has seen the terrifying power of ultimate ice. Bibi Dong looked very ugly. But he couldn't ignore them. He glanced at the blood beside him with evil eyes and asked him to go down and rescue the 5 people. Impossible. There were exclamations that were neither male nor female. The demonic blood mist field flew out, revealing the giant half-length giant elephant first. Following were Tang San and 4 others. Like Ning Rongrong, Oscar and Ning Rongrong held the 9 treasures glazed tower in their hands, each increasing the opponent's strength. And everyone's eyes are glowing with the same purple light. Purple demonic eyes. Among them, Tang San's purple light was the brightest. This technique has long been passed down by Tang Lan. Although due to the fact that you can only practice at sunrise, the progress is slow. But there is still no problem in increasing the sight distance in the blood mist field. So, although the demon is very strong, its soul power level is that of Hulina and Xiaoyu combined. But there are 5 of Tang San and the others. With the increase of 9 treasures glazed pagoda, even Ning Rongrong and Oscar, under Ling Boabu's movement skills, Yao Mei couldn't hit them. On the contrary, under Tang San's restriction, Jing Ling drove the Gundam and punched him a long way. At once. This is the first time since the brother and sister possessed martial soul fusion skills that they were so defeated. Especially after discovering that 5 of his teammates were eliminated by Ice Phoenix. His face was even more ugly. And being in the Ice Phoenix realm, she had to use the Blood Mist realm to offset the negative effects as much as possible. Soul power consumption increased sharply. But the opponent is still in full condition. This moment, Xiaoyu and Hulina knew in their hearts that this game had been lost. No. Even if I lose, I still have to take a bite of my opponent's flesh. The 2 of them turned their attention to Ning Rongrong at the back of the team. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect must not be allowed to have a titled Douluo level assistant. The demon overlapped the 2 moon blades, and rushed forward in a flash, cutting into the team like a ghost. Taking advantage of the cover of the blood mist realm, he rushed straight towards Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, be careful! Tang San said loudly. But the corners of the monster's mouth turned up, it was too late. The 2 moon blades in his hands were formed into a perfect shape, turning into a white full moon and slashing towards Ning Rongrong. Self-created soul skill full moon. Xiaoyu once defeated the level 68 Soul Emperor with this move when he first broke through to the 5th ring Soul King. A sure blow. The demon's speed was so fast that Ning Rongrong had no time to use Lingbo Weibu. Seeing the full moon about to be cut off, Ning Rongrong's torso bones glowed with an icy blue luster, and her whole body was completely wrapped in a piece of solid ice. Ice Penguin's torso, soul, and bone technique refrigerator. Freezing itself in place, its defense is so strong that even Chen Xin and the 8th soul skill or below cannot break through it. As for the 9th soul skill, it's not that I can't prevent it, but Chen Xin doesn't dare to try it. What if my own baby stabs me through it? Anyway, the monster's fatal blow hit the ice of the refrigerator, but it didn't even cut off any ice shavings. Instead, it was stuck by the ice, and the moon blade was frozen and unable to get away. Stab! A bolt of lightning struck the demon's waist, and flowers of thorns bloomed, covering the demon. The 3 attributes of paralysis, freezing, and soul made the monster feel dazed for a moment. It turned out that he was forced to withdraw from the state of martial soul fusion skills and split into 2 people. The blood mist domain then dissipated. The blocked ice phoenix domain enveloped them, instantly freezing the 2 of them into ice sculptures. Ning Rongrong also released the soul bone skill, and smiled and waved in the direction of Ning Fengzi and Tang Lan. I won. The scene was silent. The game started less than a minute ago, and the Wuhan Academy team lost? This. Isn't it too fast? On the stage, Bibi Dong's face was ashen, and veins popped out on the back of the hand holding the scepter. Crush. Completely crushed. Bibi Dong never expected that her golden generation would lose so cleanly. It can be said that there is no power to fight back at all. And Shui Binger and Shui Yuer's martial soul fusion skills instantly killed Yan and the other 5 people. With only 1 demon left, what kind of trouble can it cause? No wonder Tang Lan is confident that the second team can defeat the Wuhan Academy team. This is a trump card. Even if there is all kinds of anger. Under the spotlight, Bibi Dong, as the Pope, could only choose to suppress her anger first. He floated down from the stage and waved his soul power. Shattered the ice crystals on the bodies of Hulina and Xiaoyu. The 2 of them knelt down tremblingly without saying a word. It's useless to say anything now. Go by yourself. Bibi Dong said coldly. Hulina looked gloomy, and she and Xiaoyu stood up, supporting each other, and moved to the outside of the field in despair. The loser exits. No matter how dazzling their aura was in the past, they can only be reduced to the background at this moment. Bibi Dong squinted at Shui Binger and the 7 others, and said in a calm tone. You are all very good sons of heaven. This is your championship reward. She took out 3 soul bones and handed them to the nearest Shui Binger. Then he added another sentence. I wonder if any of you are willing to join the spirit hall. Shui Binger held the soul bone and shook her head with a smile. Thank you for your majesty the Pope's love. We are born as Tang sect members and die as Tang sect ghosts. We will never betray the Tang sect. The remaining 6 people did not speak, but their eyes were firm. This made Bibi Dong's face completely cold. A wave of hands. Returned to the stands and looked at Tang Lan. What's Meng Guan asking? Tang Lan adjusted his clothes and motioned to the white crane in the sky to come closer. In front of the camera. He said loudly and without any scruples. Your Majesty the Pope, please ask. Did the death of the former Pope Jian Sunji really occur because he was seriously injured by Tang Hao and died of his injuries? All of a sudden, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely cold. Chapter 307 Tang Hao vs Golden Crocodile. Kai Bao glazed sect takes sides. Did the death of the former Pope Jian Sunji really occur because he was seriously injured by Tang Hao and died of his injuries? This moment, Bibi Dong is 100% sure that Tang Lan is Tang Hao's son. She looked at Tang Lan coldly, her strong murderous intent making no attempt to hide it at all. Tang Lan looked at each other with a smile, not afraid at all. Just when everyone thought that Bibi Dong was going to get angry, But she said coldly, Kyung Sunji's death was only due to Tang Hao's serious injury. The scene was in an uproar. Relevant people in front of the live broadcast room, such as the 4 major single attribute families, were all shocked. 10 For several years, the Spirit Hall has always kept silent about Kyung Sunji's death. Let the people below guess for themselves. It neither denied nor admitted that Tang Hao was the direct murderer. It led to the people under the Spirit Hall chasing Tang Hao, venting their anger on the Haoshan sect, and affecting the 4 single attribute families, etc. Never expected it. The truth turned out to be there was another reason for Kyung Sunji's death. Before digesting this news, Bibi Dong dropped a bomb again. Tang Lan, let me ask you, are you the son of the traitor Tang Hao? Tang Hao's son? If what Bibi Dong said was true, then it's no wonder that Tang Lan used a bet to ask for such an answer. However, even if Tang Hao was not the direct murderer who killed Kyung Sunji, he was the one who seriously injured him. If Tang Lan directly admitted it, will the Spirit Hall let him go? Yes, my father is Tang Hao. Tang Lan looked at the camera, but the world only knows that my father injured Kyung Sunji, but does anyone know why they did it? How dare they? Bibi Dong shouted, interrupting Tang Lan's words. This is well prepared. Tang Hao's son dares to come to Wuhan City to show off his power. Where is the Wuhan Hall? Hualala. A large number of soul masters came from all directions, surrounding the stadium. The remaining 6 titled Douluo in the Elder Hall were all present. There were also several powerful waves hidden behind the Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong raised her arms and shouted, kill the sons of the traitors Tang Lan and Tang San, and avenge the former Pope. I will obey your Majesty's order. The colorful soul rings lit up and came to encircle and suppress the Tang sect. A large amount of momentum pressed down, as heavy as a tidal wave. The other spectators around fled, but Ning Fengzi and the other 2 remained calm. Zhu Zuqing disappeared under her feet. Xiao Wu jumped off the platform and formed the Jinwu 7-section formation with the members of Team 1. OM. 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 6 killing god domains rose up, and with the help of the Jinwu 7-section formation, they naturally gathered on Xiao Wu, propping up the domain to isolate all pressure. Everyone was shocked. 6 domains? And it can also merge with 1 person, what is this? Domain fusion skills? Team 2 members also set up a formation, but the highest level Shui Binger is only a 5-ring Soul King. Although 3 people have the killing god domain. But facing the pressure of the 6 titled Douluo and a large number of soul masters, it is still a bit too much. Dugubo and Wang Dali jumped down and stood in front of Team 1 to block most of the pressure. It also exposed its own level. Wang Elder, level 93. Dugubo, level 95. That's it. Bibi Dong sneered, kneel down for me. Bibi Dong's momentum exploded. It was so overwhelming that it overwhelmed someone, forcing Dugubo and Wang Dali to retreat half a step. Fortunately, the 2 of them immediately deployed the Jinwu 7-section formation. Although the 2 people's amplification was not strong, they were connected to each other. They managed to resist Bibi Dong's pressure. The 2 sides were fighting fiercely. I saw Tang Lan strolling in the courtyard, stepping on the air and coming to Bibi Dong. The mountain-like pressure was like a breeze blowing on his face, and it couldn't affect him at all. This made Bibi Dong realize that Tang Lan's real combat power was definitely more than just Soul Douluo. What a great prestige! Tang Lan clapped his hands and said. It seems that if I don't show some real skills today, the truth will not be made public. Then, Dad, show yourself. The next moment, a black figure appeared silently in the air. It floated there quietly, as if he should have belonged there. It was Tang Hao. Buzz buzz buzz. Red black 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 red. 9 extremely dazzling soul rings made Bibi Dong open her eyes wide. How could this Haoshan Douluo be the first soul ring in 100,000 years? Want to avenge your teacher? Tang Hao said disdainfully, Bibi Dong, you are not ashamed. The 98th level peak Douluo's momentum was suppressed without reservation. He pushed back all the momentum of the Spirit Hall, led by Bibi Dong. The impact caused the entire Spirit Hall to retreat in unison. Some of the low-level ones even spit blood and fell to the ground. Bibi Dong's beautiful face was slightly ferocious. You are so good, Tang Hao. How dare you come to make trouble in the Spirit City? If she hadn't been restricted by the Rakshasa God test and suppressed the first level of soul power and couldn't use it, she wouldn't be so embarrassed. Now, since you are here, don't leave. Golden Crocodile Douluo, how long are you going to watch the show? Bibi Dong finished speaking. An old man with white hair and beard walked out of the Pope's palace slowly. He was dressed in a golden robe with silver embroidery, and his whole body was covered with a layer of fine golden scales. His hands turned into sharp claws, and behind him was a huge long tail full of scales and spikes. Martial spirit possession, the powerful momentum surged up, fighting against Tang Hao in a separate battle, and protecting all the soul masters in Wuhan Hall. But that's all. Golden Crocodile Douluo, right? Tang Hao laughed loudly. It's rare to meet an opponent who is also level 98, let's fight. Tang Hao's seventh soul ring shines. The black Haoshan hammer in his hand suddenly bloomed, and the intense black light surged, turning into a 100-meter giant hammer, soaring above the Pope's palace. Golden Crocodile Douluo did not dare to neglect at all, and also activated his seventh soul skill. The muscles and meridians all over the body suddenly surged, transforming into a giant crocodile with a length of more than 10 meters, soaring into the sky to meet Haoshan's body. At this moment, the sky and the earth were pale. The air in the entire Wuhan city was trembling, solidifying like a solid mountain, suppressing all non-titled Douluo to the ground. The only exception is the Jinwu Kizi formation of Xiaowu and 7 others. Brush! 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 4 figures rushed towards Xiaowu and others, they were the remaining 4 titled Douluo in the Elder Hall. Zhang! A huge sword slashed down, stopping 2 titled Douluo. Pft! A row of giant bone spurs rose up, blocking the other 2 titled Douluo. Chen Xin and Gurong stood side by side in front of Xiaowu and others. Behind them, Ning Fengzi held up the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The momentum overwhelmed the 4 titled Douluo on the opposite side. 7 treasure glazed tile sect, are you going to go against Wuhan Palace? Level 94 Ghost Leopard Douluo shouted. Chapter 308 Beat Bibi Dong to death? Qian Daoliu appears. Facing the questioning of Ghost Leopard Douluo. 69shux.com? Gurong mocked, I just looked down upon you for bullying a bunch of kids. Chen Xin swung the 7 kills sword with disdain, his eyes full of contempt. 4 bullies bully the little ones. The 4 ghost leopards looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward. Level 96 Chen Xin and level 95 Gurong. There is also the assistance of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. The 4 most advanced among them are only level 94, so whoever gets better will really die. The situation was so deadlocked. On top. When Bibi Dong saw the Kai Bao glazed sect turning sides, his eyes became even colder. As expected, none of these top 3 sects can be used by Wuhan Palace. Then, let's take advantage of today's opportunity to eliminate one first. They were about to send the demon bear down to help. Suddenly, Tang Lan, who had been looking up at the duel in the sky, stared at the Pope's palace with malicious intent. Otherwise, give it a try yourself? Bibi Dong noticed Tang Lan's mischief and frowned. Bear demon, thorn blood, use all your strength to kill Tang Lan. The 2 people who were named seemed to step forward calmly immediately, but they were roaring in their hearts. How can they fight? Even though Tang Lan performed well and had combat power at the level of a titled Douluo. But they are 2 titled Douluo. If he attacks with all his strength, can Tang Lan be able to withstand it? I'm afraid I can activate the soul seed skewer on the spot and suck them into adulthood. But if water is released, putting Bibi Dong's level there, you can see the problem at a glance. This. What to do? Tang Lan understood their dilemma. I also felt that putting these 2 life-saving titled Douluo as undercover agents in the spirit hall would have unexpected effects. So he chose to help rescue. The Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer appeared in his hand, and when facing the wind, it rose to the same size as Tang Hao's 100-meter sledgehammer, and it also had lightning and ice attached. And a handful of flames. The face of Golden Crocodile, who was facing Tang Hao, changed drastically. Quick! Stop him! Golden Crocodile turned around and shouted, he's sick from this blow. But when he was distracted, Tang Hao punched him in the stomach. Open the indestructible power of the Vajra and deliver Ling Tian's punch. This sudden double blessing almost made Jin Crocodile throw up his last night's meal. Looking at Tang Hao, who was dressed in gold, his heart skipped a beat. Don't dare to have any more distractions and face the enemy seriously. But we fight again. It was discovered that Tang Hao's strength was nearly doubled, and the force of each blow could be hit by the golden crocodile's true body, and even part of it penetrated into the internal organs. It was destroying his body bit by bit. Haoshan Zhuju Taozahu. End. Tang Hao's title is Haoshan Douluo. The big samurai hammer that I am really good at has not been used yet. This golden crocodile, a time-honored level 98 peak Douluo, was actually overtaken by a latecomer by Tang Hao. Below. Golden Crocodile took the risk of being hammered and made Bibi Dong pay more attention to Tang Lan. I plan to send 1 or 2 more bands. Kin. When he saw Tang Lan swinging a big hammer and hitting the symbol of Wuhan Palace, the Pope Palace, her eyes widened. The scepter took action directly and faced Haoshan's body brazenly. And facing Tang Lan's attack, Bear Demon and Thornblood felt the threat of death firsthand. Where is the thought of holding back? They opened their martial soul avatars one after another and faced Haoshan's avatar side by side with Bibi Dong. I thought it would be another head-to-head confrontation. As a result, Haoshan's body suddenly shrank, avoiding the joint efforts of Bibi Dong and the others. Transformed into a Haoshan trident and fell into Tang Lan's hands a distant wave. 3 blue-purple rings flew out. It trapped the 3 people who had no time to stop, and firmly fixed them in mid-air. Magical skill Uncertain Storm. Bibi Dong and the other 3 were not at the level of Peerless Douluo, and they would never be able to move even half a minute within 8 seconds. Then, the 8 blood-red soul rings of the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor shocked everyone present. What the hell? 8 100,000-year-old soul rings? Isn't he the best soul ring configuration? Wait. No. Each of Tang Lan's bloody soul rings has 7 golden lines. Could it be 700,000 years old? And on the Haoshan trident, there were only 3 soul rings rising. On the million-year-old purple gold soul ring, the 10 golden patterns are particularly dazzling. Then, a horrifying scene took place. Click. 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 Amidst the endless sounds of soul rings breaking, the surging soul power soared into the sky, sweeping over like a tsunami, making people feel suffocated. Coupled with Tang Lan's own strong spiritual power, all of it was poured into the Haoshan trident. Its size instantly surpassed Tang Hao's Haoshan body, broke through the 200 meters in length, and headed straight for 300 meters. The hearts of the 3 Bibi Dongs who were locked in place were beating crazily. Will die. If you don't avoid it, you will definitely die. But no matter how hard they struggled, it was to no avail. Is this magical skill kidding you? When you say 8 seconds, it's 8 seconds. Bibi Dong didn't care about hiding anything. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red rose up, and the only bloody 9th soul ring lit up. The 9th soul skill, Immortality. As long as the opponent is not at the god level, he will never be able to truly kill himself in this state. How dare you! The golden crocodile in the sky roared in fear and tried its best to come back for help. However, Tang Hao used a random cloak hammering technique, and he was so beaten that he didn't even have time to speak again. Let the Haoshan trident be filled with soul power, break through the limit of 300 meters, and be held in the hand of Tang Lan who is out of proportion. Supernatural power, 1 head and 3 arms. Walking around. Holding the Haoshan trident tightly with 3 arms, he threw it towards the Pope's palace below, taking with him the 3 Bibi Dongs who were blocking the middle. OS = 3. Unable to escape, Bibi Dong felt the terrifying pressure on her head, but she let out a vague sigh of relief. Not yet at the god level. It's even just above level 98, reaching the power of level 99. Can't kill her yet. As for the Bear Demon and Thornblood next to her, their faces looked desperate. Boss! We are your undercover agents. Are you really going to kill me? Seeing that the 3 people were about to be crushed to death, they then moved the Pope's palace to the ground. Why? A sigh sounded in everyone's ears. A blonde man appeared in front of the 3 Bibi Dongs. He looked to be in his early 30s, with a calm and indifferent expression on his handsome appearance, and his simple but meticulous clothes gave people an urge to worship him. And facing Tang Lan's strongest blow. Although the face of the visitor was calm, there was seriousness in his eyes. He waved his hands and condensed a golden lightsaber. 3 feet away, it collided with the 300-meter Haoshan trident, and a dazzling light burst out and swept across the entire Wuhan city. Houses collapsed and the ground cracked wherever they passed. with the papal palace as the center. Tens of thousands of meters in radius were razed to the ground, and this was just the aftermath. As for the Pope's palace in the core theater. Chapter 309, Fight against Jian Daoliu. Full firepower. The person who came was the great enshrinement of the Wuhan Hall Enshrinement Hall, Jian Daoliu. Audience. One of the living level 99 peerless Douluo. The aftermath of his fight with Tang Lan raised an area of 10,000 meters to the ground. But the Pope's palace at the core was not damaged at all. The bodies of the soul masters in the Pope's palace and Wuhan palace were all shining with golden light, protecting them from harm. It was Jian Daoliu who took action. To be more precise. Angelic power. Tang Lan glanced at the golden lightsaber in Jian Daoliu's hand. That should be the artifact Angel Holy Sword. I wonder if Jian Daoliu used the angelic power to deal with him during the fight just now? It's really hard to say. After all, I have a 400,000-year-old soul ring, 9 700,000-year-old soul rings, and a million-year-old soul ring. Even the current level 98 enhanced version of Tang Hao is not as powerful as him when it comes to the explosion of the Great Samurai Hammer. As for the blank slate version of Tang Hao, the big Samurai Hammer can even hit Bibi Dong, who has just become a god. It makes no sense. Jian Daoliu can take Tang Lan's blow at will, right? Compared with these veteran level 99 players, there is still a gap in strength. After all, my big Samurai Hammer can only explode with one blow. Anyone who can reach level 99 has some kind of magical connection. But Jian Daoliu's journey has come to an end, and I'm only level 82, so there's still a lot of room for improvement. Sooner or later, we'll beat this guy to death. Thinking room. The bear demon and others woke up, showing the ecstasy of surviving the disaster. Meet the great worshipper. Meet the great worshipper. Meet the great worshipper. Compared to the gratitude of everyone in Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong, who was also rescued, gritted her teeth and stared at Jian Daoliu. There was undisguised disgust and hatred on his face. Her immortal body has been opened. Does she need you to save her? Anyway, Bibi Dong is absolutely amazing. I won't accept this. Because you are his descendant, I will give you a chance. Jian Daoliu said now, hand over everything in the Tang sect, and I'll be honest with you. Oh haha. With everything being beaten like this, is there still a way to get out of the way? It seems that the relationship between Jian Daoliu and Tang Chen is a bit like both enemies and friends. But in other respects, it's far behind. The golden light just now protected the soul masters of Wuhan Hall. Those contestants are all out of control. Tang Lan glanced at it. Even with the protection of the leading teacher, the losses were heavy. These are the future, the backbone of the fight against the Spirit Empire, and they cannot be damaged like this. Anyway, the reset is enabled, so let's brush up on personal relationships. Tang Lan activated the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone of life, spewing out a large amount of vitality. Green light balls fell one after another, allowing the seriously injured to regenerate their severed limbs, and even those who had just breathed their lives to open their eyes again. Soul Bone Skill Life Grace. Release all the stored vitality, apply grace to a large area, and revive all life. Click. The Soul Bone Technique mark copied from the double pupil of the left eye is broken, and the Soul Bone Technique reset is activated. Tang Lan flickered on the spot and reset to his peak state. Looking at Jian Daoliu, his eyes were filled with fighting intent. This made Jian Daoliu frown. Displeased. Even if you have time-based soul bone skills, the Great Samurai Hammer can only explode once more, and it is impossible to hurt me. Why struggle in vain? What I said is still valid. Hand over the Tang sect and let you return to Haoshan sect. This is my last bit of patience, so I can take care of myself. Jian Daoliu thought that he was lenient enough. But Tang Lan doesn't intend to accept it. With the grass in his left hand and the hammer in his right hand, all the soul bones in his body were activated to bless himself, and he ran the 9 turns golden body art with all his strength, glowing with golden light all over his body. Killed directly towards Jian Daoliu. Jian Daoliu sighed quietly, with a look of helplessness on his face. But his subordinates did not hesitate at all, and the divine weapon Angel Holy Sword faced the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer. Boom, equals. Tang Lan, who had no explosive ring, was actually at a stalemate with Jian Daoliu. Jian Daoliu was surprised, but also felt a little familiar. Superimposed on spiritual power? Are you Bo Sixie's disciple? Qian Daoliu said firmly. No one in this world can use mental power better than her. I remembered it. Tang Lan grinned and said, are you the licking dog that Sister Xi mentioned before, who failed to pursue her and then sent his men to attack Poseidon Island? Qian Daoliu's expression froze. What the hell? Xier. Do you think of him that way? No. Qian Daoliu said subconsciously, it was the traitor who attacked Poseidon Island in the first place. Whoops. Tang Lan took advantage of Qian Dao's loss of consciousness and shot Qian Kun's soul breaking directly between his eyebrows. Pity. Qian Daoliu's forehead lit up with a golden angel mark, turning into a layer of light to protect it, stopping Qian Kun from breaking his soul for a moment. Although it was broken immediately. But it also gave Qian Daoliu time to react, and he turned his head to avoid the fatal blow. There was a deep blood mark on his left cheek. The long-lost pain and blood made Qian Daoliu wake up from the memory of the past. He stared at Tang Lan with sharp eyes, sullen. How dare this person? He was so merciful that he spared your life, but he dared to sneak attack on you? If it had been anyone else, they would have been burned to ashes by the holy light. But Tang Lan is his descendant and her disciple. Qian Daoliu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. She said in a deep voice, for the sake of Tang Chen and Bo Sixie, I will give it to you again. This time Tang Lan didn't even finish listening. Open the restricted release of the double pupil, and the skill bar can be copied at will within an hour. Directly copied 3 Life Souls Blue Silver Emperor and 2 Lei Yanbing Haoshan Hammer Martial Souls. Then open the 2 heads and 3 arms of the supernatural power, and use the Lei Yanbing Haoshan Hammer in one hand. Directly killed Qian Daoliu. The 4 Life Soul Blue Silver Emperors all lit up, and their soul skills began to fly around. Ancient Tree of Life X4. Life Restricted Area X4. The entire area of the Papal Palace was shrouded in green pollen. Martial Spirit True Form ×4. A huge amount of vitality gathered to bless Tang Lan. Juling ×4. 4 Juling Blue Silver Emperors were thrown towards Qian Daoliu, targeting the souls. This time, Qian Daoliu couldn't bear it anymore. I tolerate you again and again, you don't even know how to respect your elders, right? 9 soul rings, 6 black and 3 red, lit up. Although not as bright as Tang Lan's blood-red body, the momentum was overwhelming. Seeing the 7th soul ring light up. Buzz. A circle of bloody domain enveloped Qian Daoliu, extinguishing the lit soul rings. Killing Field Forbidden Demon. Qian Daoliu's expression remained unchanged, a circle of golden light rippled under his feet, and a golden seraph silhouette rose behind him. Angel Realm. Its unique purification ability, with Qian Daoliu's almost demigod strength, can forcefully hold up a small area. Let the 7th soul ring light up again. But. Buzz. Black Hole Field. Buzz. Soul Realm. Buzz. Blue Silver Life Domain. Buzz. Thunder God's Realm, Prototype. Buzz. Snow Dance in the Ice Realm. Devouring Energy, Weakening Soul, Reducing Status, Paralyzing with Thunder, Freezing with Ice and Snow. The Ultimate Soul, the Ultimate Life, the Ultimate Thunder, the Ultimate Ice. Directly to Qian Daoliu's Angel Domain, he was autistic on the spot. The 7th soul ring that lit up was extinguished again. Qian Daoliu finally showed an expression of astonishment. Not you. Chapter 310, Trap Out the God of Destruction. Tang Lan must die. Qian Daoliu looked at the 7th soul ring that was destroyed again, and the calmness on his face was no longer there. 6. Shu, X.com. No. Counting the killing field, these are 6 fields, right? And the intensity of each domain is extremely high, at least 2 of which are on par with his angel domain. That is Demigod Realm. How come Tang Lan, Contra Soul, is in the realm of demigods? The remaining areas are almost all areas of 3 evolutions. The only weak point in the Black Hole Realm is that it can even wipe out the purification ability of his angel realm. This. Qian Daoliu held the Holy Angel Sword high in his hand, and thousands of golden lights fell from the sky, melting all the attacks that were illuminated. Divine skill Holy Light shines. He intercepted Tang Lan and looked at Qian Daoliu across the beam of light. Qian Daoliu put away his pity and his eyes gradually became cold. Originally, for the sake of Tang Chen and Bo Sixie, even if he knew that Tang Lan was the successor of Poseidon, he was prepared to let them go. After all, granddaughter Xioxiu seems to have a good sense of Tang Lan. And the angel god and the Poseidon are both first-level gods, so it's hard to say who is afraid of the other. But Tang Lan's current talent has completely surpassed Jian Rongxiu's. If you let him become the god of the sea. Even if Jian Rongxiu really inherited the angelic power, could she suppress this monster? Jian Daoliu has the answer in his heart. So, no matter what happens today, we cannot let this son leave Wuhan City. Otherwise, it will be a big problem in the future. Thinking like this, the angelic holy sword in Qian Daoliu's hand glowed brightly, and the two wings on the gauntlet released thousands of rays of light. It can be clearly seen that countless golden rays of light fall from the sky. It's the sun. The two major attributes of holiness and flame fell into the angelic holy sword from the sun, and the sword light extended 500 meters. Magical skill, holy sword of the sun. It's a killing move, no chance given. Tang Lan's 6 domains were easily cut open layer by layer. I thought I could easily kill Tang Lan directly. Kang. The 3 Lei Yan Haoshan hammers overlapped and managed to resist the red-gold sword light, but they also pressed Tang Lan to the ground. This surprised Jian Daoliu. The magical skill that I was bound to win was actually blocked? Stunned. 3 phantoms jumped out of Tang Lan's body. Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Xiao Lei attacked Qian Daoliu from 3 directions with ultimate attributes in hand. Originally Qian Daoliu didn't care much. But when the ultimate ice and ultimate thunder fall on his angel shield, the turbulent light shield was crumbling, which made Qian Daoliu even more surprised. These souls, the damage is so high? Wait. Qian Daoliu's demigod-level angelic mind swept through it and discovered that the age of these 3 souls was 400,000 years, 700,000 years, and the terrifying 1,000,000 years. Is this Tang Lan's soul? No wonder the bloody soul rings on this guy are so damn good, right? But the more evil Tang Lan behaves, the harder it is to keep him. The holy sword of the sun turned around. The 3 souls of the Ice Emperor are not as strong and durable as Tang Lan. It turned directly into flowing light and retracted into Tang Lan's body. Qian Daoliu pointed the holy sun sword forward, and his whole body erupted with intense light. Behind him, the seraphim martial spirit spread its wings of light, and the golden flame burned so hard that the air was distorted. They turned into 4 golden sword lights, crossed into a rice character in the air, and suppressed Tang Lan below. Divine skill angel light slash. Tang Lan looked up at the golden sword light and knew that he couldn't withstand the blow. Even if the Lei Yan Bing Haoshan hammer is a divine weapon and the material is hard enough, the golden flame can still burn him to death. After all, he is just Contra. Although it is possible to unleash a peerless Douluo attack, it is too late to explode the ring now. The wisest choice now is to turn on the blood escape technique to dodge. But Tang Lan didn't. He threw the Lei Yan Bing Haoshan hammer one after another. The 36-ton mass of a single handle was pressed against the angel light slash, but it could only slow down its fall. Seeing that Tang Lan was about to be killed. In the long unsealed god of destruction mark on his right hand, the god of destruction's consciousness finally couldn't hold it any longer. The heir is about to die, how can you bear this? The god of destruction's consciousness rushed out of the god of destruction mark, and a mighty war hammer condensed in his hand, blocking Tang Lan. New 69 book bar. Watch it. This hammer. It will be very handsome. The god of destruction's consciousness waved the war hammer, rising from the ground like a meteor chasing the moon. The ultimate black light shone in the world, swallowing up everything. All things. Tang Lan could not prove that the powerful angel light slash was as fragile as glass when faced with this hammer without any skills. It shattered into golden light that filled the sky, and turned into golden rain that danced away. But the hammer that destroyed the consciousness of the god of destruction continued to attack Qian Daoliu with unabated force, making his expression serious to the extreme. If you don't handle it carefully, you may die. There was no hesitation. Qian Daoliu held the angel holy sword high. Different from the previous golden light, it carried an aura of dignity that made people want to kneel down. At the same time, in a palace several kilometers away, golden light with the same noble aura soared into the sky, then fell rapidly and collided with the consciousness of the god of destruction. Oh! The god of destruction said unexpectedly, how many years has this birdman been dead, and he still has so much angelic power. But if you dare to touch the successor of this god, you will die. The consciousness of the god of destruction bloomed with black light, which competed with, offset, and swallowed up the golden light. Both of them are consuming a lot of each other. Qian Daoliu's eyes were filled with pain, but he had no choice but to hold on. If you can't stop him, he will die. It doesn't matter if he dies. But without the big offering, who will open up the inheritance of the angel god? Therefore, we can only grit our teeth and hold on. Fortunately. After all, the consciousness of the god of destruction is just a ray of consciousness, and it has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. But the angelic power has always been nourished by the power of faith. The consciousness of the god of destruction was forcibly rubbed away, and his figure became illusory. I can only stop unhappy. Upon seeing this, Qian Daoliu also hurriedly stopped the output. This angel consumes too much divine power, and it will be difficult for Zioxiu to inherit the divine power in the future. Tisk. The god of destruction curled his lips and said. If it weren't for the connection with the god realm, it would have been severed for some reason. I will shake my body down and destroy you ants. Qian Daoliu was pointed at his nose and slapped, but he was unable to say anything. Who allowed his own god to fall? Fortunately, for some reason, the connection with the god realm was severed. Otherwise, the main body will arrive in a matter of seconds and wipe out the Wuhan palace. So, Qian Daoliu chose to remain silent instead of using the power of his words. Otherwise, what if the god of destruction's consciousness explodes and he forces the connection to be opened? The god of destruction's consciousness also found it boring to see Qian Daoliu not retaliate when he scolded him. Turning to look at Tang Lan. Hey, this ray of spiritual consciousness has been consumed too much and is about to dissipate. Boy, how much did you understand from that sky-shattering hammer just now? Tang Lan blinked. Comprehension. What happened? You just swung the hammer, and you neither gave me the technique nor transferred the memory. He can understand a hammer. The god of destruction realized it with hindsight and scratched his head. That's fine. I'm going to teach you the hammer of the Oscara. It's up to you how much you can understand. The god realm has lost contact for some reason, and you will have to rely on yourself from now on. Don't die, little one. Finished. OK glanced coldly at Qian Daoliu. If after the connection with the god realm is established, I don't see this kid coming up, and one of your angels comes up, I will kill one of you. And then, the consciousness of the god of destruction turned into a black light and penetrated into Tang Lan's eyebrows. Integrate into the soul. While strengthening his soul, he also brought the 3 world-destroying hammers. But now is not the time for enlightenment. Tang Lan looked at Qian Daoliu. The murderous intent in the latter's eyes was not concealed at all. As for the threat of destroying God's consciousness just now? That's for the future. If Tang Lan is not killed now, the spirit hall will be destroyed within 100 years. So, today, Tang Lan will die. Ha ha ha. Chapter 311 Tang Chen appears. God of Angels Mysterious Angel Judgment. Chapter 311 Tang Chen appears. The mysteries of the God of Angels and the judgment of angels. Ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter resounded throughout the world. It also made Qian Daoliu's murderous intent stagnant in his eyes. He suddenly looked back and saw that face he hadn't seen for 100 years. The pupils are dilating. Qian Daoliu, you can't do this either. Tang Chen grinned and said. Don't just let your son attack Poseidon Island. You want your dog to blame Ziohao for your wife's death. Qian Daoliu just remained silent. His expression fluctuated violently. 3 parts doubt, 3 parts emotion, 3 parts relief, and 91 points of vigilance. Tang Chen has disappeared for 100 years, and the Haoshan sect has been surrounded and suppressed by Wuhan Palace, and there is no news about it. Today the Tang sect came to make a big fuss in Wuhan City and suddenly showed up? No. It should be because of Tang Chen's presence that the Tang sect dared to come to Wuhan City. So, the one who comes here is not kind. Not seen for 100 years. Tang Chen must have gone looking for the inheritance of the gods because of what Bo Sixi said. Return now. I wonder if I have become a god? Qian Daoliu cannot be sure. Who are you? Bibi Dong said angrily, who are you calling a dog? Isn't it because of Tang Hao that Jian Sunji was seriously injured? Tang Chen's eyes sharpened. No action has been taken yet. Qian Daoliu moved faster and knocked Bibi Dong away with a wave of his hand. It was smashed in the square. There was a deep pit. He opened his mouth and vomited several mouthfuls of blood, and his breath weakened a lot. I lay in the pit for a long time without being able to get up. Seriously injured. Qian Daoliu actually took action and seriously injured his own pope? Lesson learned. Qian Daoliu said seriously. The Haoshan sect is in retreat. I also told my subordinates not to disturb them again. How about we let this matter go? Tang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Qian Daoliu. Something's wrong. Qian Daoliu's behavior was very wrong. Since you will protect her, why? Tang Chen asked bluntly. It made Bibi Dong, who was struggling underneath, feel incredible. Protect her? I didn't realize that I was seriously injured. Was it close? But what she didn't expect even more was. She is the mother of my granddaughter. Qian Daoliu said calmly, for Schwetter, if you want to kill her today, then we will have no choice but to fight to the death. It's a secret that few people know about in Wuhan Palace, so you just say that? Bibi Dong, whose scars were uncovered, was more vigilant than angry. The things Kyung Sunji did were considered a shame by Qian Daoliu, who had a high self-esteem. Why would you explain it so publicly? There must be only one reason, this new person is very strong. It was so strong that Qian Daoliu was not sure, so he could only comfort him with words. That's it. Tang Chen nodded and said, for the sake of keeping your promise for 100 years, let her clarify it to Xiao Hao, and let's forget about it for now. Qian Daoliu lowered his head and looked at Bibi Dong. Without saying a word. But with Bibi Dong's intelligence, she understood the meaning instantly. Bibi Dong's pride made her resist cooperating. The situation is stronger than the person, what can she do? If you don't want to die, you can only do it. She looked at Bai He's camera and said abruptly. The former Pope Jian Sunji led the members of Wuhan Palace to hunt down Tang Hao's wife, a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Forcing the opponent to sacrifice himself to help Tang Hao break through the titled Douluo. In grief, Jian Sunji was seriously injured, but not killed. Then there was a conflict within Wuhan Hall, which led to Kyung Sunji's death. At that time, I hurriedly took over the position of Pope and had to divert the conflict externally, so I took action against the Haoshan sect. On the edge. Tang Hao looked at Bibi Dong's unconvinced look, but still wanted to clarify for himself. Eyes full of tears. New 69 book bar. How many years? How many years has he fantasized about this scene? I thought there was no hope in this life. But Tang Lan's mutated twin martial souls gave Tang Hao a glimmer of hope. I didn't expect that my elders would come forward and do it directly. Really? It's so cool. Then it sounds like the problem is all yours. Tang Chen squinted at Qian Daoliu, tell me, how to compensate? Qian Daoliu fell silent. Just to clarify, it can be said to be respect of equal status. But compensation? Only the defeated party needs to pay compensation for defeat. If this is the case, I will nod. The reputation of Wuhan Palace will plummet. And infinitely raise the status of Haoshan sect and Tang sect to the same status. Even beyond. The power of faith is a necessity for nourishment and angelic power. It is absolutely impossible for Qian Daoliu to give it up to others. Eventually. He waved the angel sword and stared at Tang Chen. Tang Chen understood the meaning of Qian Daoliu. Explore the bottom and see whether it is a fish that dies and a net breaks the net, or a fly that shakes the tree. We haven't fought each other for 100 years, let me see if you are still the invincible one in the sky. Tang Chen laughed and opened his palm, and a bloody sword hilt poked out from the void. A sharp thrust. The blood-red longsword is over 2 meters long. The broadsword body is densely covered with dark gold magic patterns, and is filled with an extremely fierce killing aura. Super artifact Shura demonic sword. Just one glance. Qian Daoliu recognized the Shura demon sword, and his expression became extremely ugly. What Tang Chen inherited was actually the inheritance of God King Shura. To know. The Shura demonic sword is a super artifact. And the angel holy sword is just a magical weapon. Even among the artifact rankings. The angel holy sword originally did not belong to the angel god. It is a secret place in Douluo continent. Countless evil souls and darkness are suppressed under the sword. The former angel god Jian Yuhan, in order to achieve his own divine status. Regardless of the obstruction of Poseidon, the god of the sea, he resolutely pulled out this holy sword. While releasing countless evil and darkness, he also gained god-level power and became the god of angels. Precisely because the Angel Holy Sword is not an artifact refined by Qian Yuhan himself, it is just a borrowed power. Therefore, in the ranking of artifacts, the Angel Holy Sword is at the bottom. Since the artifact side has lost, then we must use all our strength. Qian Daoliu's eyes were sharp. He raised the Holy Angel Sword high and activated the statue of the Angel God in the temple, causing a large amount of angelic power to rise into the sky. Falling on the Angel Holy Sword, it was ignited into a bright holy fire, which condensed into a golden angel shadow behind Qian Daoliu. It is more noble than Sen Daoliu, and its size is as large as 1,000 meters. It is an angel god constructed from the divine power of angels. The same Angel Holy Sword in his hand was raised high, and a light of judgment released by the sun condensed into a huge golden light pillar, falling from the sky towards Tang Chen. This moment, the color of heaven and earth, the golden light overshadowed all the brilliance, leaving nothing else in the eyes of the world. Most people in the continent can look up and see King Dian pillar of light. I just felt that I was as humble as dust, and I had an inexplicable feeling of kneeling down. The mysteries of the God of Angels and the judgment of angels. This is also the strongest blow that Qian Daoliu can unleash with his demigod power and the full power of the masterless angel. Under this blazing light, Tang Chen's movements became sluggish. Compared with Qian Daoliu, Tang Chen didn't have the masterless divine power for him to control. This is a shortcoming. But there is something magical about Tang Chen. Still. God King Shura. Chapter 312 Shura's Magical Skills. Chen Xin and Gurong. Facing the angel judgment of Qian Daoliu. 6. S. UXC. O. M. Tang Chen held up the killing field and briefly protected himself in the golden light beam, followed by shaking the Shura demonic sword. The same 6 black and 3 red soul rings at his feet were broken, and together with the blood-colored Shura divine power, they wrapped around the sword body. An unpretentious thrust forward. Divine skill, extermination. The giant sword formed by the condensed blood pierced the phantom of the angel god behind Qian Daoliu. Golden light emerged, competing with the blood sword. The angelic power that had been accumulated over tens of thousands of years seemed to be flowing down the drain. It's heartbreaking for Qian Daoliu. I calculated it secretly. If he insists on spending more, Tang Chen will definitely not be able to hold on. But since he has the Shura demonic sword, he will definitely not die. At most, it will be seriously injured. With Tang Lan beside him, and with the seriously injured Tang Chen, Qian Daoliu realized that he couldn't kill anyone. But the angel's divine power will be consumed too much, and it will be impossible to open the divine test for 1,000 years. It's completely worth the loss. Not to mention, Tang Lan also has a magical inheritance. Wait. The one who came out to protect Tang Lan just now doesn't seem to be the Poseidon? Qian Daoliu was shocked. This Tang Lan actually won the favor of 2 gods? With such a talent, becoming a god is not a certainty? No. Schwerer must come back as soon as possible and open the Angel 9 exams. Otherwise, once Tang Lan becomes a god, can the Wuhan Palace still exist? I'm afraid that even the inheritance of the Angel God will be cut off. But before that, he had one more thing to make sure of. Tang Chen. Qian Daoliu said solemnly, "What is your current status?" The question was confused. Tang Chen understood. He said truthfully, "I am now a great worshipper of the Shura god, and the city of killing is the place of selection." Qian Daoliu breathed a sigh of relief. Is it just a big offering? That's okay. As we all know, although the great worshipper has a lofty status, it will never be possible to break through level 99 and become a god. Bo Sixi used this to implicitly reject Qian Daoliu. So although Tang Chen is very strong now, but having the power of an angel is not a bad idea. So, let's take a look and see whose descendant will become a god faster. But before that, Qian Daoliu looked down. This is Wuhan City, the headquarters of Wuhan Palace. Qian Daoliu had already taken action. How could the people below just watch? We are encircling and suppressing members of the Tang sect and the Kai Bao glazed sect. But because of the aftermath of the previous battle between Tang Lan and Qian Daoliu, the battlefield was pushed 10,000 meters away to the streets, alleys, shops, and hotels in Wuhan City. Colorful soul skills are flying all over the sky, and titled Douluo are fighting bloody battles in the sky. Abnormally bloody. But the situation. It was the Tang sect that showed the advantage. Chen Xin and Gurong jointly stopped 4 of the 6 elders of Wuhan Palace. The remaining 2 fought against Douluo and Wang Dali, and were beaten to the point of exhaustion by the opponent's various techniques. And the 7 Jinwu formation formed by Xiao Wu's 7 people can kill titled Douluo. That would be a massacre on the battlefield. If it weren't for the people who had to protect the second team, Wuhan City would have been a river of blood. The second team is also not weak. The 7 Jinwu formation, led by Shui Binger, with the boost of numerous 100,000-year-old soul rings, is still able to overwhelm Contra. Zhu Zuqing acted alone. She is like a ghost in the darkness, harvesting a life every time she appears. And at least he is the 7th ringed soul saint. The only exception is Yan, the 5-ring soul king. Pity. Hulina and Xiaoyu were then closely protected by Contra, preventing Zhu Zuqing from taking action. We can only look for other targets. It seems to have achieved great results. But the Wuhan Palace side is not panic at all, they have many people, and they will kill you all. But they don't know. The hearts of the souls of life that light up in the mouths of several people are continuously providing spiritual power. With the quality of 100 times the soul power, it is enough for them to fight for a day and a night. But can Qian Daoliu persist for that long? So now they are just dying in vain. Such an excellent performance from both teams. Let Qian Daoliu's eyes become more murderous. These people must not be allowed to leave Wuhan City intact. Otherwise, it will cause serious trouble in the future. Kill some of the people first, and then negotiate peace with Tang Chen. Make up your mind. Qian Daoliu uses angelic thoughts, transmitting the message to the enshrinement hall. The remaining 5 worshippers came out in full force and headed towards the battlefield. Of course Tang Lan couldn't let them go. 4 ancient trees of life rise from the ground, and the restricted area of life covers the 5 people. He carried 3 thunder flame ice Haoshan hammers and entered the field. I thought he could fight against Qian Daoliu, but these big shrimps with the highest level 97 were easily captured, right? But he ignored the wisdom of mortals. Arrows rained down from the sky, and each strike had level 95 power. Tang Lan's physical body couldn't resist. You can only turn the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer to open the Haoshan body protector. As the prototype of the Thunder God realm unfolds, use the body of water and thunder to melt the arrow rain. The 2 brothers Qianjun Douluo and Demon Conquering Douluo's coiling dragon avatars were already attacking from both sides. The stick is 100 meters long. Let the 2 bodies be 50 meters away, exceeding the radius of the killing field. Tang Lan could only raise the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer, and after it swelled up, he met it with 2 sky-high strikes. The vast sea divine eye emerged, with blue-purple light shining in it. The universe is shattered. The light shot out until the weakest demon conquering Douluo. But he was stopped by a giant lion. It was the level 97 4-servant lion Douluo, who opened his martial spirit avatar and stood in front of him. The 3rd, 4th and 8th soul rings lit up simultaneously, supporting 3 lines of defense and consuming a lot of energy from Qiankan Soul Breaker. In the end, although he still couldn't completely prevent it, he was shot through the chest by the light. But it didn't hurt the vital part. Hold head high. A high-pitched phoenix roar. Qingluan Douluo opened his martial soul true body and transformed into a Qingluan phoenix. Then open the 8th soul skill, the sound of the blue sky and sea of clouds is absolutely stunning. Using sound waves to create a pseudo-vacuum-like realm around Tang Lan, cutting off communication with the energy of heaven and earth. 4 people, 1 defense and 3 offenses. Controlling outside the scope of the killing field, he bombed wildly and stopped Tang Lan's steps, allowing the level 96 light feather Douluo to escape and fly towards the core battlefield. The real body of the weapon soul appeared directly from afar. In this state, if you use all the original soul skills, the power will be nearly doubled. The 8th soul ring lights up. And, super long-range attack skill, which can launch arrows from a wide range underground. It's hard to tell Xiao Wu and others from the first team. But the second team may not be able to guard against it. Don't even think about it. Seeking death. Chen Xin and Gurong shouted loudly at the same time. But the 4 spirit hall elders opposite are not just decorations. They were stopped just now and could only watch the people in Wuhan Hall die. Now they are also breaking out one after another, not seeking to kill the enemy but only seeking to stop them. Let Chen Xin and Gurong experience their feelings. In this regard, Chen Xin and Gurong looked at each other with an unknown meaning in their eyes. Then, the Bone Dragon True Dragon and the Kisha True Body appeared, causing the four elders to light up their 9th soul rings. But the two of them did not attack them. The heart of dust opens and the body and sword become one. Controlling the real body of Kisha, in the eyes of everyone's doubts, he turned back and slashed towards the true form of the bone dragon. Ah! Chapter 313 The sword shatters the bones. Tang Lan's true power. Chen Xin slashed at the true form of the bone dragon. 9 sucks.c. Oh! The four elders were all confused. This internal strife? Although I heard that Chen Xin and Gurong were at odds, they wouldn't directly turn against each other on the battlefield, right? The next moment, the four of them, together with the charged-up light feather Douluo, all felt a chill. Because Kisha's real body was slashed on the bone dragon true dragon, there was no ripple and it merged into it. This shouldn't be the case. Defend with all your strength. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Careful. The four elders of Ghost Leopard Douluo, their hearts were beating wildly. Martial soul avatars and defensive soul skills are being sold for free. After Guangling Douluo hesitated for a moment, he also used his condensed 8th soul skill to attack the bone dragon's true form. Light arrows like a rainstorm flew out from the ground, each strike carrying level 96 power. Logically speaking, the level 95 Gurong should not be able to defend against it. But the dense sword energy emerged on the surface of the bone dragon's true body, countering all the light arrows with attack. It obviously didn't attack the main body. But bone dragon's body lit up with dense cracks. Take a closer look. That cracked bone is like a peerless sword, blooming with a scalp-numbing sword intent. The next moment, the true form of the bone dragon suddenly exploded, turning into thousands of bone swords and shooting towards the four elders and light feather Douluo. The power of every handle is there. Level 97. Martial Soul Fusion Technique Bone-Breaking Swordsmanship. Because of Turtle Douluo, who was ranked first in defense, the turtle's real body was shot into a sieve in an instant. Killed on the spot. This made the 3 Ghost Leopard Douluo behind them lose their souls. To die. Wow! A giant sword of golden light slashed down and turned into a shield to protect the 3 of them. The bone sword shot at the top, causing a lot of waves, but it was still unable to break through. A flash of light. Chen Xin and Gurong appeared in midair, looking up at Dauluo who was taking action. Because I was distracted to save people. The shoulder was injured by the Shura demonic sword, and wisps of blood-colored smoke sizzled, which was very uncomfortable to watch. Die. The other side. Tang Lan directly exploded all the soul rings of the 4 life soul blue silver emperors and the 3 thunder flame ice Haoshan hammers. 3 million years, 35 over 700,000 years, and 3 400,000 years, a total of 41 spirit rings. They all exploded in an instant. Its blooming energy moved both Dauluo and Tang Chen. This is Tang Lan's real peak strike. Facing the over 1,000 meter Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer, the 4 Lion Douluo who intercepted Tang Lan only had endless despair in their eyes. Can't stop it. It can't be stopped at all. Even if the second enshrined golden crocodile Douluo comes, all he can do is wait for death. Unless it is. Buzz. The angelic statue enshrined in the hall inspired thousands of feet of golden light to fly over, clashing with the 1,000-meter thunder flame ice Haoshan hammer. But unlike Tang Chen's mutual confrontation, this time the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer is advancing. Can't stop it. Dauluo was shocked. Although he was just borrowing it, it was the power of an angel. Tang Lan is immortal. What a talented soul Douluo. Why is it stronger than Tang Chen holding the Shura demon sword? Fortunately. After all, Lion Douluo and the others were given time to escape. He quickly jumped thousands of meters away and escaped from Tang Lan's attack range. This made Tang Lan very unhappy. Holding the handle of the hammer with 3 hands, he turned around and smashed it towards the Pope's palace below. Thousands of streams trembled on the surface. Glancing at Tang Chen, who had an unkind expression on the other side, he understood that if he took action again, he would really have to start a full-blown war. That result. Dauluo could only watch helplessly as the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer bombarded the Pope's palace, causing the entire area of 10,000 meters in radius to collapse. Only one building, the Enshrinement Hall, managed to stand in the light of the angel's power and was not bulldozed. Not far away. Bibi Dong, who was unable to observe the battle due to serious injuries, had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. But he escaped a disaster because of this. But The only thing left in Niudazhuan Hall is the enshrinement hall. Where does she have the face of the Pope? He was seriously injured and his mood fluctuated violently. Pfft! A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and his vision went dark and he fainted. Hulina woke up with a fright and hugged her teacher's waist. Tang Lan looked at the sky in the distance, with an incomprehensible meaning in his eyes. Just when everyone was shocked by Tang Lan's powerful blow. The ninth elder with the lowest ranking in the elder hall. He was lined up behind Turtle Douluo. I thought I was dead. After being rescued by Qiandaoliu Extreme, he now saw Tang Lan's world-destroying blow. The whole person was stunned. Not found at all. I am being targeted again. A palm-sized soul-breaking sniper armor-piercing bullet passed through his weapon soul's true body and shattered the body-protecting soul power. The second one came one after another, completely shattering the protective soul power, falling on his left eyeball, and most of it got stuck in the eye socket. The third one hit the bottom and completely penetrated his eye socket, blowing out his brain. It fell straight to the ground. He didn't react until he died. Boom, equals. The roar of the sniper rifle resounded throughout the world. On the roof of a hotel building below, Tang San raised the barret in his hand and made a throat-slitting motion towards the spirit hall. I am Tang San, Sniper Douluo. Even though a titled Douluo died in Wuhan Palace, no one dared to make any changes. Everyone is waiting. Waiting for Qiandaoliu, the spiritual pillar of Wuhan Palace, to make the final decision. Qiandaoliu held the angel holy sword and looked at Tang Chen. There was only helplessness in his eyes. Because... Click! Tang Lan's evil eye in his right eye shattered open, and he activated his soul bone reset skill, switching back to its full power. The blood-red soul ring fell silent to Qiandaoliu. Still coming? You've exploded twice in just 1 hour. It can also explode. Qiandaoliu sighed silently. The situation is over. Are you giving up now? Tang Chen said unexpectedly, I still have 2 things to prepare, but I haven't uncovered them yet. 2 hands? Qiandaoliu knew that one of them was the Haoshan sect who had not shown up yet. Can be used second hand. Qiandaoliu remembered the interception Bibi Dong mentioned. Could it be? Bo Sixi is here too. Qiandaoliu said hoarsely. There is no need for Tang Chen to speak. Bo Sixi, wearing a red dress, appeared in a flash, holding Tang Chen's arm and casting a scrutinizing look at Qiandaoliu. Although he didn't say anything. But it made Qiandaoliu feel sad. At this moment, he just felt embarrassed. But there is nowhere to escape. All Qiandaoliu could do was close his eyes. Tiredly said, tell me your conditions. Neither Tang Chen nor Bo Sixi spoke. Tang Lan put away his martial soul and soul rings, floated in front of Tang Chen and the others, and looked at Qiandaoliu who opened his eyes in surprise. Qiandaoliu never expected that the speaker would be Tang Lan? Shouldn't it be? Is it not Tang Chen or the Haoshan sect who is behind everything that is happening now? But the young man in front of me years. No. Impossible. How old is Tang Lan? Qiandaoliu doesn't want to believe this is possible. The next moment, Tang Lan just said one sentence, and Qiandaoliu was completely broken. Just listen. There is another chapter in the evening. Chapter 314, Seed Land and Pay Compensation. Skin and Fleece. Although it is the victorious party. 6. S. U. Kai. C. O. M. But Qiandaoliu is Qian Rongxiu's grandfather after all, so Tang Lan's attitude is still polite. Hello, great worshipper. I have 3 conditions. If you can agree to them, Tangman can withdraw. Withdraw? You have to agree to the conditions before you can withdraw? This is completely a victorious attitude, asking for compensation from the defeated party. Qiandaoliu has been in Douluo continent for more than 100 years, but this is the first time he feels such a humiliating experience. He clenched the angel holy sword, and the veins on the back of his hand burst. He glanced at Tang Chen and Bo Sixi. He was full of reluctance. Even if there was only one of them. He used up all his angelic power, and he was still able to fight. As for Tang Lan's exaggerated, super demigod level burst. After all, it was just a flash in the pan and could not last. There are ways to deal with it. But Tang Lan, Tang Chen and Bo Sixi are one, and Qiandaoliu has no chance at all. The reason why he can still talk to him now is that he is afraid that Douluo will be forced into a desperate one-for-one exchange. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He is cherishing his life. Douluo smiled bitterly. Suddenly he let go of his hand, and the angel holy sword fell to the ground and inserted above the ruined Wuhan Hall. The originally flowing golden hair turned pale from the roots, and spread to the ends of the hair in a few breaths. It can be seen how broken his mentality is. But his demeanor is still proud, and he raised his head and looked at Tang Lan. Tell me your conditions. This magnanimity made Tang Lan give a thumbs up. If Douluo was his elder, there would be nothing to say. It's a pity that he is an enemy. Tang Lan waved to Bai He, who turned around and left. Go to broadcast other locations. It's the last respect for Douluo. I won't waste more words. Tang Lan said directly. First, the Spirit Hall will hand over all the branches of the Tiandu Empire, and the Tang sect will be the Tang sect Academy's resident, and all the Soul Master information will be transferred. Douluo's eyes jumped. Ceding land as compensation right away, and directly cutting off half of the Spirit Hall's power? It's too cruel. But the situation is stronger than people, and Douluo has no right to refuse. He can only choose to close his eyes, which is considered to be tacitly accepting this condition. This is very straightforward, and the position is set quickly. Tang Lan continued. Second, the information accumulated by the Spirit Hall over the past 10,000 years will be copied by our Tang sect. Third, I will prepare to open a new sect ranking competition to redetermine the ranking of the top 3 sects and the bottom 4 sects. This time, the Tang sect and the Spirit Hall will jointly host it. Douluo suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at Tang Lan in surprise with his eyes like swords. Jointly host the sect ranking competition? Tang Lan is. Douluo's eyes flickered a few times and he understood. The goal of the Tang sect is not to be one of the top 3 sects, but to be on par with the Spirit Hall, even surpass it, or even replace it. The two parties jointly held this sect ranking competition and became the referees of the 7 major sects evaluation. It is to announce to the world that the Tang sect and the Spirit Hall are superior to the 7 major sects. Perhaps it is because of this. In today's battle, the Haoshan sect never showed up. With the ancestor Tang Chen here, how dare the Haoshan sect disobey? This Tang Lan. From the beginning, the current situation was anticipated. He is too confident. Okay. Douluo responded, when will the sect ranking competition be held? 1 year later. Tang Lan had already prepared, in the next period of time, there are a lot of things to be delivered, and it's not good to be too hasty. Douluo nodded, and the matter was settled. Tang Lan smiled. He also gave the order straightforwardly. Tang sect members, gather at the east gate outside Wuhan City. Yes. Douluo and Wang Dali held their heads high and walked away with the members of Team 1 and Team 2. The members of Wuhan Hall, who suffered heavy losses, could only watch. They didn't even dare to show their anger. After all, the great worshipper Douluo had admitted defeat. Whoever shows up now will be killed. Behind the crowd, Bibi Dong had already woken up, and with the support of Hulina, she looked at the departing Tang sect from afar. Her eyes were full of reluctance and madness. Power. She wanted stronger power. She would personally take back all the shame today in the future. Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong followed closely behind. This time, they had offended the Spirit Hall severely. From now on, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the Tang sect would be completely tied up. But Ning Fengzi was smiling. Today, the Tang sect was stronger than the Spirit Hall, which was enough to prove too many things. Not to mention that the Tang sect also had 2 killing weapons, firearms, and souls. When they took over the Tiandu Empire after being divided into different halls, he can compete with Wuhan Palace with a little precipitation. Coupled with the advantage of top-level combat power. Instead, time is not far away. Then let's talk. I'll take my leave first. Tang Lan slightly cupped his hands. Taking Tang Hao with him, he turned into blood and left. Tang Chen and Bo Sixi were left behind to communicate with their 3 old friends Douluo. Tang Chen looked at the white-haired Douluo and shook his head. 100 years have passed and you are still so arrogant. Victory and defeat are common matters in military affairs. Why are you so anxious? Relax, I won't be able to do it again anyway. Douluo remained silent, but something was wrong with his eyes. You, Tang Chen, have a beautiful woman in your arms and many talented offspring, so you blocked my door and beat me up, and then asked me to relax? Why didn't you realize before that you, an old boy, are so inhuman? Bo Sixi patted Tang Chen on the shoulder, her eyes a bit reproachful. At any rate, I used to be friends with Jian Daoliu. The original intention was to make Tang Chen less arrogant. But in Jian Daoliu's view, she was flirting in front of him. Even though he has cultivated for more than 100 years, his energy and blood are still surging. What's going on? I have ceded the land to pay compensation, but you still want to kill the dog here? Seeing that the two of them had no intention of leaving, Jian Daoliu said bluntly, Wuhan City is in ruins and waiting for renovation, so we will not receive you too. Ah, you can do whatever you want. Tang Chen hugged Bo Sixi and said carelessly, this level has come to an end. Even if you are a great worshipper, you can't become a god. Now our mission is to wander around. That's called chic. But are you sure this isn't just showing off? Jian Daoliu couldn't stay any longer. He flapped his wings behind his back and walked away. Tang Chen showed a proud smile. You little brat, if you didn't remind me that you couldn't become a god. Otherwise, how could he and Bo Sixi have separated for hundreds of years before they achieved enlightenment? Okay. Bo Sixi said with a smile, I know you are very proud now, but don't be too proud. You are still looking for the successor of God Shura. Mention this. Tang Chen scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed to tell Bo Sixi. Tang Lan has opened the 9 tests of Shura God. How can you argue with your wife to fight for the successor to God? Never mind. It's better to let that little brat Tang Lan make his own choice. I heard that Jian Daoliu guy mentioned that he had a wine cellar with a wine cellar. He also said he would treat me to a drink when he had time. It's been 100 years, there should be some good bars. Let's go find him and have a few drinks. Good guy. You just peeled off a layer of someone's skin, and now you have to pluck out the wool? Rather. Bo Sixi didn't feel anything was wrong and nodded in agreement with a smile. If Tang Chen wanted to do it, she would accompany him. That's all. Then Jian Daoliu, who originally planned to be quiet, looked at Tang Chen and Bo Sixi who came uninvited, and the veins on his forehead jumped. Are you sick? Just now we were fighting to death, now you come over to drink? Hey! Tang Chen put his arms around Jian Daoliu's shoulders, don't be so stingy. Take out your bottle of wine quickly. We won't come home until we're drunk today. Jian Daoliu's brows jumped. I wanted to fall out with Tang Chen. But with just one word from Bo Sixi, Jian Daoliu changed his mind. Just listen. Chapter 315 Sniper Douluo. Tang Xiao is here. The Wuhan Palace was hammered in the morning. Tang Li's newspaper will be distributed in the afternoon. Shocked. Wuhan Palace will cede territory for compensation, completely withdraw from the Tiandu Empire, and hand it over to the control of the Tang sect. The peerless Douluo appears. The showdown between the great priest of Wuhan Palace and the ancestor of Haoshan sect. Master Tang, knowledge is power, Contra's body is comparable to that of a demigod. Master Tang swung his hammer at the Pope's palace, almost leveling the Wuhan Palace. The Tang sect is on par with the Wuhan Palace and monopolizes the Tiandu Empire. Haoshan sect has been wronged for more than 10 years. Clear your name today. They all praise the Tang sect. But it's the Tang sect's own newspaper. If not the Tang sect, who will? Strive to make Tang Menshi famous in terms of writing. The black pot was given to Haoshan sect by Wuhan Palace. The battle was caused by Bibi Dong not wanting the Tang sect to rise, so she specially invited people to come to Wuhan City to have a dog fight behind closed doors. Even before all the little moves made by Wuhan Palace against Tangmen and spirit transferring pagoda were revealed. Tangmen was on the passive side throughout the whole process, standing on the moral high ground. It is the party forced to fight back. These remarks were spread across the board. The world easily accepted the idea that Tiandu Empire belongs to the Tang sect. Tang Master is a genius. He founded the Tang sect but was worried about it by the Wuhan Palace. These compensations are all deserved. Who says otherwise? It can only be said that the current Pope of Wuhan Palace is just a jealous woman. But Wuhan Palace has completely withdrawn from the Tiandu Empire, and there will be free awakening and soul master subsidies in the future. Are you stupid? There is also the Tang sect. The Tang sect can even cultivate level 0 innate soul power into a soul master, but you still need to awaken. The financial source of free awakening and soul master subsidies is originally funded by the two empires. Look. All the plagues of the martial soul branch halls have been changed to Tangman Academy. Wow! All soul master subsidies have been doubled. Real. How can the announcement be fake? Master Tang is mighty. Master Tang is awesome. He holds a powerful tool of public opinion such as Tang Li newspaper. Plus the promise of benefits to civilian soul masters. The handover of the Wuhan branch hall went very smoothly. There was one who would rather die than surrender, and then he died. The best solution was the one that could be solved below. What could not be solved was solved by Tang Lan with a blood escape technique. After 2 days of high profile, Tang Li newspaper began to use other topics to divert people's attention. Haoshan sect patriarch, the invincible Tang Chen on the ground. Revealing Tang Chen, the great worshipper of the city of slaughter. Traveling around the world to find the inheritor of the gods. Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu drinking in front of the worship hall, are they enemies or friends? The rise of the Kai Bao Liulai sect, Wuhan fusion skill sword broken bone sorrow, killing Wuhan Hall elder turtle Douluo. Tang sect and Wuhan Hall jointly held, sect ranking competition 1 year later. A series of gossip information. Quickly diverted people's attention, found the melons they were interested in, and ate them fiercely. This is not enough. Tang sect firearms show their power. Barrett sniped the 9th elder of Spirit Hall. Tang San, the younger brother of Master Tang, the first 5-ring Spirit King sniped a titled Douluo. Tang San was awarded the title, Sniper Douluo. The first titled Douluo below level 90. He praised Tang San a lot. It satisfied his vanity. He was floating all day walking. However, there were some strange noises. Tang sect of the Heaven Do Empire, versus Wuhan Hall of the Star Luo Empire, is this the rhythm of going to war? Hey, hey, hey! What is the Wuhan Hall of the Star Luo Empire? Yes. We in the Star Luo Empire also want Tang sect to move in. What the Wuhan Hall can do, Tang sect can do. On the contrary, Wuhan Hall can't do it, so what's your turn? Do I need to choose? Of course it's double the subsidy. You are really wise. Because of this double subsidy, some civilian soul masters are eager to trek to the Heaven Do Empire. Although Wuhan Hall is in a mess, it is still working. Soon, it communicated with the Star Luo Empire. The Soul Master subsidy doubled, which stabilized this wave of Soul Master outflow. In this bombardment, the elite competition that decided the result was not paid attention to by many people. There was a big commotion outside. As the protagonist, Tang Lan, and his group were leisurely and arrived near the Xingda spiritual tower. Except Tang Hao, who was sent back to the Yin-Yang Eyes early to reunite with Yin. All the people in the Battle of Wuhan City were here. Brother Lan, it's very lively outside, are we just going to walk slowly? Ning Fengzi asked in confusion. Tang Lan smiled mysteriously. No explanation. Storage ring and blood escape technique, many people can be transferred quickly. He deliberately delayed the return speed, naturally there is a plan. But it's not easy to tell Ning Fengzi. It's rare to experience a big battle, so just travel around and relax. Tang Lan teased, it also gives some people a chance to jump out. Ning Fengzi's attention was completely on the second half of the sentence. Some people? Now that the Tang sect is in its heyday, who dares to jump out and make trouble? The Tang sect is rising rapidly. The only one he has offended is the White Tiger sect that has been annexed. Are there any other enemies? Just thinking. A figure blocked the front of the team. The pressure is very strong. Wang Dali shouted, it's a titled Douluo. Instantly. Everyone looked at him vigilantly, and each of them was ready for battle. But they were still relaxed. Now this team, even if Qian Daoliu led the team personally, has the strength to fight. There is only one opponent, nothing to be afraid of. Tang Lan walked out of the carriage and looked at the newcomer. He was more than 2 meters tall, with a strong back and waist, and a face with a knife and an axe under his short grey hair. His eyes were like torches and piercing. The light flashed. He summoned his martial soul, and this provocative action made everyone relax. Because the martial soul of the opponent is the Clear Sky Hammer. Under the heavens. Except for Tang Hao's lineage, the only other holders of the Clear Sky Hammer can be the Clear Sky sect that has been secluded for 100 years. Come to see me. Tang Lan said, you rest here and set off later. Jump off the carriage. Tang Lan used his mental power to support himself and floated in front of the middle-aged man. Who is this from Haoshan sect? Tang Lan said calmly. The middle-aged man had been looking at Tang Lan and smiled with satisfaction. I am Tang Xiao, the current leader of Haoshan sect and the elder brother of Tang Hao. You can just call me uncle. Well. Tang Lan didn't feel much about the sudden appearance of an uncle at the titled Douluo level. He no longer needed a titled Douluo to support him. Tang sect was also on the right track and was about to develop rapidly. It was not a good thing for Tang Xiao to come out at this time. Are you here to see your father? Tang Lan said politely, I can give you your father's communication number. This calm look made Tang Xiao frown. Tang Lan's attitude was not right. Chapter 316 Tang Lan, Kilchian Daolio with great momentum. Tang Xiao originally thought. Due to his uncle's status, Tang Lan should at least be more respectful. But now it seems. This famous Master Tang in the mainland does not seem to want to recognize him as his uncle. Tang Xiao is an upright and straightforward person. He asked on the spot, don't you want to recognize me as your uncle? This face-to-face questioning should at least make ordinary juniors feel a little terrified. Tang Lan nodded directly. Back then, my father was hunted by the Spirit Hall. The Haoshan sect chose to expel my father from the sect in order to protect itself. This is understandable. But my father did nothing wrong. It was the Spirit Hall that bullied him too much. The sect did not choose to protect him because of the power of the Spirit Hall. This is unkind. And you, as my father's eldest brother, can abandon your brother and join the sect. You are a cowardly choice to be a turtle. Although you have preserved the vitality of the Haoshan sect. But for my father, it is unjust. Such an unkind and unjust elder has not done me any favors since I grew up. He only appeared when I was on my feet. Why should I recognize him? The reason why we can have a polite conversation now is because my father has returned to the Haoshan sect and has feelings for the Haoshan sect and you, his eldest brother. Otherwise. Had. A cold laugh. Tang Xiao took a half step back, his expression complicated. Shame, embarrassment, helplessness, anger. Finally it turned into a sigh. Xiao Lan. Can I call you that? Tang Lan nodded without comment. Although he looked down on Tang Xiao, his age was there after all. Respect for elders is still necessary. This made Tang Xiao's expression ease a little. Recollections rose in his eyes, and he sighed inexplicably. Xiao Lan, back then. It was too difficult. The Spirit Hall tried its best, and rashly launching a war could lead to the destruction of the clan. At that time, the ancestor Tang Chen was missing, and the Spirit Hall's sky was invincible with thousands of streams, and no one could contain it. Although I am the master of the sect, I have to respect the opinions of the other 5 elders for such a major event. Expulsion and seclusion are the results of the final vote. Even if I am the leader of Haoshan sect, I cannot influence the decision. Really? I'm sorry. Tang Xiao's words were sincere. The helplessness, anger, and regret in his words were full of emotions. As an elder, it's not easy to condescend to apologize to the younger generation. Tang Lan didn't feel much. If you think an apology is useful, then apologize to Dad. For me, we don't have much relationship. Tang Xiao was silent after hearing this. Tang Lan hasn't forgiven yet. Xiao Lan, you are also the leader of a sect now. Put yourself in your shoes and think about it. What would you decide if you were in his shoes? Tang Xiao asked back. Tang Lan smiled. Play this trick? Since you don't listen to my nice words, don't blame me for being rude. His face immediately turned cold. Then put yourself in my shoes and evaluate your plan first. At the beginning, based on the interests of the Haoshan sect, even if it means cutting off an arm to survive, abandoning my father to save the Haoshan sect. Then there is no problem in removing my father, but what about my 2 children, Xiao Sanzi and me? Although we are descendants of Tang Hao, we are being hunted down by the Spirit Hall. The Haoshan sect has already expelled my father to show its position. If we protect the 2 children, I believe the Spirit Hall will not push too hard. What do you think, Sect Master Tang? Tang Xiao opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But he found that he couldn't say anything. It was not that he didn't consider this at the beginning, but the result was still the vote didn't pass. Since it didn't pass, there's no need to say it. He could only smile bitterly. It's indeed Haoshan sect that is sorry for Tang Hao and the others. Don't think that who is sorry for whom. Tang Lan said disdainfully. The reason why I don't like you is not that Haoshan sect gave up on my father, but that you, as my brother, gave up on me. You keep saying that the elders voted, isn't it just an excuse? At that time, you were the strongest in Haoshan sect. If you could really take a tough attitude and even stand with your father and threaten to withdraw from Haoshan sect. Did the 5 elders really dare to expel the 2 titles? Of course, as the leader of Haoshan sect, you have greater responsibilities to consider. I can understand that you can't do so. But since you chose to give up your family ties, there is no need to pick them up again now. Paused. Let Tang Xiao digest his emotions. Tang Lan continued. Facing the encirclement and suppression of the spirit hall, there are 3 strategies. The worst strategy is to fight to the death, and the whole sect will fight to the death with the spirit hall. In the end, either my father can't bear to see the sect leader exterminate the sect and commit suicide, or he will fight to the death to bite off a piece of meat from the spirit hall. Tang Xiao nodded in agreement. It is indeed the worst strategy. The middle strategy is to fight in a roundabout way. The Haoshan sect will be divided into small groups, and all the Haoshan sect disciples will be sent out to disperse and kill the members of the spirit hall in small teams. Even if Jian Daoliu is a level 99 peerless Douluo, he can't take care of the entire continent. The other 7 treasures of the 3 upper sects are the 3 sects, including the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, have long been regarded as threats by the spirit hall. Once they see the spirit hall in trouble, they will definitely be happy to add insult to injury. With the 3 sects taking the lead, others will also take advantage of the situation and attack together. The final result will be that the spirit hall is afraid of having its foundation shaken and has to reconcile with the Haoshan sect. After all, in the final analysis, the spirit hall is not in the right. Kyung Sunji dared to lead the team to hunt down the family members of the Haoshan sect disciples, so he should be aware of blood for blood. The Haoshan sect may be seriously injured, but it has also gained a reputation. I believe that such a protective sect leader will be the first choice of many soul masters. In the long run, it is a win. Tang Xiao frowned and thought secretly. If it was this plan back then, it would be a good choice. After all, it was the spirit hall that took action first, how could the Haoshan sect be so cowardly? Unfortunately, I didn't think of this plan back then, and it's hard for the sect to have such courage. Xiao Lan, please tell me, what is the best strategy? Ha! Tang Lan said with a sneer on his face. Does anyone who dares to touch me need to wait for the spirit hall to take action? Long before the spirit hall, I would have decisively sent the elders to break through with letters to contact the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the other 4 lower sects that were dissatisfied with the spirit hall. And the spirit hall has stood on the continent for thousands of years, doesn't it have any enemies? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At this time, all the forces that can be united are the chips for victory. With various forces that may be seeking revenge, wavering, or waiting and watching, the Haoshan sect took the lead in declaring war on the spirit hall. As long as the Haoshan sect can show its attitude, it will eventually return to chaos, and there will be many people who will take advantage of the situation. Why has there been no war between the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire for 10,000 years? Isn't it because the spirit hall is mediating? But how could the kings of the 2 empires not have the ambition to expand their territory? Not to mention that the spirit hall relied on its own influence to force the 2 empires to contribute funds to build branch halls, free awakening, and distribute subsidies. As long as the encirclement and suppression of the spirit hall is established, and the 2 empires are told how powerful they are, they will definitely seize this opportunity that has only been available in 10,000 years and raise an army to eliminate the spirit hall, which is a roadblock. No matter how strong Jian Daoliu is, how many can he kill in the face of the armies of the 2 empires? Jian Daoliu is a peerless Douluo, no one in the world can defeat him. Then I will kill him with great momentum. Tang Lan's voice fell. Tang Xiao opened his mouth wide, staring for a long time without coming back to his senses. Can it be like this? After being stunned for dozens of seconds, Tang Xiao suddenly smiled bitterly. Killing with great momentum? What a great strategy! What a great Tang Lan! Tang Xiao sincerely clasped his fists and said, "You are worthy of being Master Tang who can write the Tang sect encyclopedia, build the Tang sect, and be on par with the Spirit Hall. I admire you. This is my communication signal. If it is useful in the future, I will do my best." I have been nagging you today, so I will leave first. Tang Xiao turned and flew away, giving up his original goal. Tang Lan watched Tang Xiao leave without trying to stop him. Several kilometers away, a group of people wearing similar clothes to Tang Xiao saw him return. They gathered around him. Master, what do you think? Does Lanner agree that the Tang sect and Haoshan sect merge? There will definitely be no problem. Let them recognize their ancestors and return to their clan. Can they still refuse? Faced with everyone's questions, Tang Xiao just frowned. This made the few people who thought they were bound to win. They all slowly stopped talking. Could it be? It's impossible. Tang Xiao sighed and said, Tang sect is Tang sect, Haoshan sect is Haoshan sect, don't think about those useless things. Now that the Wuhan Hall is weak, Haoshan sect has been closed for more than 10 years, and it's time to come out. Go back to the sect and prepare for the sect ranking competition 1 year later. This time, we want to let the world know who is the real #1 sect in the world. This? How did it fail? It's impossible. What else does someone want to say? He was stared at by Tang Xiao. Why, as the sect leader, my words don't work. This is the first time that everyone has seen Tang Xiao, who is so unquestionable. Why did he meet Tang Lan? His temperament has changed so much? After exchanging glances, he could only sigh and accept the reality. The team set off. Tang Xiao looked in the direction of Tang Lan, his eyes gradually firmed. Back then, he was really wrong. Ding! The communication soul guide vibrated. Tang Xiao took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar message. Dad's communication number is 370404054. Seeing this, Tang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Although Tang Lan looked down on him, Uncle, don't you still have your younger brother's IO how? With this relationship, it is impossible for Haoshan sect and Tang sect to really lose contact. But this nephew is really confident and arrogant. This sect ranking competition will let you see the foundation of Haoshan sect. Tomorrow, on the first day of the month, the new month, double monthly tickets will be opened. Recently it's fishy, let's vote, and 1 chapter will be added for every 50 pictures. Additional updates on the same day. Asking for a monthly ticket. Add more and more. In the new month, double monthly passes are available. It's been a bit hot lately, so everyone is voting to add an additional chapter for every 50 pictures. Additional updates on the same day. Chapter 317 Distribution of Soul Bones. Daimyo Bai with severed hand. After bidding farewell to Tang Xiao. 6. Hux. Oh. The team also prepared lunch and began eating in an orderly manner. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to go back. This is beyond everyone's expectation. Isn't the person Tang Lan is waiting for the middle-aged man just now? Brother. Xiao Wu asked curiously, who was that just now? Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao. Tang Lan said casually, his goal here is probably to integrate the Tang sect into the Haoshan sect and enjoy the benefits of being a fisherman. What? Tang San glared, at this time, you are running out to pick fruits? How shameless! The rest of the people nodded in approval. Even Ning Fengzi, who knew the importance of Haoshan sect, frowned. The Tang clan and the Haoshan sect are getting married, what's going on with the Kaibao glazed sect? Fortunately, judging from Tang Lan's tone, he probably didn't agree. It can't be said that Haoshan sect has done nothing. Tang Lan waved his hands and said. This time, the Haoshan sect has dispatched 6 titled Douluo, 10 soul Douluo, and 7 ringed soul saints over 30, hiding in the dark and ready to support us at any time. Although this is my great-grandfather's order and I didn't use this trump card, I still accept my love. Is there still such a thing? Chen Xin and Gurong looked at each other. This time they fought against Wuhan Palace, and the two of them worked together to stop 4 elders. I thought it played a vital role. But now it seems. Even without the help of the Kaibao glazed sect, Tang Lan could hold up the situation by himself. It's true. You are fully prepared. Brother, who do we have to wait for now? Xiao Wu asked, it's so boring to drive so slowly. We might as well go to Poseidon Island to practice. Tang Lan glanced at Daimyo Bai and the others and thought so too. After all, their second exam has been open for a long time. But I haven't seen it yet. What is the assessment like? There's no rush. Tang Lan reassured, she should be able to help but take action in the next few days. Before that, I still need you to reassure her. Uncle Gu and Uncle Jian are here, don't waste the opportunity, just ask them if you have anything. For example, how are martial soul fusion skills practiced? Tang Lan's reminder made everyone's eyes brighten. Looking expectantly at Chen Xin and Gu Rong. Previously, due to their banned status, they were too daring to offend. But if you two speak up yourself. We are all Rong's friends, so don't be so polite. Gu Rong said with a smile, if you have any questions, just ask, and I will definitely give you what you have. Don't worry, ask me. I'll definitely give you a better answer than some stubborn guy. Chen Xin was even better. What did you say? Gu Rong said unhappily, I was the one who mentioned this martial soul fusion skill back then. Did Meng Fan Huang Qiao Xiaolan suggest it? Chen Xin asked with a sidelong glance. Old coward. Do you want to fight alone? Gu Rong said angrily. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Come on, who is afraid of whom? The two people disagreed and went to fight next to each other. But fights at the title Douluo level are not common. Zhu Zuqing and others trotted over, took out the Barrett scope, and watched the battle remotely. It's considered learning. Xiaosanzi, Xiaohu, Yuer, Mubai, the four of you, pay attention. Tang Lan shouted. The four people stopped instinctively and looked at Tang Lan. Then Tang Lan took out 3 balls of light, which were the 3 soul bones awarded to the champion of the elite competition. Tang San was also able to keep his composure this time and hadn't spoken yet. Tang Lan directly handed the skull of condensed wisdom to Xiao Wu. This skull of spiritually condensed wisdom has a lifespan of up to 60,000 years. Xiao Wu, many of your soul skills are closely related to spiritual power, so it is appropriate to absorb it. Xiao Wu took it with a smile. Then I'll absorb it. Under Tang San's envious eyes, he ran to the side and started sucking. It's not that Tang San has learned well. But he has the head soul bone of the Titan giant ape, and the pit position has been occupied, so there is no way to grab it. Tang Lan knows how to separate soul bones, but how to separate the head soul bones. So even this skull of spiritually condensed wisdom fits his purple devil pupil very well. But I had no choice but to give up. Then he turned to focus on the 2 remaining soul bones in Tang Lan's hands. There are 3 people left on the field. Who should these 2 pieces be given to? Tang San was thinking about how to speak. Tang Lan had already handed the 2 soul bones directly to Tang San. Little Sanzi. The 2 remaining soul bones are the 30,000-year-old left arm bone of the bursting and burning flame, and the 20,000-year-old left leg bone of the rushing wind. The fire and the wind are not very compatible with your martial spirit. You can try to absorb it first. Tang San smiled widely. That is to say, if he is powerful enough, both soul bones will be his? In this regard, neither Dai Mubai nor Shui Yuer had any doubts. Even the eyes are a little bit theatrical. 3 soul bones, but Tang Lan called 4 people. Isn't this worth pondering? There's gourd to eat. But Tang San, who was overwhelmed by joy, didn't think about these things at all. Okay, brother. Thank you, brother. I will definitely work hard. He solemnly took the 2 soul bones. Tang San first pressed the left leg bone of the swift forward wind chasing on his left leg. There was no delay. It fell to the ground with a click. At the same time, the smile on Tang San's face was also shattered on the ground. This. He deliberately picked a wind attribute, which was not so repulsive to his blue-silver grass. How could he fail so easily? With the previous experience, Tang San didn't struggle hard on this left leg bone. Took a deep breath. He pressed the left arm bone of the exploding and burning flame on his right hand. Pa! Tang San, fuck you! What the hell? Why don't both pieces fit him? Puff! SHH! 2 short laughs came from Dai Mubai and Shui Yuer. Tang San looked at them woodenly. The 2 immediately frowned, but the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching, looking extremely devilish. Tang San silently threw the 2 soul bones to the 2. Turned and walked towards the wilderness. He needed to be quiet now. Tang Lan looked at Tang San's lonely back, and a sense of guilt rose in his heart. What the hell? These consecutive failures were naturally the soul bones he gave to him when he went to the vast sea to seal his soul. What he wanted was for Tang San to fail and use it to get rewards. Guilt? It doesn't exist at all. Thinking like this, Tang Lan lifted the soul seal of the vast sea from a distance, and first looked at Shui Yu'er. Yu'er, you only have one external soul bone. You can use this wind attribute soul bone first. I will replace it with a suitable water attribute or ice attribute one in the future. Shui Yu'er nodded obediently and sat down next to Xiao Wu to absorb it. Then it was Dai Muebai's turn. You should know the price, right? Tang Lan asked. Price? Ning Fengzi, who was watching the game, looked over curiously. Xiao Wu and Shui Yu'er didn't ask for a price for their soul bones. Why did Dai Muebai ask for a price? And if Ning Fengzi remembered correctly, Dai Muebai already had one, a left arm soul bone, right? Chapter 318 Regeneration Evolution to Immortality. Waiting for you. Facing the price mentioned by Tang Lan. 6, sh, u, c, sigma, m. Dai Muebai nodded with a firm look. To become stronger. To climb to a higher peak. I am willing to pay this price. Please do it, master. Very good. Tang Lan raised his hand and slashed with a palm knife. Easily cut off Dai Muebai's left hand. Ning Fengzi, who was standing next to him, was stunned. No. How did someone cut off his hand? The next moment, Tang Lan had opened the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life and infused Dai Muebai with vitality. The neatly broken left arm began to wriggle. Under Dai Muebai's whole body trembling, it grew out little by little. The broken limb was reborn. Thank you, master. Dai Muebai gritted his teeth and thanked him, then found a corner and began to absorb the left arm bone of the exploding and burning flame. Tang Lan used his mental power to pick up Dai Muebai's left arm on the ground. With a thought, a dark golden left arm bone was pulled out. A pit was dug for the remaining part and buried on the spot. At this time, Ning Fengzi finally understood Tang Lan was replacing the soul bone. This. It can actually be operated like this? It really opened up a new world for him. But think about it carefully. How many people in the Soul Master world have the ability to regenerate broken limbs? It mostly acts on oneself, and it is almost impossible to treat others. So even if this method is thought of, it is impossible to operate it. Brother Lan, you are really talented. Ning Fengzi sighed. Tang Lan just smiled. Basic operation, don't be stupid. Tang Lan hesitated as he held this solid left arm bone of the diamond iron arm. He had earned rewards for this soul bone. If it is given to Tang San now, what will happen? Such an obvious bug is probably not easy to fix. And if Tang San has a left arm soul bone, then if he gets a synchronization position in the future, won't he be able to earn rewards? That won't work. Tang Lan called Tai Long directly and handed over the 7,000-year-old left arm bone. Really for me? Tai Long said in disbelief, I didn't do anything, just accept it like this, right? You are a disciple of the Tang sect, this soul bone is suitable for you, that's enough. Tang Lan said casually, or do you dislike it because it was eliminated by Muebai? Tai Long shook his head anxiously. How dare I? This is a soul bone that can only be encountered by chance, how can I dislike it? Thank you for the reward, sect master. Take the soul bone. Tai Long happily ran to absorb it. Not far away, Tang San, who was quiet, cast a resentful look. But he didn't say much. The solid left arm bone of the diamond arm is indeed not very suitable for him, it is highly likely that he cannot absorb it. The most important thing is that the age is only 7,000 years, and as a sniper Douluo, he no longer looks down on it. It is a typical case of high expectations and low skills. The battle between Chen Xin and Gurong lasted for several hours. From the initial fighting spirit to the later teaching. Finally, they simply formed two teams of Jinwu 7-section formation, each fighting against one person. Waiting for the four to absorb the soul bone and wake up. Shui Yu'er woke up first. She summoned the soul bone with interest and activated the soul bone skill. Flying breaking chi slash. While the speed is greatly increased, the left leg will condense the soul power into a sharp blade, and can send out a series of slashes at any time during high-speed movement, which can be used multiple times. For her as a sensitive attack system, it is also a significant increase. Dai Muebai also woke up with his back foot. How is it? Shui Yu'er asked curiously. Dai Mubai smiled brightly in response. My soul bone skill is called Flame Explosion, but it has changed with the martial soul Red Flame White Tiger, and has derived a new soul bone skill. Red Flame Explosion. He activated the soul bone directly, and a large amount of flames condensed in his left hand. As he swung his fist, it turned into a flame ray and landed on a small hill 100 meters away. Boom! In the violent explosion, the hill was cut off from its peak. That's not the end. Dai Mubai snapped his fingers, and small fireballs appeared around him. He threw them casually. The small fireballs fell to the ground and exploded like firecrackers. The ground was bumpy. Dai Mubai said excitedly, the explosion and burning flame left arm bone has given all my soul skills the explosion feature. Oh? This extra buff bonus is the biggest improvement. No wonder Dai Mubai is so excited. Ah, Xiao Wu's envious voice came, the skull of the elder sister is so big. Unlike me. In addition to improving mental power, this wisdom skull of spiritual concentration does not provide me with soul bone skills at all. No soul bone skills? Dai Mubai almost subconsciously said. According to the second volume of the Tang Sect Encyclopedia of the Sect Master, the supplementary explanation of the soul bone chapter, if the soul bones below 100,000 years do not have soul bone skills, then the improvement of basic attributes will be an exaggerated degree. Wow! The basic skills are very solid. Xiao Wu still shook her head. It just doubled my mental power. It allows me to use my charming soul skill across levels, double my teleportation distance, double my golden body duration, and half my void duration. Where is there a way to use an extra soul bone skill? Shui Yuer. Dai Mubai. Tang Lan, _. Are you serious? Do you want to listen to what you said? Although you lost a soul bone skill. But your own soul skills are doubling. Still not satisfied? Looking at the smirk on Xiao Wu's lips, how could you not understand? This little rabbit is just showing off. Okay, Xiao Wu sister. Shui Yuer gritted her teeth and said, you're still being ungrateful. Look at my invincible tickling. Ah! Yuer, stop scratching. Where are you putting your hands? It was you who started it. The two girls were fighting. Dai Mubai turned around consciously and didn't look at things he shouldn't look at. Tang Lan naturally didn't need to avoid suspicion and feasted her eyes. Until the host made Tang San miss 3 soul bones and gave Xiao Wu, Shui Yuer and Dai Mubai to increase their own strength. Snatch a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, Life Blue Silver Emperor Right Leg Bone Soul Bone Skill Regeneration is integrated into the Blue Silver Life domain. The effect of regeneration is based on the huge vitality provided by the Life Blue Silver Emperor Right Leg Bone. How to activate it after integrating it into the Blue Silver Life domain? Tang Lan unfolded the Blue Silver Life domain and sensed it slightly. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. After regeneration becomes a domain ability, it is still passive, but the life consumed is no longer limited to soul bones. His own, the Heart of Life, the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor of Life, and even the surrounding plants. Even if his own vitality is exhausted, regeneration will spontaneously absorb all the vitality around him to heal himself. Similarly, the no vitals effect of regeneration still exists. It even reaches. Even if he is cut into pieces, as long as there are still top ashes, he can continue to absorb vitality and regenerate. Now if you want to kill him, you must burn him into nothingness, or sprinkle his ashes into a dead place. Completely cut off all vitality, and then activate the Heart of Life and revive in other people's bodies. This goes back and forth until the Heart of Life is consumed. Tisk tisk tisk. What regeneration? It's obviously immortal. I'm afraid this is harder to kill than Orochimaru, right? The corners of Tang Lan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. This trip to Wuhan City was really profitable. Even the god of destruction's consciousness was tricked away, leaving behind a set of 3 world-destroying hammers. After that, he no longer has to worry about being spied on and can do things with peace of mind. Tang Lan took out the communication soul guide, lowered his head and started writing quickly. Regarding Wuhan Palace's promise, all the information accumulated over the past 10,000 years will be handed over to the Tang sect to make a copy. In actual operation, it is very simple. Just ask someone to take the communication soul guide and record them one by one. Enter the database. There will be dedicated personnel to sort them into categories. As the digital library of Tang sect, most of them can be viewed by all Tang sect disciples at will. Only a small number of high-end ones will be restricted to inner disciples. What Tang Lan has to do now is to extract the essence and integrate it with his previous theories. Wrote the third volume of Tangman Encyclopedia. Certainly. He is not someone like Yu Xiaogang who steals other people's achievements. It will definitely be marked on the title page, this book is kindly sponsored by Wahundian. That's all. Tang Lan walked around for another 3 days. Finally. He has been waiting for the news. That is. The monthly ticket is only 10 tickets short of extra updates. Come on everyone. Chapter 319 Changes in Tiandu Palace. Qian Rongxiu felt disgusted. Tiandu City, inside the Imperial Palace. 69U.X.com. Xuepeng looked at the swelling river in front of him, his eyes full of unwillingness. Master, he just asked Wahundian to bow his head. Xueqing he, how dare you touch me? Xuepeng said fiercely, Master will never let you go. These words made Xueqing he, Qian Rongxiu's eyes twitch. This Tang Lan. I really underestimated him. It actually forced Grandpa to issue an order that he must return as soon as possible to take the Angel God test. I originally thought that more than 10 years of lurking would be wasted in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly. Tang Lan did not use the ability to act quickly. Gave her the opportunity to launch a coup. Emperor Shuiye has been eliminated. Now only this avalanche is left to win the throne. Then think of a way and leave it to someone you can trust. She can also escape and open the Angel Divine test. Reluctant to see the avalanche. Qian Rongxiu laughed and said, you won't think that Tang Lan really likes Sang Jun. I just sent you as an undercover agent to investigate your information. With your ability, you still want to be emperor. Xuepeng was stunned. Then he shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Master can't lie to me. How could he be yours? Qian Rongxiu sneered and raised her hand. Signal the people around you to get rid of the avalanche. The short, fat old man stepped forward, condensed a stick in his hand, and struck Xuepeng on the head. This is a sure thing. In no mood. Xuepeng stepped in a mysterious direction and retreated close to the ground, narrowly avoiding the knocking stick. Hey! Qian Rongxiu said unexpectedly, Lingba Weiabu? He actually taught you all this. This gave her a sudden, ominous premonition. Even she herself has not made much progress in practicing Lingba Weiabu. Can a waste like avalanche be learned? It seems. Something is wrong. One Piece, kill him. Qian Rongxiu ordered. Another tall and thin old man also condensed a stick, and together with 8 soul rings appeared under the former's feet, one on the left and one on the right blocked Xuepeng's retreat. It was about to be smashed. Buzz. A green light lit up from his heart, and as the life soul blue silver emperor rioted, while protecting the avalanche, it also tied up the 2 old men. As contras, the 2 of them couldn't break free, and the power in their bodies also drained away like a flood. Your Highness, there is a problem. Quickly retreat. Faced with the warnings from the 2 men, Qian Rongxiu ignored them. The seraph martial spirit appeared behind him, his 5th spirit ring lit up, and a long sword condensed with sacred fire in his hand pierced Xuepeng. Today she must kill Xuepeng, otherwise the throne will be at stake. However. Whoops! A flash of blood flashed. Tang Lan stopped in front of the sacred sword, clamped the blade with one hand, and regarded the purification effect on it as if it were nothing. Waved at the same time. The 2 bound contras, with the life soul blue silver emperor strangled them, easily killed them instantly. In a few breaths, the flesh and blood was completely absorbed, turning into powder and flying in the wind. The life soul blue silver emperor then withered, revealing the avalanche below. Master! Xuepeng said in surprise, I knew that Xueqing he was lying to me. How could the master be his? Qian Rongxiu sheathed her sword silently, staring at Tang Lan. She doesn't understand. Why did Tang Lan do this? The defenses on Xuepeng's body were obviously prepared before he left. At that time, Tang Lan had already decided to stand by the avalanche. Actually, what she said is right. Tang Lan said without looking back, I first received a piece of her 100,000-year-old soul bone and was ordered to lurk beside you, Xuepeng. Xuepeng's face froze with pride. What? It's actually true? Why have you changed your mind now? Qian Rongxiu asked in confusion. Since Tang Lan is willing to admit it, it means that there was no problem with the transaction at that time. Unless... You should know the reason, right? Tang Lan said with a smile. Qian Rongxiu fell silent. If that's the case, she can understand. After all, Tang Lan showed loyalty to the Tiandu Empire from beginning to end. But... when did you find out? Qian Rongxiu asked again. It must have been recently. After all, at the beginning, Qian Rongxiu asked herself whether there was any flaw. She was guessing the time. Tang Lan said. When I first met you, I knew you were a girl, and I thought Emperor Shuiye was quite open-minded. It wasn't until later that I refined the vast Sekyunkan shield and evolved the pupil technique, that I discovered that your martial spirit is a seraph. As long as you think about the rest, you can deduce the cause and effect. Qian Rongxiu turned around clearly. This is what it looks like. That's reasonable. The golden light on her body shone, and after it receded, her true face was revealed. The skin is as white as snow, and the straight bridge of the nose is slender with slender eyes. The blue-purple eyes in the middle look at Tang Lan calmly. It's beautiful. Tang Lan commented, I think your level is also the 7th ring soul saint, right? I don't know how long you have been lurking. 12 years. Qian Rongxiu said simply, I have stayed in this Tiandu palace for 12 years. That's it. Tang Lan said regretfully, a girl's best 12 years are so wasted? And your talent is not bad. Innate soul power is level 20. Qian Rongxiu interrupted again, my martial soul is a god-level martial soul seraph. That would be even more of a pity. Tang Lan shook his head and said, if you had concentrated on practicing instead of performing this latent mission, you should be a Contra or even a titled Douluo by now. Qian Rongxiu did not speak this time and looked at Tang Lan silently. His eyes were full of emotions such as surprise, hesitation, and helplessness. Complex anomalies. It eventually evolved into liberation. What are you going to do with me? Qian Rongxiu asked, with the combat power you showed in Wuhan City, I don't even have a titled Douluo here, so no one can stop you from doing anything. The implication, even if you kill me, there will be no problem. Oh. Tang Lan leaned towards Qian Rongxiu, so close that he could even feel each other's breath hitting each other's bodies. Really, can you do whatever you want? The ambiguity in the words is unusual, making people think of it. But... A sense of disgust arose in Qian Rongxiu's eyes. I admit, I have admired you before. But the way you look now makes me very disappointed. Even disgusting. After all, we are just mortals dominated by desires. Finished. He raised his snow-white neck, extremely proud. Tang Lan smiled. Qian Rongxiu's temperament is Mujiang and Sundara. Quite interesting. Tang Lan hooked Qian Rongxiu's chin and asked her to look at him. Her eyes are sharp and stubborn. It is conceivable that if she uses force, she will definitely choose to self-destruct. It's true. Chapter 320 Kiss Qian Rongxiu. What a magical bet. You really have a temper. Tang Lan's tone of voice sprayed on Qian Rongxiu's face. It made her frown. But the next moment, her brows widened and she looked at Tang Lan in surprise. Because I won't tease you anymore, lest you blow yourself up later. I'm not going to do anything to you, and I'm even going to let you go and take the Angel God test. Ah? Let her go back? Qian Rongxiu couldn't believe it. Isn't Tang Lan letting the tiger return to the mountain? No, master. Xuebeng said hurriedly, don't let go now. Xuebeng was suppressed by the momentum and fell to the ground. It was released by Tang Lan. He ignored Xuebeng's sighs and looked at Qian Rongxiu who was very close at hand. Suddenly he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Before she could react, it has turned into a streak of blood and disappeared in place with an avalanche. There was only a whisper in my ear. Let's make a bet. When you become a god in the future, we will have a fair fight. Whoever loses must agree to the other party's request. Qian Rongxiu stroked her lips and was stunned for a long time. She couldn't explain clearly what she was thinking now. But the heartbeat is very fast. This is very inappropriate. Tang Lan ruined her 10 years of hard work, so she should hate him. Why can't you hate me? In a daze. A faint sigh. Qian Douluo appeared in front of him, looking at Qian Rongxiu inexplicably. He didn't expect it either. That boy Tang Lan didn't take action against Xiaoxiu. You must know that he had to pay a cellar of fine wine in exchange for Tang Chen agreeing to take Qian Rongxiu back. Result. He stayed with Tang Chen along the way, making sure that he had not tipped off anyone. So, this is Tang Lan's own choice? Qian Rongxiu came back to her senses. Looking at Qian Daoliu's head full of white hair, he lowered his head as if guilty and shy. Sorry grandpa, my mission failed. Qian Daoliu only he smiled bitterly, stroking Qian Rongxiu's blonde hair, with a look of helplessness on his face. There is no shame in losing to that monster Tang Lan. Let's go. Back then, Bibi Dong was assassinated many times, so grandpa was forced to send you here. It's time to go back and take the Shenkai test. With a few levels, you can catch up soon. Qian Rongxiu nodded heavily. You will definitely win the bet. Qian Daoliu took Qian Rongxiu out of the palace. Seeing Tang Chen and Bo Sixi, Qian Rongxiu's eyes grew wary. It's these two people. Only then did grandpa have to choose to compromise. If they show up now, I'm afraid someone else will come. Then let's leave first. Qian Daoliu took the initiative to say hello. According to the agreement, I will not appear in front of the world again until they become gods. That's very good. Tang Chen smiled and said, I can feel at ease and walk around with Xier. The corner of Qian Daoliu's eyes twitched when he heard this. Show affection all the time, right? Didn't I tell you back then that I couldn't break through level 100? Holding grudge till now. But I was secretly relieved. If Tang Chen and Bo Sixi join forces to destroy the Spirit Hall, he will really be helpless. Now is the best situation. The little girl is good, but she met a cruel grandpa. Tang Chen said with emotion, who is that cruel man? Please collect more wine when you have time. I'll get it from you after I finish drinking it. Finished. Without giving Qian Daoliu a chance to refute, he hugged Bo Sixi for a few seconds and left. Qian Daoliu took a deep breath and pressed the beating between his eyebrows. Release a flying soul guide, take Qian Rongxiu and leave. A few seconds later, Tang Lan left and returned with Xuebeng, looking at the direction of departure on both sides, thoughtfully. The relationship between great-grandfather and Qian Daoliu looks pretty good. 2. Although Haoshan sect and Wuhan Palace are in such trouble, it can be boiled down to the bottom line. The troublemakers, Qian Sunji and Bibi Dong, are all from below. The two had gone on adventures together before, and the only major conflict was probably the fight for Bo Sixi's love. Although they were tricked by Qian Daoliu, Tang Chen and Bo Sixi were separated for 100 years. You can kill Qian Daoliu directly. Where is the fun in catching him showing affection, grabbing his drink, and seeing whether he dares to be angry or not? Even if Tang Lan could soak up Qian Rongxiu, Tang Chen would be able to smile crookedly. My great-grandfather is quite sinister. I don't know who he looks like. Tang Lan shook his head and looked at Xuebeng. Now Emperor Shuye and Xue Qinghe are gone. Take my token and go to Tangmen to seek help from Zhao Wuji and send troops to suppress the remnants who control the palace. Consolidate the throne as soon as possible. Xuebeng took the token excitedly, his whole body trembling. It turns out. Can you really claim to be emperor? Yes. Master. After the avalanche, you will be the only one who follows the lead. Tang Lan just smiled and signaled Xuebeng to go quickly. Watch the avalanche fly away. This is the Tiandu Empire. It's already in the bag. The next day, Tang Li's newspaper made a shocking revelation. The Prince Xue Qinghe killed his father to seize the throne. The fourth Prince Xuebeng asked to transfer to the Tang sect to save the Tiandu royal family from the fire and water. In the text, it shows that Xue Qinghe is pretending to be an outsider, and several princes died in childhood. Only by hiding one's strength and biding one's time can the avalanche survive. He was so happy that Tang Lan favored him. He became a disciple and practiced Lingbo Weibu before he could escape from the siege and asked the Tang clan for rescue. It's logical. As the only prince, Xuebeng inherited the throne and became the new emperor of Tiandu, and immediately issued the decree. Tang Lan was granted the title of national preceptor, with the same status as the emperor, and had all the power of life and death below the emperor. Conferred the title of Tang sect as the protector sect, and united with the Tang sect academy to provide 10 years of free education to the people of the Tiandu Empire. 1 year of school literacy, 6 years of junior soul master academy, and 3 years of senior soul master academy. All Tiandu citizens of the appropriate age are free of charge. And Tangmen Academy will take charge of all Soul Master Academies and be responsible for formulating standards, reviewing talents, compiling teaching materials, etc. It can be said, it is to completely hand over the Soul Master education industry of Tiandu Empire to Tangmen Academy, to Tangmen, and to Tanglan. And Tangmen Academy lived up to expectations. Act efficiently and start training in an orderly manner. The secret information in the past has been published on the Tangmen Network Library and can be viewed by all Tiandu citizens. A wave of learning started, and a large number of Soul Masters made breakthroughs one after another. For a while, when Xuebeng, the new emperor, ascended the throne, his reputation was not as high as that of Tangmen or Tanglan. This made Tanglan stable and harvest a massive amount of power of faith. The originally planned lecture tour was also abandoned. Lead the team back to Poseidon Island and begin to face the content of the second test. Cross the ring blockade. Under the obstruction of the 100,000-year-old ferocious beast guarding Poseidon Island, the demonic great white shark. On the premise of not killing any sea soul beast, break through the blockade of the ring sea and reach the other side. This would have been difficult. But for per capita Lingbo Weibu for the Tang sect, it is the simplest level. Tanglan simply led the team to test. It will basically pass. But Tanglan didn't. He chose. Chapter 321 Ning Rongrong's fantastic idea. The opportunity of the Dark Devil Tiger. Although it can be completed now, the content of the second test. 69sx.c.m. But Tanglan was not in a hurry. There may be extra rewards for completing it early, but if the clearance time can be shortened, the extra rewards will be even higher. This is the information given by Bo Sixi. In addition, when Tanglan opened the 9th trial of Poseidon, he needed Bo Sixi to sacrifice himself. He hasn't found an alternative yet. Therefore, extending the time as much as possible not only allows Bo Sixi and Tang Chen to stay for a while, but also allows Tanglan to find an alternative. There is still more than half a year before the 1-year time limit. Tanglan instructed. Everyone will continue to practice on Poseidon Island. If you want to go to the Killing City to gain more practical experience, you can submit your request now. The next second, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Jingling, and Dai Mubai raised their hands. Compared with boring training, fighting is more interesting. It can also absorb murderous aura and cultivate the realm of the god of death, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, come in. Put the 4 people into the storage ring. Tanglan named him again. Binger, Yuer, and my mistress, you also come with me. There are clues to the ice god's inheritance in the far north. Let's go and take a look. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer are fine. Tang San's eyes were bright. Ice god inheritance? This is good. The last thunder god inheritance gave him a lot of benefits. I should be able to give it a try this time. As for grabbing the ice god inheritance, although he is greedy, he is not stupid. With Tanglan and Shui Binger, the 2 ultimate ice heroes, it's strange that the ice god would choose him. It would be nice to be able to get some rewards. The 3 of them put it into another storage ring. Tanglan looked at Oscar. Xiao Ao, please pay more attention to Poseidon Island. Bai Chenxiang and the others are the first to take the test. Please find a tutor to teach you their experience. Oscar nodded seriously. Don't worry, leave it to me, Sect Master, and you can go find the Ice God's inheritance with peace of mind. Humph. Ning Rongrong said displeased, Uncle Tang, I'm here too, why did you leave it to Xiao Ao? Then you put more blood. Tanglan joked, let Xiao Ao Duo make some copy of the mirror sausage. By he and the others will have an increase, and they can break through to a higher limit. This. Ning Rongrong's face fell. Why is it that nothing good happens when we get to her place? What to say? She crossed her legs. That one just happened to come. Her quantity is quite large. I don't know if I can use it. Naturally, Ning Rongrong's little moves couldn't escape Tanglan's eyes. Guessing some possibility, Tanglan looked strange. This Ning Rongrong. It's really daring to think. In the future, if it is not necessary, I will not eat the mirror image sausage from the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Who usually uses the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda the most? He waved his hand. Tanglan activated the blood escape technique and came to the sky above the Killing City. After more than a month of development here, and with the unremitting promotion of Tang newspaper, it has become a holy place. Madang is building a killing town around the gate of hell. Tang Lan decided. Even if he becomes Shura God King in the future, he will not ban a place of inheritance. If a suitable genius is selected, although his Shura God King cannot be given, he can be replaced by another god. As a law enforcer in the god realm, it's reasonable to occasionally kill a god who doesn't follow the rules, isn't it? Release the 4 Zhuzukings. Tang Lan originally planned to leave directly and go to the far north. The communication soul guide vibrated. Take it out and take a look. Hey! From the dark demon evil god tiger? New book bar69shuz.com. What does it do to itself? Could it be? Tang Lan connected the communication, and the head of the dark demon evil god tiger popped out. I'm 600,000 years old, when will I go through a thunder tribulation? Sure enough. I didn't expect the dark demon evil god tiger to evolve so quickly. It seems that the diluted divine power in Bing Huolianji's eyes is very suitable for it. Tang Lan didn't reply. As soon as the blood escape technique was activated, he came directly to the sky above the ice and fire eyes. Falling in front of the dark demon evil god tiger. Say hello to Tang Hao and A Yin. Cai said, it's time to trigger the thunder tribulation. The dark demon evil god tiger did not even come out of the ice and fire eyes, and continued to soak in it. Thunderclouds appeared in the sky, and thunder flashed among them. The momentum is pretty good. Tang Lan rubbed his hands in anticipation and soared up into the thunderclouds. It's still the same wool-picking method of absorption. Let Liun be stuck at the point where the thunder disaster is about to happen, but it is still a little bit close. Crazy gathering of the energy of heaven and earth, but like a bottomless pit, it cannot be filled at all. This gathering lasted just one day. After all, the 600,000-year thunder catastrophe could not withstand the shearing of wool. A small bolt of lightning that vented his anger split the dull hair on the forehead of the dark demon evil god tiger. It just disbanded. That is to say, the connection with the divine world was blocked by God King Shura. Otherwise, if Tang Lan did this, the God King of Destruction would probably have gone down to the realm and given him a severe beating. God King Shura is still very powerful. Hurry up and make a big move as planned as soon as possible. In terms of level, Tang Lan improved by 1.5 levels, reaching level 84. Calculated based on 100 times the soul power, it is enough for an ordinary soul Douluo to jump from level 80 to a titled Douluo. Probably when the dark devil god tiger is 1,000,000 years old, he will be able to reach the level of titled Douluo, right? Thinking like this, Tang Lan didn't go down anymore. He nodded directly and turned into blood light, flying towards the far north. Tang Hao, who was about to say hello, retracted his hand. He shrugged at Ayin's shadow. This child has grown up and started to be busy. He doesn't even have time to say goodbye. Why? It seems like the resentment of an empty nester. Ayin smiled and poked in the air. I don't know who it is, but just now he was boasting that his son is invincible and has created a force that is on par with Wuhan Palace. Tang Hao chuckled. How can you not be proud when you have a son like this? In contrast, that little brat is really a waste. Mistress, it's really a bit off. Ayin smiled softly, but fortunately, Xiaolan has a promising future. As an elder brother, he can take care of his younger brother, so we can rest assured. Tang Hao laughed noncommittally. What sniper Douluo? To kill a level 91 titled Douluo, you still have to attack in a sneaky way, and you feel complacent about it. Look at Tang Lan, who directly smashed the Pope's palace in front of Jiandaoliu. There was not a single word of embarrassment. Make a judgment. In the eyes of ice and fire. The dark demon evil god tiger thief looked at him for a while, making sure that no one was paying attention to him. It turned over and dived down, continuing its treasure hunting journey. The closer you get to the bottom, the stronger the divine power becomes. There must be a good treasure hidden there. If I could swallow that treasure, wouldn't it take 1,000,000 years in a minute? It also thought about telling Tang Lan. But 1,000,000 years later, it will be sacrificed to Tang Lan in blood, and in the end it will all be his. I didn't say that. Even I belong to him. He will definitely not bother to compete with me for this small opportunity. Wait for me to give him a big surprise. Baby, I'm here. Chapter 322 Yu Xiaogang joins Bibi Dong. Looking for the ice god's inheritance. The far north is also called the North Pole. We need to cross the core circle of the far north, The wind and waves here are very calm and comfortable, and even the sun in the sky feels bigger. But the temperature was extremely cold, nearly reaching the level of ultimate ice. Tang Lan and Shui Bing'er were naturally fine, even a bit like fish in the sea. Ba was very comfortable. Shui Yu'er is also a water attribute after all, and has the blood sacrifice of an ice attribute beast. Although the body is not immune, it can still function internally, there is no need to worry about consumption, the heart of the soul is still there. But Tang-san, this is really unbearable. The internal strength of the Zhongzheng and peaceful Xiantian Kong is as easy to pinch as a soft persimmon when faced with this extreme environment. He could only huddle in Tang Lan's storage ring, silently waiting for the opportunity. I don't know the specific location of the Ice God's inheritance. Let's search separately first. Tang Lan instructed, once you find any abnormalities, immediately activate the soul seeds to notify me. Do you understand? Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er both nodded. Tang Lan didn't nag too much and left with peace of mind. The two women also have avalanche-like protective measures on their bodies. Even if a million-year-old ferocious beast comes, it will not be able to hurt them immediately. After all, the most you can do to crush an ant is to raise your foot, but you can't just turn it on when it comes up, right? At the beginning, God King Shura said that the location where the ice god fell was here. It should be the same as the ice and fire eyes. The closer you get to the corpse of the god, the colder it becomes, right? Tang Lan continued to go north to find the ice god's inheritance. Only, vaguely, he seemed to have forgotten something small. Never mind. Since I can't remember it, it must be insignificant. It is still more important to find the ice god's inheritance. At the same time, Tiandu City, in a luxurious courtyard, Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong had a fierce quarrel. I don't agree. Lu Erlong said firmly, if you go to Wuhan City now, you will completely break with the Tang sect. Xiaogang, you have to think clearly. Yu Xiaogang's stiff face was full of determination. Erlong, besides going to Wuhan City, do I have any other choice? Yu Xiaogang asked. Lu Erlong was silent. Even if you are a lover, you still know that with Yu Xiaogang's level as a three-ringed soul master, how can he be able to assume the position of Platinum Bishop? Even if it is selling out the Tang sect's intelligence, it is absolutely impossible. It wasn't Yu Xiaogang's old Pope friend who opened the back door. Now Wuhan Palace has given up on the Tiandu Empire. Bibi Dong did not forget Yu Xiaogang, and even sent a message to invite him to take up an important position in Wuhan City. Pope's Chamberlain. The Pope's honorary attendant, personal assistant, and the Pope's spokesperson to the outside world. Referred to as number 1 Lack Neck. His reputation may not be as high as that of the Platinum Bishop, but his status and voice are even better. Bibi Dong has been the Pope for many years, and has always done everything herself, without recruiting any eunuchs. This was suddenly proposed. It is hard not to think that she has other intentions. But Yu Xiaogang agreed on the spot as if he didn't know. For this, he quarreled with Lu Erlong for several days, but still refused to give in. This made Lu Erlong very distressed. Xiaogang. Lu Erlong tried to persuade again, for so many years, you have never asked Bibi Dong for help, why do you suddenly accept it now? This is what Lu Erlong has always wondered about. Yu Xiaogang was silent. Why? It's because he has nothing left. Before the Tang sect encyclopedia appeared, he was at least a master, unique in the theory of soul masters. He had the last fig leaf. But after that, he became Tang Lan's background board, setting off the authority of the Tang sect encyclopedia. Bar Book 69 knew. And he was also an insignificant little transparent in the Tang sect. The so-called honorary elder, it was more like a mockery. How could he, who was so self-abased that he was conceited, accept this? He simply gave up and had a follow-up. Now, the Spirit Hall completely abandoned the Heaven Do Empire. If he, a former traitor of the Tang sect, chose to stay, his future days could already be imagined. He could only hide behind Lu Erlong, endure the criticism of outsiders, and live in darkness all his life. How could a proud Yu Xiaogang accept this? So, Erlong, you have to believe me. Yu Xiaogang stared at Lu Erlong and said affectionately. Bibi Dong and I are just ordinary working relationships. My favorite will always be Bibi Dong. These words touched Lu Erlong's heart. What she was worried about was that Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong would meet each other every day in the future, and it was hard to guarantee that they would not rekindle their old feelings. After all, although Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang occasionally had friction, but Yu Xiaogang has always been hindered by psychological problems, and he always stops at the last step when going in and out. By then, it will be too uncomfortable to hold it in, and Bibi Dong will flirt with him again. But now with Yu Xiaogang's guarantee, Lu Erlong is in love again. Choose to believe in the man you choose. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yu Xiaogang's stiff mouth corners curled up, revealing a stiff smile. Erlong, I will definitely treat you well. I promise. Lu Erlong nodded happily and snuggled into Yu Xiaogang's arms. But he didn't see it. Yu Xiaogang looked in the direction of Tangman, with the terrifying light flashing in his eyes. Tang Lan. Tang San. Tangman. Just wait, I will definitely prove to you who can really laugh last. Just as Tang Lan guessed. The closer to the extreme north, the lower the temperature. Until the end. He saw a palace of ice and snow. The entire palace was made of ice and covered by a large number of glaciers. The temperature around it was so low that it even had the tendency to freeze time. Of course, this is an exaggeration. Tang Lan did not approach rashly. He was afraid that he was too talented and would be directly selected as the successor of the ice god. He had to let Tang San go up first to get some rewards. Tang Lan opened the black hole field and swallowed up an area of extreme cold. Then he released Tang San. He saw the majestic ice palace at first sight, and the light in his eyes almost overflowed. Brother! Is that the inheritance of the ice god? Tang San couldn't wait to ask. Yeah, probably. Tang Lan nodded and said, I'll give you some protective measures. Try to go in and see if you can trigger the test of the ice god. Tang San nodded repeatedly. As for why he went up first? Everyone knew it well, so they didn't say it out loud to hurt themselves. Tang Lan released the vast sea soul cover to protect Tang San's body and isolate the ice and cold. Add a mark, if it breaks, it can be reset. That's how Tang San stepped out of the black hole. Crack! The surface of the vast sea soul cover was covered with cracks, which was the performance of the ice freezing the energy. Fortunately, as a divine weapon, the vast sea soul cover finally withstood. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief and walked quickly towards the ice and snow palace. When he put his hand on the palace door, he suddenly stopped. About half a minute later, he ran back in a flash, with a black level 6 test mark on his forehead, and a snowflake mark on it. Hold C? Could it be? Chapter 323 Tang San won the Ice God's 9 tests? The Ice God who is not picky. Add 50 monthly tickets. Chapter 323 Tang San won the Ice God's 9 tests? The Ice God who is not picky. 50 monthly tickets. Brother! Tang San said excitedly, I opened the Ice God 9 tests directly. I am now also a godly inheritor. Tang Lan. Hey? He just used Tang San to get rewards. Why did he get the wool from him? Besides, this Ice God is really not picky. Tang San doesn't even have Ice attribute, only an Ice attribute spirit skill. He can open the Ice God 9 tests? What's the joke? Tang Lan was stunned, and always felt that something was wrong. Don't worry, Xiao Sanzi, tell me what happened. Okay. I know. He. Tang San smiled foolishly as soon as I pressed my hand on the palace door, a loud voice reminded me that I had passed the 9 Ice God tests. After completing the first test, I could enter the Ice God temple to practice. Why does it sound like a screening ceremony? What is the first test of the Ice God? Let me take a look. Tang San pressed his eyebrows with a single finger and opened his eyes after a few seconds. The first test of the Ice God, Ice Sai, the 2 icicles at the entrance of the Ice Temple will release ice and snow shocks every day, lasting for about 1 minute. As long as you persist for 1 year, you can complete the first test of the Ice God and enter the Ice God Temple. Brother, this doesn't sound difficult, does it? Tang Lan blinked. Looking at the 2 ordinary pillars at the entrance of the Ice Temple. I have some conjecture. Mistress, please don't move around where you are. I'll go by it and take a look. He gave an instruction. Tang Lan walked towards the Ice Temple on foot without any protection. Touched the palace door. Get the 9 Ice God tests. Ice God's first test, Ice Sai. The two icicles at the entrance of the ice temple will release ice and snow shocks every day for 1 minute. Complete the first exam after 1 year. Second test of the ice god, stagnant shadow. There is a cold and frozen area in the ice temple. This area can leave multiple shadows of the strongest ice and snow artifacts. Defeat them one by one to lead to the next area. The third test of the ice god, Black Jade Ice Cave. There is a Black Jade Ice Cave in the central area of the ice goddess. The ice cave contains thousands of 10,000-year-old chalcedony. The cave is guarded by a sky blue tree that has been cultivated for over 200,000 years. Snow-kiss grass, under its attack, obtain 10,000 years of chalcedony. The fourth test of the ice god, liberation of ice, kill hundreds of evil soul masters. The fifth test of the ice god, ice crystal cold extreme under the breath of the ice god's shadow, persist for 10 minutes and last for 1 year. The sixth test of the ice god, wings of eternal winter. The wings of eternal winter are the artifacts of the ice god. They crashed somewhere in the far north. Find it and be recognized. The seventh test of the ice god, the spirit of the snow mountain, under the hands of the demigod level ice god shadow, he persists in defeating even with a stick of incense. The eighth test of the ice god, Xianming inheritance, obtain the ultimate ice attribute cultivation method and cultivate it to the level of Xianming. The ninth test of the ice god, divine inheritance, let a ferocious beast that is over 100,000 years old be sacrificed, open the ice god's divine inheritance, and accept the ice god's divine test. What a guy! Are you really going to give ice god 9 exams to someone you meet? This is probably the most shameless god. 2. Fallen in this inhospitable place, there are a bunch of ferocious beasts such as the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor stationed on the outside. It must have taken tens of thousands of years for these two humans to come to this ice temple, right? As for the soul beast, feel sorry. Soul beasts cannot become gods, and their coming is in vain. At the same time, Tang Lan also understood why Tang San, who did not have the ice attribute, would also obtain the 9th ice god test. Except not being picky about food. The bigger reason is, the ultimate ice attribute cultivation method. Regardless of whether it has ice properties or not. They can all acquire the ultimate ice through acquired cultivation, and can also evolve to a higher level of Xianming. That's interesting. But this ice god 9th exam is too time consuming. It is not as convenient as the other 4 divine examinations. It's better to let Binger and Yuer come over and give it a try. As for Tang San, without ultimate ice, the following process would be extremely difficult. How could Binger and the others lose to him? If it doesn't work, I'll do it myself. Thinking like this, Tang Lan activated the soul seed and communicated with the 2 girls through contact, asking them to come this way. Brother? What did you say? Tang San asked anxiously. I am afraid that the ice god will think that Tang Lan is more talented. Just give it to Tang San. No rush, wait until Binger and you arrive. Tang Lan said casually. Then he ignored Tang San. Talk about it. He currently has 4 divine inheritances, and the one with the fastest progress is the 9 tests of the God of Thunder. Won the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the overall championship, and exceeded the quota for the 4th Thor exam. Reward Thor Affinity plus 10%. Open the 5th Thunder God test, breakthrough to the titled Douluo. Count this times reward. His Thor Affinity has reached 45%. Apart from that, nothing was found. Perhaps. It's probably because of the death of the God of Thunder. After all, if the Poseidon Affinity exceeds 35%, you can master the divine skill Poseidon's Light. There is no reason for Thor to act like this. Blue. Here we come. The shouts of Shui Binger and Shui Yu awakened Tang Lan, who was deep in thought. Here we come. Tang Lan greeted, Sister, please touch the palace door first. The 2 women followed the instructions without any hesitation, and then were stunned. They looked at each other. Shui Binger, have you also passed the Ice God 9th exam? Shui Yu, have I passed the Ice God 9th exam? Through the conversation, you can tell how surprised Shui Yu was. Why did she get the Ice God 9th exam? Have a look. This is how normal people should react. This is called self-knowledge. Unlike Tang San. Obtain the Ice God. The first reaction of Jukeo was I'm going to become a god. I never thought about it, what's his reason? But it's okay. Tang San had the opportunity and thought to fight for it, and only when he gave up in the end, he could be considered to have grabbed an opportunity. No way, you all got the ice god's Jukeo. Tang San said in disbelief. I thought he was the chosen one. But he was just a fish in the ice god's net? Who can stand this? Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were silent when asked. Don't you know how much you weigh? Even Shui Yuer at the scene is more qualified than you to get the favor of the ice god. But for Tang Lan's sake, the two girls didn't waste words. Wait a minute. Tang Lan looked at the two ice pillars at the entrance of the ice god temple. Wait until they send out ice and snow vibrations, let's experience the strength, and then see what the people below say. Shui Binger and her sister naturally nodded. Among them, Shui Yuer's expression was the most relaxed. She thought she couldn't compete with Tang Lan and Shui Binger. Just came to run with them and get some benefits. Tang San stood there in a dilemma, looking at the ice temple from time to time. It was like looking at another bad woman, full of resentment. Tang Lan was simple. She sat on the ground and started practicing on the spot. The temperature here was extremely low because a large amount of ice attribute soul power was gathered. Although it was used to practice the 9 transformations golden body technique, it still needed to transform the attributes by itself. But the quantity was sufficient. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer saw Tang Lan start practicing. They also sat cross-legged against him, leaving Tang San behind. It was neither standing nor sitting. His Xian Gong did not allow the absorption of ice attribute soul power for practice. As for walking, looking at the frozen energy on the vast sea soul cover, he fell into deep thought. The temperature outside was a bit unbearable for him. Wait for the ice and snow to shake. Can he really bear it? How about asking me to lend this artifact to me temporarily? I don't know if this divine test allows the use of external objects. It should be possible, right? Chapter 324 Tang San is stubborn? I'll make you stubborn. This weight. 6. 9. S. H. U. X. C. O. M. It's a day and a night. Sunset and sunrise. At noon when the sun was at its strongest, the two pillars at the entrance of the ice temple finally moved. The ice on the surface of the pillars suddenly broke apart, and circles of zigzag waves rippled out, washing over the 4 people like waves. Tang Lan, who was the first to bear the brunt, felt as if there were small hands caressing him from the inside out. It was very comfortable. Shui Binger seemed to be a little worse, with a frown. Shui Yuer's condition was more obvious, with her body undulating with the waves, as lively as dancing. But her life breath was relatively stable, and she could hold on. What about Tang San in the end? He had originally planned to rely on the vast sea soul cover to resist. But Tang Lan wanted to use him to earn rewards, so how could she help him? It seemed that the vast sea soul cover was still there, but in fact, the protective effect had been cancelled. The waves hit Tang San's body without any hindrance. It was just a moment. Tang San was frozen into an ice sculpture, but then the ice was crushed by the waves, and then frozen again. It went on, over and over again. There was almost no interval, so Tang San kept the same posture from beginning to end. Tang Lan scanned with his mental power. It was confirmed that although Tang San was miserable, he was not in great danger of life. So he kept paying attention and let him hold on. I hope he can know what is good and what is bad, and retreat when faced with difficulties. An hour later, the sun in the sky was no longer scorching, and the ice and snow vibrations stopped. Tang Lan stretched his body. It felt like a massage, quite refreshing. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer directly crossed their legs and began to inhale and exhale ice attribute soul power, with efficiency a few points faster than before. This was because the ice and snow vibrations removed impurities from their meridians and compressed the purity of their internal power. Now it was like a sponge lacking water, and the natural absorption efficiency increased greatly. As for Tang San, plop! He fell directly to the ground, shivering. He didn't get any benefit from the tossing just now, and he was also tortured by pain. It was a pure loss. Tang Lan stepped forward and released his vitality to cover Tang San. The effect was not very obvious. Tang San was frozen, and what he needed was warmth. But the temperature here is too low. Unless it is the ultimate fire, any flame will be frozen. Tang San can only rely on himself to hold on. He lay flat on the ground for half an hour. Tang San finally recovered and climbed up tremblingly. Brother Tang San said in a trembling voice, this ice and snow shock test, how do you feel? This sentence was paused 3 times, allowing Tang Lan to organize his words. Then he said, Xiao Sanzi, the time when the ice and snow shock appeared is when the sun is the strongest at noon. I don't think it's a test, but a mechanism of the ice temple, which is to ensure the surrounding area of the ice temple can sustain this low temperature. And the source of the freezing in this shock is probably inside the ice temple. If you can't even bear this and want to enter the ice temple, it's probably almost impossible. Tang San fell silent. There was a lot of unwillingness on his face. After finally encountering a new divine test, and activating the 9 ice god tests, are you about to give up like this? At least let him gather some wool. After a brief period of torture, he ran away with his tail between his legs like a bereaved dog. This is not in line with Tang San's character. Brother. Tang San said firmly, I want to try for a few more days. Maybe I can adapt. The 9 divine tests are too time-consuming. I don't plan to stay here for a long time. I will come back every day at noon to take the test. newbookbar69shuz.com. Before Tang San could react, he nodded decisively. Tang Lan made an okay gesture. Then when Binger and Yuer wake up, please tell them, mistress. And then, the vast sea divine soul shield that protected Tang San was retracted and fell into the vast sea divine eyes. Tang Lan directly activated the blood escape technique and disappeared into the sky. Tang San, who was left exposed in the ice and snow, was balled up into a ball and covered in ice, burying him bit by bit. He can only be forced to use all his strength to run the Xian Kong internal force to maintain his vital signs as much as possible. Although barely alive. But such continuous consumption of internal energy will make it impossible to practice, let alone mentioning it, once the internal energy is exhausted. Isn't that useless? For a moment, Tang San was anxious. But now he can only guarantee that he is alive and cannot move at all. All we can do is hope. Sister Shui Binger can wake up early and find something wrong with him to rescue him. Result. 1 day and 1 night passed. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer showed no signs of waking up. Until the blood light flew over and turned into Tang Lan. He looked around doubtfully, and finally his eyes settled on Tang San, who was frozen into a ball. There was surprise on his face. Released the vast sea soul shield to protect Tang San, and then used the ultimate ice to control the ice layer to fall off. Rescue Tang San from the predicament. What are you talking about? Tang Lan asked strangely, is this a new way of cultivation? Tang San, Brother is usually very smart, why have he become stupid now? But he obviously won't admit that he can barely survive here. Try some new methods. Tang San said firmly. Hearing this, Tang Lan pursed his lips, wanting to laugh but holding back. It's quite fun. Fortunately, the shock of ice and snow appeared at the right time, interrupting this weird atmosphere, and at the same time dragged Tang San into the abyss of pain again. Another 2 hours of torture. Tang San, who hadn't rested for 2 days and 2 nights, was a little exhausted from all the hard work. But Tang Lan turned around and left as if he didn't notice. Tang San, who was ashamed to speak, once again missed the opportunity to leave. As for Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, it was as if they were in trance, and they didn't open their eyes the whole time. Just suck it in there. Tang San is envious. After holding on for another long time, my internal strength was finally exhausted. The ice invades the internal organs and will kill you before your very eyes. A warm force emerged from his heart. The heart of the soul. He breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, blood streaked across the sky, and Tang Lan rushed down, summoning the vast sea soul shield to protect Tang San. The vitality is poured out for free, filling the entire vast sea divine soul cover space. More than half an hour later, Tang San's life was hanging by a thread, and he was forcefully snatched back. What's the matter with you, mistress? Tang Lan frowned and said, if you can't bear it, don't bear it. Is it so difficult to give up? Tang San just remained silent. Facts prove. He really can't get this ice god's wool. As for the so-called 9 tests of ice god, it's also something you give as a gift to anyone you meet. Brother. Tang San gritted his teeth and said, I can't practice at all here. I don't know what the reward will be for wasting a year, so you might as well take me away. Oh? Are you giving up now? Tang Lan reluctantly agreed, but his heart was filled with joy. Because The host asked Tang San to give up the 9 tests of the Ice God and give the Ice God inheritance to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to increase his own power. Steal a lot of Tang San's luck. Award: Chapter 325, Steal the Ice God's Reward. Eat melon in the Pope's Palace. The host asked Tang San to give up the 9 tests of the Ice God and give the Ice God inheritance to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to increase his own power. 6x. Steal a large amount of Tang San's luck. Reward: Supernatural power, 3 heads and 6 arms is upgraded to Dzogchen. It seems like this is the only reward. But Tang Lan skipped the 4 realms of 1 head with 4 arms, 2 heads with 4 arms, 2 heads with 5 arms, and 2 heads with 6 arms, and went directly to 3 heads and 6 arms. Coupled with the restriction and liberation of Chong Tong, he is really hit by 1 hand now, and he will have to be hit twice by the gods. But what is the increase in the 3 heads? Go and have a look. Okay. Tang Lan said helplessly, then I'll take you back to Poseidon Island. No. Tang San interrupted, the second test on Poseidon Island, it doesn't bring much benefit to my cultivation. It's better to send me back to Tangmen and I will continue to study hidden weapons. Studying hidden weapons? That would definitely slow down the progress of cultivation, but Tang San was still very conscious. Okay, let's go. Put away Tang San. Tang Lan glanced at Shui Binger sisters. You guys, just looking at me, don't know how to help me. Shui Binger remained motionless, as if she had truly fallen into trance. But Shui Yuer's concentration was a little weak, and her eyes quietly opened a crack. But I only saw a streak of blood leaving. Ah! Shui Yuer said worriedly, Sister, it seems you have been discovered. Shui Binger opened her eyes and glanced at Shui Yuer helplessly. My silly sister, how dare you suggest that you teach that little bastard a lesson? Who makes him so disgusting? Shui Yuer pouted and said, every day I know how to grab this and that. He obviously doesn't even have the ice attribute, yet he still has to stay here. Shui Binger didn't refute this. Tang San's inferiority has long been recognized. Shui Binger didn't expect that Tang San could continue to refresh the lower limit. Using Tang Lan's magical weapon to steal the opportunity of his eldest brother and sister-in-law? In other words, Tang Lan doted on Tang San too much. Otherwise, Shui Binger would have sent an ice pick over to give Tang San a chill. But Tang Lan obviously saw through this, so he just clicked on them and left directly. Don't worry about practicing, Lan is not angry. Shui Binger reassured, this 9th ice god test will be our chance. We must persist as much as possible. Sisters, this is your chance to join forces with Ding. Shui Yuer said with a smile, after all, Lan, this ice god, must be you. Shui Binger did not refute. Tang Lan already has the 9th Poseidon examination. The ice god and the Poseidon are both first-level gods, and the ice god's 9 tests are quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. Tang Lan will most likely give up this position of god to Shui Binger. Becoming a god is just around the corner, I will work hard. With Yuer and Lan's expectations, we will achieve miracles. Send Tang San back to Tangmen. Tang Lan couldn't wait and found an uninhabited place. Directly display magical powers. 3 heads and 6 arms. Golden light emerged. 2 heads condensed on the left and right sides of Tang Lan's head, forming a triangle with the main body's head, and there were no blind spots around it. At the same time, Tang Lan could clearly feel that in addition to the increase in perspective, his mental power and even soul strength had tripled. That is to say, his current mental power and soul strength are 3 times the original. Moreover, the 3 heads are like online computers, and the thinking speed is also increased 3 times, and they can run independently without interfering with each other. It turns out that Tang Lan can do 9 things at once. Now use it directly. 3927. Swooji spread out in the ice field, and 27 imperial swords condensed, dancing like a swimming dragon under his control. Okay. It seems that the number has tripled, but the difficulty of dealing with it has increased geometrically. And the artifact characteristics of Lei Yanbinghaotian hammer can also be triggered by mental power. Except that the explosive power is not as good as the main body, the flexibility is far superior. In comparison, the 4 extra arms can control up to 4 weapons. It pales in comparison. I didn't expect that among these 3 heads and 6 arms, the thing that would increase me the most would be 3 heads. With my current strength, I can fight an ordinary peerless Douluo without exploding the ring, right? However, most peerless Douluo have some kind of god behind them, so it would be difficult for the other party to borrow their godly power. They still have to blast the ring hammer man. Played for a while. Tang Lan disbanded the 3 heads and 6 arms, and found that the spiritual power in his body was directly over half. This is very reasonable. But Tang Lan has the soul of life and can absorb soul power for his own use in battle. There is no need to worry about overconsumption. Can. My current ability is fully qualified. Go and do that thing. Make up your mind. Tang Lan activated the blood escape technique and came to the sky above Wuhan City. More than a month. The core of Wuhan Palace, which was hollowed out by Tang Lan with a hammer, is now lined with buildings. The Pope's palace is basically completed and is undergoing final cleaning. What's interesting is, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were looking at each other point to point. Yu Xiaogang next to him looked indifferent, neither stopping nor persuading. Is there any good show to watch? But it's a pity. Tang Lan's sudden appearance caused Bibi Dong to look up alertly. I saw it was Tang Lan. The hatred in his eyes was undisguised, and his murderous aura surged out like a substance. Lu Erlong, who had been promoted to Contra with the help of 9 Yang Divine Art, had no resistance at all and was knocked backwards by the murderous aura. On the contrary, Yu Xiaogang, who was only a 3rd ring soul master, didn't even move a hair. Even when she was furious, Bibi Dong was still reluctant to hurt Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang looked at Lu Erlong who was knocked away, unbearable flashing in his eyes. Subconsciously, I have to lift my feet to go over. Stop. Bibi Dong said coldly, don't forget your current identity. The enemy is facing you. Don't lose your sense. A very far-fetched reason. But it's optional. Yu Xiaogang really stopped. Lu Erlong staggered up and looked at Yu Xiaogang in disbelief. Xiaogang, you did this to me? Yu Xiaogang looked away as if feeling guilty and escaping, looking at his toes. Make a response. Tang Lan was amazed to see it. What a love triangle drama. It is said that what has been obtained will never be cherished. It seems that Yu Xiaogang was forced to make a choice between Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong from the original I Want Them All. Dean Lu, you are really embarrassed. Tang Lan joked, the man you gave up everything to follow seems not worth your efforts. Lu Erlong stood there blankly as if struck by lightning. Her world did collapse at this moment. A trace of pride flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, but it was quickly discarded. Then he turned to stare at Tang Lan. Sect Master Tang, Your Majesty has come to the Pope's palace. What's the important thing for you? Tang Lan ignored her. Landed in front of Lu Erlong and snapped his fingers. The spiritual power was integrated into it, shaking Lu Erlong like a bell, and forcibly awakened him. Then he became like a devil. Chapter 326 Lu Erlong wakes up. Become the sword of Tang's sect. Want revenge? Tang Lan smiled like a devil and whispered. Yu Xiaogang turned to Bibi Dong just for power, to prove that he is not bad, and even to overthrow the Tang sect. If it were in the past, I would have chosen to kill it directly. Tang Lan paused after saying this. Lu Erlong's mood was inexplicable, and his thoughts were a little confused again. She doesn't know now whether she wants Yu Xiaogang or this scumbag to die. Instinctively looked at Yu Xiaogang. I saw this guy being protected by Bibi Dong, and he didn't dare to look this way. Tang Lan. Bibi Dong yelled angrily, this is Wuhan City. This is the Pope's palace of my Wuhan palace. What on earth do you want to do? However, Tang Lan ignored her again. Continued to Lu Erlong, now you have 2 choices. First, our Tang sect has just taken over the Tiandu Empire. We need to take charge of each place individually, receive the resources left by Wuhan Palace, and then compete with Wuhan Palace. Old Zhao is still reluctant to lead the Tang sect. He is not qualified for such a big picture matter. You can come and give it a try. Since Yu Xiaogang chose to abandon for Bibi Dong, then why don't you personally encroach on the Wuhan Palace, destroy Yu Xiaogang bit by bit, and destroy everything that took away the woman who took Yu Xiaogang away. The process will definitely be interesting, right? As for the second one, if you don't have a good show of your old lover fighting in the ring, I'll help you kill Yu Xiaogang now. Lu Erlong fell into a sluggish state. This is Tang Lan. In order to watch the show, she was actually asked to take charge of the Tang Clan Academy in the Tiandu Empire. Fighting in the arena with Wuhan Palace and Bibi Dong? Yu Xiaogang was trembling. What virtues and abilities does he have that allow Tang Lan to target him like this? And Bibi Dong, who had been ignored twice, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Tang Lan. She released her martial soul, and the surging soul power stirred up. Even Yu Xiaogang, who was being protected, couldn't help but take a few steps back. But when this coercion reached Tang Lan, he was as stress-free as the breeze blowing on his face. He even managed to protect the seriously injured Lu Erlong. Hey, it's level 97. Tang Lan joked, Qian Daoliu, if you watch the show again, I will hammer your pope to death. Still ignored Bibi Dong. Naked contempt. How can Bibi Dong endure this? The restrictions on the divine examination will be released immediately and a full-scale outbreak will occur. Why? A familiar sigh. Qian Daoliu, a man with white hair, quietly flashed in front of Bibi Dong. Press with one hand. All of Bibi Dong's power turned into nothingness. Then he frowned and looked at Tang Lan. You little guy is just as annoying as Tang Chen. Come to Wuhan City to find Zioxiu. Tang Lan nodded and shook his head. Asked, Qian Rongxiu, have you opened the Angel 9 exams? Qian Daoliu did not hesitate and nodded proudly. Tang Lan did not kill Qian Rongxiu and let her back. Regardless of the purpose, this information could still be leaked. That's good, just don't disturb her. Tang Lan smiled and said. I came here this time originally to find you. I happened to catch this good show, so I got involved. Would you like to wait for me for a while? I believe that Yu Xiaogang, you don't mind if I get rid of him, right? Qian Daoliu had a smile in his eyes. This little devil. But he is much smarter than that guy Tang Chen. I'm waiting for you in the worship hall. In a flash, he left. At the same time, Bibi Dong was also taken away. Yu Xiaogang was left alone, standing there stiffly, not knowing how to react. I thought that by enduring the humiliation and bearing the burden, I could hope to take revenge and overthrow the Tang sect by relying on Bibi Dong's thigh. Result. As soon as Tang Lan showed up, his dream was shattered. And not long ago, Tang Lan almost destroyed the Wuhan palace with his men. Shouldn't he and Qian Daoliu be enemies? Why do you look like you have a good relationship? Yu Xiaogang couldn't understand, what happened to this world. Tang Lan looked at Lu Erlong. How is it? How have you considered it? Lu Erlong was silent. Tang Lan was not in a hurry and waited patiently. Eating melon, the waiting process is also happy. Look at the troubled Lu Erlong, and then look at Yu Xiaogang waiting for trial. Just very happy. I didn't kill Yu Xiaogang outright before, so I was really lucky to have such a good show. Cultivation is already very hard. It's also great to have some fun and improve your mood. A few minutes later, Lu Erlong's love brain finally failed in reality. No matter what choice she makes now, Yu Xiaogang will never come back. And as someone close to Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong saw with his own eyes how many dirty things Yu Xiaogang had done over the years. Turning against his apprentice. Speak ill of Tang Lan in private. Backstab the sect that joins. Flattery for her power. Now he even chooses to abandon Bibi Dong, who had abandoned him, and abandon himself. He, Yu Xiaogang, deserves to die. But as Tang Lan said, Lu Erlong didn't want Yu Xiaogang to die so easily. She wants to destroy everything about Yu Xiaogang with her own hands, destroy his will, and crush him to death on a spiritual level. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong solemnly said to Tang Lan, if the Tang sect master does not give up, Erlong is willing to serve the Tang sect, and everything will focus on uprooting the Wuhan palace. She glared at Yu Xiaogang fiercely, gritted her teeth and said, I want this heartless man to live worse than death. Yu Xiaogang, who didn't dare to make any move, took half a step back with a pale complexion. Finally, are even his two dragons going to leave him? He doesn't understand. What on earth did he do wrong to betray everyone like this? The resentment towards Tang Lan in his heart has reached an all-time high. But Yu Xiaogang didn't dare to show it, and even lowered his head in embarrassment, fearing that Tang Lan would see him and change his mind and do him on the spot. This made Lu Erlong close his eyes in despair. Does he already disdain to look at himself? Taking advantage of Lu Erlong's despair, Tang Lan expanded the soul realm, penetrated into Lu Erlong's soul, and slightly transformed it. He did not change Lu Erlong's will. It only strengthened her hatred for Yu Xiaogang. Let her firmly implement her idea of revenge, even if Yu Xiaogang kneels in front of her in the future, she will not waver at all. Take precautions against this love continent, the ancestral love brain. Live together. Tang Lan left a ball of life force and restored Lu Erlong's injury. Okay, you can collect some interest here first. No one will come into this Pope's palace before I come back. Enjoy your last alone time. Tang Lan left with a smile, leaving behind Yu Xiaogang, and Lu Erlong who hates him to the core. Erlong. Yu Xiaogang also tried to redeem himself, I did all this out of necessity. As long as I achieve certain results, I will find a way to bring you back. That's enough. Lu Erlong said with red eyes, how you dealt with me before, how should you deal with that bitch in the future? Yu Xiaogang didn't understand yet. Lu Erlong had already sprinted in front of him. 1. Ouch. No. Impossible. Give it back to me quickly. Chapter 327 Sterilizing Yu Xiaogang. Blackmail Qiandaoliu. Lu Erlong sprinted in front of Yu Xiaogang and picked peaches with one dragon claw. Pfft. Something has been pulled out. ZZ. The wound was directly ironed by the flame. Until this time, Yu Xiao had just reacted and looked in disbelief at the little brother in Lu Erlong's hand who had been with him for decades. This. She. No. Impossible. Although he has never used this little brother, how can he accept this reality because of the deep-rooted male mentality of inheriting the family line? He subconsciously raised his hand, wanting to snatch back his little brother. Dong'er must have a way to take him back. But. Coax. The flames are high and the aroma of meat is filling the air. A piece of roasted meat that was completely cooked and even perfectly browned was thrown at Yu Xiaogang's feet. Lu Erlong threw away his hand in disgust and left without looking back. Bibi Dong can't even think of using things that I haven't used. Yu Xiaogang didn't try to save Lu Erlong. He bent down and tried to pick up his treasure. The heart-wrenching pain hit my heart, and my lower body was torn, scorched, hot, and empty. Stuff it all into your head. Yu Xiaogang could no longer stand, twitching and falling to the ground. His mouth opened uncontrollably, wanting to call for help but refusing to obey. What a coincidence! I happened to take a bite on the charred brown barbecue. Hey! You. Woohoo! Outside the papal palace, Tang Lan, who had benefited from his spiritual power, left with satisfaction. My mood for the next day will be pleasant. When he saw Qiandaoliu, he was also smiling. Oh, can't you sort out your white hair yourself? Tang Lan joked, how about I help you? Qiandaoliu glanced at Tang Lan, somewhat helpless. Do the people of the Tang family have a tradition of being so friendly? They fought each other not long ago, but now they are so familiar with each other. Tell me, why did you come to me? Qiandaoliu said bluntly. Oh, nothing. Tang Lan smiled and said, I just want a few God-given soul rings, which will be useful for my research. Qiandaoliu. Didn't he listen, what are you talking about? That's a God-given soul ring. It takes divine power to make a treasure. You, the inheritor of the sea god, come to me, the angel god, to ask for it. Or we just had a grudge. But seeing Tang Lan's clear eyes, Qiandaoliu knew he was serious. For a moment, he was speechless. Sometimes, as the pillar of the spirit hall, he also wanted to have someone to rely on. I can give you 3 God-given soul rings for your release of Xioxiu. After saying that, without waiting for Tang Lan to speak, Qiandaoliu opened his right hand. In the angel statue in the worship hall, angel power emerged and condensed on Qiandaoliu's palm. Tang Lan opened the purple pupil and watched the condensation process of the God-given soul ring with wide eyes. This is Tang Lan's real goal. Otherwise, it's just a few God-given soul rings. Wouldn't it be easy to ask Bo Sixi for them? But Bo Sixi's God-given soul rings were all given by the sea god. Qiandaoliu is different. Over the tens of thousands of years in the spirit hall, even if the angel god had stored a lot, they should have been consumed long ago. And because the angel god fell. If Qiandaoliu can take out the God-given soul ring, he can only make it himself. What Tang Lan wants is to watch the manufacturing process on the spot. Then, take it. Qiandaoliu threw out 3 God-given soul rings, and Tang Lan took them quickly. Then the 4 looked at each other. After more than 10 seconds, Qiandaoliu's face twitched. This kid, there is something else. What else do you want to do? Qian Daolio was angry. Tang Chen and I were nearby at the time. Even if you didn't let Shue'er go, she could come back safely. Is that so? Tang Lan thought, then I'll try another way. For Shue'er's sake, I won't kill her before Bibi Dong becomes a god. Qian Daoliu. How did this grandson know that Bibi Dong had a divine inheritance? Even Qian Daoliu only vaguely sensed that Bibi Dong had some kind of divine power. He still wanted to hide it. In the future, Shue'er and Bibi Dong will both become gods. Even if Tang Lan also becomes a sea god, the spirit hall will have a sure win. I didn't expect it. Tell me what you want. Qian Daoliu said helplessly. Being held tightly. No way. Who made Qian Daoliu unable to kill Tang Lan with one blow? And behind Tang Lan, there are two high priests, Tang Chen and Bo Sixi. It's very tormenting. The great priest is straightforward. Tang Lan laughed, then give me a set of methods to condense the God-given soul ring. Hey? That's it? The God-given soul ring sounds powerful, but it's actually useless. Because the basis of the God-given soul ring is to transform the soul ring with divine power and then fill it with divine power. It's useless for mortals to get it. Even Bo Sixi and Tang Chen have gods above them, and they can get it if they ask shamelessly. Oh, right. The connection with the god realm has been blocked. Are you sure this is your last request? Qian Daoliu asked for confirmation. Tang Lan nodded repeatedly, very obedient. But Qian Daoliu still expressed doubts. You people of the Tang family have no credibility in my eyes. But Tang Lan has expressed his position, what else can he do? Let others swear? You are kidding. Is it to the fallen angel Shen Fa, or to the sea god above him? The god realm is completely isolated. So. Qian Daoliu could only feel frustrated and raised his hand to pinch out a ball of light. Throw it at Tang Lan. This Tang Lan is very familiar, it's a spiritual ball of light. Easily absorbed. The method of making a God-given soul ring is clear in his mind. He got this, of course, not to make a God-given soul ring. Tang Lan didn't have any divine power to waste. What he wanted? It was to harvest the power of faith of soul beasts. Sure enough, it's very similar to what I guessed. Use divine power as a basis. If you exclude the 100,000 year soul ring and only make 10,000 years or even less than 1,000 years, maybe you can transform it. Tang Lan was inspired and waved to Qian Daoliu. Turned and left. Until he saw Tang Lan disappear around the corner, Qian Daoliu was relieved. This kid is finally gone. Fortunately. He didn't learn the shamelessness of his great-grandfather, he took the things and left without staying. Qian Daoliu turned and entered the worship hall. Bibi Dong was tied to the ground by the light rope, and the skillful method outlined her perfect figure. Qian Daoliu didn't even look at her, and waved his hand to untie the light rope. You can't mess with Tang Lan. If you do it again, I won't save you again. You can go now. Bibi Dong lowered her head in hatred and ran towards the Pope's palace. Qian Daoliu didn't care about her and walked forward to the angel statue. Qian Rongxiu was kneeling, emitting a warm glow. Grandpa, is he here? Qian Rongxiu asked suddenly. Yet. How strong is he? Qian Daoliu was silent for a while, as if he was evaluating. Finally he answered. Chapter 328 Lu Erlong's counterattack. Pickling and feeding dog food? He still has ties, and the road to becoming a god is not fast. New 69 Book Bar. Shue'er, as long as you inherit the angel god position, you will all be first-level gods, there is no difference between strong and weak. In the end, it depends on the degree of fit. Your martial spirit is a six-winged angel, which is the most suitable. And his is the blue silver emperor and the clear sky hammer, which is not at all suitable for the sea god position. When the time comes, there will be no way to kill him. Although Qian Daoliu spoke at length, Qian Rongxiu only heard. You are far from his opponent now. Qian Rongxiu was silent. Tang Lan is so powerful. Why did you let her go? The kiss flashed through her mind. Could it be that he? Ah! Tang Lan! Lu Erlong! I want you to die! Bibi Dong's shrill roar went straight from the Pope's palace to the worship hall. It also woke up Qian Rongxiu. Grandpa! Qian Rongxiu asked again, Mother, why do you want to kill me so much? Qian Daolio was silent again. The fact that his son was a secret room Douluo. It was a stain on Qian Daolio's life. Not only was it difficult to say, but it was also to protect Qian Rongxiu's state of mind. After all, the angel god test also had a heart-refining level. After a long time, Qian Daolio said, "When you become an angel god, Grandpa will tell you everything. Now you just have to remember. Bibi Dong, you are also a poor person." Qian Rongxiu responded with silence. "Riddle man or something. It's really annoying." After Tang Lan left Wuhan City, he plunged into the far north. Find Xiao Bai to arrange for him a soul beast of 10,000, or even 100 years. Every noon, he would take time to go to the Ice God Temple to receive the baptism of ice and snow shock. He stayed there for more than half a year. The situation on Douluo continent changed with it. Lu Erlong took over the Tang sect academy with force and used thundering methods against all the stubborn people of the Wuhan temple. Strongly integrated the Tiandu Empire and perfectly implemented the teaching responsibilities, so that the people got used to the days without the Wuhan temple. The past was inseparable from the Wuhan temple, just because they were irreplaceable. Now that the Tang sect academy is doing better and better, what is there for the civilians to miss? The power of faith is a rush of dedication. Qian Daolio was unable to send people to compete in the Tiandu Empire due to the agreement. He could only accept the reality helplessly. But Lu Erlong was not satisfied with this. She spread this treatment to the Xingluo Empire through the Communication Soul Guide and the Tangli newspaper. As the saying goes, it is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. Seeing that the Tiandu Empire is living so well, the people of the Xingluo Empire are naturally jealous. Although the faith has not yet run over, it has also questioned the Wuhan Hall and stopped producing the power of faith. If others can do this, why can't your Wuhan Hall? Whether it is out of the power of faith or the base of believers. Qian Daolio and Bibi Dong have to follow suit. Welfare doubled, convenience doubled, teaching shared, and 10-year compulsory education were also implemented. The original neutral Wuhan Hall was forced to become the big money bag of the Xingluo Empire. Gold coins burst in frames. This is to stabilize the basic base of the Xingluo Empire. But Lu Erlong is not in a hurry, she has a big move. Anyone who enrolls in the Tangmin Academy and has more than 70% of the zero-level innate soul power will break through to level 10 and become a soul master. Tangmin Academy distributes subsidies to children under 6 years old, so that families with a lack of labor force can live better. Tangmin Academy announces basic courses, and those below the 5-ring Soul King have a chance to break through with this. Frequently occupying the front page of Tangli newspapers. Let the people of Tiandu Empire be so happy. Also let the people of Xingluo Empire slowly become jealous. The Wuhan Hall can't do it. For a while, some people began to cross the border for their dreams and go to Tiandu Empire to seek refuge with relatives. No relatives? Daughters get married, sons marry into the family, widowed mothers remarry, single fathers do business. There are always more solutions than suffering. Wuhan City, Pope's Palace. Bang! Boom! Crackle! Bibi Dong smashed the garbage all over the ground, still raging. Aside. Yu Xiaogang, who used to have a scruffy beard, now has a smooth face and his masculine square face has softened. Dong. Yu Xiaogang said softly, why not let Xingluo Empire build a border to prevent population loss? Bibi Dong frowned instinctively when she heard this. The current Yu Xiaogang reminds her of Yu Guan. Yu Guan's lover is a ghost, which makes Bibi Dong's love for Yu Xiaogang more disgusting. But Bibi Dong still suppressed the disgust when she saw that her lover, who she had been waiting for many years, could serve her by her side. Xiaogang, you are right. Bibi Dong said coldly, you and Sixu go and let the Emperor of Xingluo Empire execute it. Okay, Donger, I'll go right away. Yu Xiaogang held Bibi Dong's hand and looked into her eyes. Don't be too angry. With the tens of thousands of years of foundation of the Wuhan Palace, how can it be compared to the Tang sect which has an unstable foundation? It's just a moment of pride. When Yu Xiaogang did this, Bibi Dong was no longer angry. But there was a feeling of blockage in my heart, and I couldn't spit it out or swallow it. Wait for Yu Xiaogang to leave the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong looked at the hand being held and frowned deeply. There were two thoughts arguing in her mind. But in the end, the love brain still takes over the high ground, and I think of two faces instead. Tang Lan. Lu Erlong. I want you to experience Xiaogong's suffering. Life is worse than death. Akatalpa. Tang Lan sneezed out, attracting concerned looks from Tang Chen and the others. Xia Lan, do you have a cold? Tang Chen asked doubtfully. It shouldn't be. Tang Lan's body has been dubbed Douluo, but he can still catch a cold? It must be some resentful woman who is cursing me. Tang Lan rubbed his nose. Tang Chen nodded, as long as he's not sick. Xiao Lan. Bo Sixi beside Tang Chen said, there are only 3 days left for the second test. Are you here to complete the divine test with me? Ang. Tang Lan said helplessly, Sister Xi, can I really not change this third test? I am tied to Shen Yunzi for 12 hours every day. I still have a lot of things to do. They are all our own people. Bo Sixi had already informed Tang Lan of all the contents of the 9 Poseidon examinations. Regarding Tang Lan's request, Bo Sixi also expressed his inability to do anything. Even. You think you're the only one who wants to change. I don't have to control this tidal body refining originally, but because your body is too strong, I can only preside over it. In this case, I will have to stay there within a year. She glanced at Tang Chen, full of reluctance. Originally, during this year, she could go sightseeing with her lover. As a result, I could only be tied up and play in the water at the beach. Okay, this is our duty, isn't it? Tang Chen reassured, I will also be by your side this year. Tang Lan couldn't bear to look directly at Bo Sixi's rare girlish curl of her lips. No. Not only did he have to be tied up and marinated for a whole year, but he also had to eat dog food for a whole year? Seize the bamboo shoots. The monthly pass is still short of 20++ extra updates. Chapter 329 Shui Binger gives up the divine test. Qian Daoliu came to the door again. Tang Lan suddenly felt a little regretful. 9. Kai.c.m. How come the Poseidon's consciousness was completely wiped out? Otherwise, maybe we can change to another divine test. Now. We can only follow that plan. But. Sister Xi, I have a problem. Tang Lan frowned and said. Binger has activated the 9 tests of the ice god. She needs to go there at noon every day and endure the shock of ice and snow for an hour. But her first red level exam was to accompany me to complete the 9th Poseidon exam. Now that the 2 assessments conflict, how should we calculate them? Bo Sixi fell into deep thought. This is indeed a problem. If Poseidon was still there in the past, she could still try to communicate. Now. There is no other way. Bo Sixi said helplessly, we can only ask her to give up the assessment, but at the same time, the rewards accumulated before will also be cleared. Oh? Can it still be like this? Tang Lan was surprised. Bo Sixi explained. As a high priest, you naturally have some privileges. It's just that the assessment is a gift from Lord Poseidon to the people, so generally I won't interfere. But we can't rule out that some people's consciousness was damaged during the assessment, resulting in coma and unable to continue completing it. Then we can't let them wait for death, right? The kind Lord Poseidon will not sit idly by and watch. Having said all that, isn't it because the relationship is strong, so we can open the back door? Tang Lan naturally wouldn't expose it. Then please trouble Sister Xi. We are all members of our own family, so why are we so polite? Bo Sixi smiled and said, let's go, take me to the ice temple. I'm also quite curious about the inheritance places of other gods. On the side, Tang Chen silently held Bo Sixi's hand, he also wanted to take a look. Okay. Great-grandfather, please hold my hand. Because Tang Chen and Bo Sixi are both level 99 peerless Douluo. Can withstand the tearing force of blood escape flying. Tang Lan put away the storage ring and held hands across the sky, stopping above the ice temple. Tang Chen breathed out, at this speed, I can't even breathe. Bo Sixi didn't respond to him. She looked around and raised her hand to do something, but there was no feedback. The surrounding water molecules are all frozen. Bo Sixi murmured, it seems that this ice god seems to be a little restrained. Ice is the superior element of water, it goes without saying. Just right. The shock of ice and snow below ended, Shui Binger supported Shui Yuer and greeted the 3 people who landed. Binger has met her great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Yuer has met her great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Tang Chen and Bo Sixi responded with smiles. Tang Lan took a step forward and explained the matter. Shui Bing'er nodded without hesitation. After Tang Lan gave up the 9th Ice God exam, she was the undoubted successor. To you Shuiuer. She is a yellow level 1, what can she say? The removal process is also very simple. Bo Sixi waved, and Shui Bing'er's eyebrows were tested by the red level rider, floating out and falling into Bo Sixi's hands. Remember to lower the snowflake mark downwards and place it between the eyebrows. And it flashed happily. Finally, no need to squeeze. Then you just stay here. Tang Lan said, the environment here happens to be very suitable for your cultivation. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer nodded repeatedly. Less than 7 months. The two people's levels soared to level 62 and level 57, each rising by just over 5 levels. Nearly 1 level per month. It can be said. Ice Attribute Soul Masters will benefit a lot even if they only practice outside the Ice Temple. The premise is that you can withstand this extreme ice environment. Shui Yuer's body was transformed by the blood sacrifice of a 140,000-year-old one-horned ice porpoise. Only then can we reach the passing mark. Ordinary people. Disaster. He and the two girls gave him a few instructions. If they wanted to summon him, they could crush a soul seed. Tang Lan walked towards Tang Chen and stretched out his hand. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, I have to bother you two to go to the Star Forest with me to hold off the battle. Tang Chen smiled and rubbed Tang Lan's long hair, which was messed up into a bird's nest. You kid, you're still being polite to me. I'm afraid what happened this time is not a big deal, right? After all, he is an old man who has lived for more than 100 years. Even if his brain is not very bright, his intuition is still very accurate. Tang Lan confessed, look for a golden-eyed black dragon king that is about 800,000 years old. Tang Chen? Bo Sixi, Omega. Clam? The 800,000-year-old ferocious beast is not scary. Both of them can challenge each other. But the golden-eyed black dragon king. Tang Chen frowned and said, I've never heard of the dragon clan having this kind. Is it a mutation? Bo Sixi also shook her head, expressing that she didn't know. The two looked at Tang Lan, waiting for an explanation. Let's put it this way, even the black dragon is the dragon with the purest bloodline except the golden dragon and silver dragon. Ditian's is probably the only remaining pure-blooded black dragon in the entire Douluo continent. In addition to being the golden-eyed black dragon king, it also has titles such as the current leader of the Black Dragon clan, the former beast god, the leader of the top 10 ferocious beasts, and the Dark Dragon King. Oh, by the way, it has the Dragon God's Claw, a magical skill passed down from the Dragon God himself, and its self-created soul skills include Sun and Moon Shine, Black Dragon Sword, Space Guidance, 10,000 Dragon Flames, Black Dragon Destroy the World, etc. In a word, it's very strong. Bo Sixi, Tang Chen, _. Is there such a being hidden in Douluo continent? Are you still in the Stardow Forest? Bo Sixi looked at Tang Chen for confirmation, but the latter also had a question mark on his face. It's not like I've never been to the Stardow Forest before. How can such a powerful being exist? Tang Chen expressed confusion. Tang Lan silently opened the blue-silver life domain and used his camouflage ability to hide his aura. It turned into an ordinary blue-silver grass. Tang Chen understood instantly. People have the ability not to let Mei Zhenghua worry about this, so why bother? But according to the strength you mentioned, Xier and I are probably not going to be easy to deal with. Tang Chen pondered, how about dragging that guy Douluo over? Bo Sixi nodded in agreement. This time it was Tang Lan's turn to be dumbfounded. No. Tang Chen, when did you have such a good relationship with Douluo? Besides. Bo Sixi, what do you mean by nodding? Tang Lan scratched his hair. Naturally, he would not refuse an extra thug. I am sure Tang Chen is serious. Tang Lan immediately took the two of them to the Wuhan Hall. The familiar man landed at the entrance of the worship hall. Tang Chen was not polite and went up to smash the door. Douluo, come out. I have something to ask you. Boom boom boom. That movement. The guards in golden armor were shocked. But Tang Chen and Tang Lan were recognized as beings that even Douluo would have to compromise with. As long as you step forward to stop it. Tang Chen's fist fell on him, could he kill them? I was hesitating. Douluo, who had white hair but a dark face, opened the palace door and faced Tang Chen, giving him a death stare. Are I familiar with you? You came up and smashed the door like this. You won't drink all the fine wine in that cellar in less than a year, right? I don't have anything extra for you now. Wine cellar? Wine? There seems to be a story here. Tang Lan moved closer, making Jian Daoliu notice him. His face became darker. It's not you, the little brat, who's causing trouble again, is it? Chapter 330 The 10 Ferocious Beasts Appear. The perfect mature big sister. Jian Daoliu was staring at Tang Lan, suspecting that this kid was causing trouble again. Tang Chen put his arms around Jian Daoliu's shoulders. Trench airway. Oh. What are you doing out here like this? Let's go, let's go. I'll buy you a drink. This Wuhan city of yours is too lifeless. Come with me to the Stardo forest. He gave Tang Lan a look. Tang Lan pulled people up tacitly, and with a blood escape technique, he came to the star forest and hovered above the lake of life. Even Jian Daoliu's defense was broken. No. Who promised you to leave? Just force it, right? Besides, Tang Chen was so tired that he asked me to come to the Stardo forest for a drink? Nothing good comes from cliffs. Jian Daoliu stared at Tang Chen sideways, waiting for him to explain himself. Tang Chen pretended not to see it, waved his hand to form a circle of wine jars, opened the bottle and stuffed it into Jian Daoliu's hand. Bo Sixi skillfully took out the wooden table, held it in the air with her mental strength, and took out plates of side dishes to go with the wine. Let's drink on sight. The corners of Jian Daoliu's eyes twitched a few times. Have no choice. All I can do is raise my neck and take a sip. I'll drink you to death. Aside. Tang Lan silently lowered his height and came to the top of the lake of life. Talk about it. Da Ming and Er Ming have lived here for so long. I was stunned and didn't notice it. Under the lake of life, there are several more terrifying existences. And in addition, they died in their sleep. The 2 gatekeepers of my family were hunted down by Bibi Dong's team, but they were still as stable as old dogs and continued to retreat. So. We need to make some big noise to wake up these old guys. The evil eye puts a mark on itself. Tang Lan directly restricted the liberation, and together with his 6 life soul blue silver emperors, a thunder flame ice Haoshan hammer, a total of 51 soul rings exploded directly. The violent soul power that emerged caused the 3 people drinking above to look sideways. Among them, Jian Daoliu is the most suspicious. No. Pull me here and open your hands wide. Are you sure you don't want to be an old man? Especially the discovery. Lei Yanbing's Haoshan hammer whale swallowed violent energy, but its size did not increase at all. This made Jian Daoliu even more frightened. Although the big samurai hammer is extremely powerful, it also has the disadvantage of being too large and slightly bloated. How did Tang Lan achieve an explosion of power and at the same time control the spirit's body shape? Hey! Tang Chen said in surprise, this doesn't seem to be my big samurai hammer. Xiaolan's hammer must be fused with some kind of artifact. Bo Sixi's eyes were venomous. The 2 of them can still communicate normally. Jian Daoliu is becoming more and more restless. Tang Lan's full blow was beyond the semi-god level. This place is a bit far away from Wuhan Palace, so he cannot borrow the angelic power of the angel statue immediately. It doesn't matter if he's dead, he's already taken it lightly after living for so long. But Schwer had just opened the 9 angel exams, and the great worshipper had already burped, so how could he open the final divine exam? In the end, Jian Rongxiu could only get stuck in the 8th test and become the next great worshipper of the angel god. So, do you want to take precautions in advance? At this time, Tang Chen glanced at the calm and composed Jian Daoliu and said with a smile. Old guy, if I want to kill you, why should someone from the younger generation intervene? Jian Daoliu silently picked up the wine jar, raised his head and took a big sip. No one could see his face. There was also no action. He is also concerned about chaos. With Tang Chen here, why do you need to do those little tricks? So, why did Tang Lan make such a big fuss? New 69 book bar. Jian Daoliu became curious. Below. Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer has absorbed all the violent energy of the ring explosion. The ultimate ice and ultimate thunder are divided into a hemispheric ice field and a hemispheric minefield within 100 meters. The strong breath. Jian Daoliu, Bo Sixi and Tang Chen could not help but secretly tense up. If Tang Lan slips, they will have to protect him with all their strength. Accidentally. It's really deadly. Such a big movement. It's no less than placing an activated nuclear bomb at your doorstep. No matter how deaf you are, you will still be blown up. The surface of the lake of life surges and separates from the middle to both sides. Several giant figures flew out from it one after another. The leader is more than 5 meters tall. He is extremely majestic and looks a bit like a lion, but he has 3 identical big heads. Each head has a diameter of more than 1 meter, and the terrifying canine teeth release a red-gold luster. Tang Lan compared his memory and recognized the other party's identity. 310,000 years, Red King, 3-headed red demon mastiff. The lowest status among the 10 ferocious beasts, the personal guard of the future emperor's auspicious beast, the 3-eyed golden leopard. It is now estimated to be only about 250,000 years old. Behind the Red King is a 15-meter tall body. Its body is covered with a layer of dense, thick dark golden hair, and its arms are extremely long, hanging down on both sides of its body, exceeding its knees. It must be at least 10 meters long, right? The most exaggerated thing is the shoulders, with bulging muscles like hills. It's none other than Mr. Xiong, the dark gold terror claw bear. Not only does it look very fierce, but its attacks and temper are also very fierce. It once injured Ditien because of losing control of its emotions and was beaten half to death. It is now estimated to be around 400,000 years old. The third person who followed was in human form. Her long purple-black hair is spread behind her, naturally rippling from both sides of her body. She has an extremely charming face, with dark purple eyes and bright purple lips. On the forehead, there are layers of purple halo on a pitch-black scale, which naturally changes from it float above her head. Ziji, the demonic dragon king of hell. The only dragon king among the 10 ferocious beasts, he is one of the few pure-blooded true dragons inherited from the dragon clan. His potential is no less than that of Dishan. But the age is not high, probably about 150,000 years. Next to Zig was a pale-faced young man with brown hair and pupils. Tang Lan felt particularly at ease with the vitality of trees in his body. This can only be the king of 10,000 demons and the demon-eyed demonic tree. Lucky grows next to a fairy grass, and gradually becomes stronger after devouring it. In the end, he became the ruler of all plant-based soul beasts in the Douluo forest. That was how it was before Tang Lan appeared. The age is about 500,000 years. In the middle of the two people is a mature woman with long green hair. She is as plump as a peach, as big as she should be, as thin as she should be, as beautiful as she should be, and as white as she should be. A pair of swan white wings above the head make it look as bright as an angel. Gives people a sense of trust of unlimited maternal love. She is simply the perfect model of a mature big sister. Bridget Emerald Swan. The age is also about 500,000 years. But her original body, the Emerald Swan, is extremely rare in number and has even been nearly extinct. Because the Emerald Swan itself embodies the pure vitality of nature. Delicious and nourishing. As a result, it is easy to be hunted by other spirit beasts when it is young. Because it is so delicious, it leads to extinction. It's very miserable. But Chapter 331 Dragon God Claw. Qian Daolia gritted his teeth. Although it was so delicious that it was hunted to extinction. But as the strongest healing soul beast, Bridget is still kind-hearted and advocates easing the conflicting relationship between soul beasts and humans. At once. It feels like she is even greater. Anyway, if it were Tang Lan himself, he would not be able to repay evil with kindness. This also made Tang Lan couldn't help but feel an instinct of pity. But after seeing the last man, all emotions were washed away. His long golden hair was spread behind him, and he was wearing a suit with black dragon elements. His body was over 3 meters tall, and his handsome and resolute face showed undisguised strength. A kingly demeanor of I am number one in heaven and on earth. Its exact lithe beast god Emperor Tian. Tian's cultivation level has reached 800,000 years, and he is the true supreme ruler of the Douluo forest. Don't look at it, it's less than 1,000,000 years old. But he is the king of the Black Dragon clan with the purest bloodline, except for the Dragon God's clones, the Golden Dragon King, the Silver Dragon King, and the 9 sons of the Dragon God. Just like the Millennium Titan Giant Ape, which can hammer 10,000-year-old soul beasts. And the 1,000-year-old Black Dragon can easily kill the 10,000-year-old Titan Giant Ape. 800,000-year-old Emperor Tian. In the entire Douluo planet, except for the Silver Dragon King it protects, there is no soul beast that can be its opponent. He is a well-deserved beast god. There is another ferocious beast that hasn't appeared yet. Is it watching the Tianmeng ice silkworm down below? This is not important. Tang Lan looked directly at the last Emperor Tian and waved the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer in his hand. The powerful power distorts the space. Except for Ditian, the expressions of the 5 ferocious beasts all changed because of it. The leader, Red King, paused. Zig and the King of 10,000 Demons silently protected Bai Ji behind them. Only Mr. Xiang stepped forward, eager to give it a try. Come back. Ditian, who was at the end, said, if he hits you, you will die. Mr. Xiang froze. Clam? Can this little human doll's little hammer kill it with one blow? Tang Lan no longer suppressed the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer, and his size instantly increased to 1,000 meters away, standing over the lake of life like a sky in the sun. The sky is getting dark. At the same time, Mr. Xiang's fighting spirit was also destroyed. Shrinking his head, he stepped back. With such a fucking hammer, it will turn into meat patties. Ditian stood out from the crowd to protect himself in front of the ferocious beasts. The golden eyes looked at Tang Lan calmly. Qian Daoliu, Bo Sixi and Tang Chen also closed the wine table and stood not far from Tang Lan. Each released their martial souls and momentum. The coercion belonging to the peerless Douluo was also mixed with the divine power of their respective gods, making Ditian's eyes become more serious. Tang Lan Qiang is strong, but not strong enough. The 3 of them in Tang Chen were strong and had backers. The threat level is completely different. Humans, what do you want? Ditian said solemnly, if you want to fight. Suddenly, Tang Lan waved the Lei Yanbing clear sky hammer, interrupting Ditian's words. A burst of extreme black light wrapped around the hammer head of Lei Yanbing's Haoshan hammer, wielding it with all its destructive power to destroy everything. 3 hammers that destroy the world and 1 hammer that breaks the sky. Wherever it passed, the space shattered into dense cracks. It made Emperor Tiandou concentrate on it, made Qiandao Lu feel threatened, and made Xiang Jun and the 4 ferocious beasts tremble. But everyone who followed them showed surprise. Because Tang Lan's terrifying hammer was aimed at the sky. The clouds in the sky were scattered into a cloudless sky, and a black channel shot straight into the sky, clearly visible from millions of miles away. Click! The evil eye in Tang Lan's left eye was shattered, and his hollowed-out body returned to its full state. New 69 book bar. Without the blessing of the explosive ring, it has become the most harmless existence now. But with his performance just now, no one dares to underestimate him. Tang Lan swaggered and flew to Ditian. Stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Human Tang Lan, I'm glad to finally meet you, beast god Ditian. Ditian didn't reach out. Its golden eyes stared at Tang Lan, as if they would explode at the next moment. With such a close distance, Ditian was confident that those 3 peerless Douluo would be at least seriously injured. But he was unprepared and grinned at Ditian. Ditian laughed so hard that his hair went crazy. Are you confident or are you prepared? Ditian raised his right hand and used his claw to tear the space apart, passing by Tang Lan's head. Dragon God Claw. It is both a soul skill and a divine weapon. Unless you also possess a divine weapon, you cannot resist it. Even the ultimate Douluo can only be captured in seconds. But Tang Lan just stood there without even trying to dodge. Since there was regeneration, Ditian couldn't kill him instantly. Also because his danger prediction was not triggered. Ditian's blow was in response to Tang Lan's blow just now. Even if he looks like Pan, I can still take it. Bring the status of the 2 back to the same level. Human, what are you going to do? Ditian frowned and said, my patience is limited, I will give you one last chance. Tang Lan didn't waste any time and directly took out a spiritual light ball. Ditian, who had strong self-confidence, absorbed it without any hesitation. Then my eyes widened. Looking at Tang Lan in disbelief, he was about to ask for confirmation. Tang Lan has summoned Xiao Lei, Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Xiao Lei is still a little confused. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor bowed to Ditian. This is the respect the soul beast has for the beast god. I created the Tang sect spirit transferring pagoda in the Star Forest, the Sunset Forest, and the far north. Tang Lan smiled and said. You can go at any time to check whether the soul equality contract is true. Just to the south. Ditian didn't speak, but looked back at the Red King. The Red King quickly ran towards the south. Tang Lan was not in a hurry to speak and retreated to Tang Chen and the others. What on earth is going on? Qian Daoliu said with a gloomy face, no wonder you dragged me here. It turns out that I am working as a thug for you. I knew you wouldn't feel at ease. Hey! You, how can you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air? Tang Chen Erha refers to humanity. I just brought you here to drink. It was completely unexpected that I met some beast god. Right, XIER. Bo Sixi nodded first, the husband sings and the wife follows. But then I couldn't hold myself any longer, so I couldn't help but turn my head away with laughter. Qian Daoliu made his brows dance wildly. Do you believe your own lies? But it's optional. The three people opposite are in a group, what can Qian Daoliu do? Okay. Let's call it an accident. Qian Daoliu gritted his teeth and said, now you can always tell me what you know about the situation, right? Tang Chen nodded with satisfaction and gave Tang Lan a look. Tang Lan was already prepared and threw a spiritual light ball. After Qian Daoliu finished absorbing it, his expression darkened. Soul Beast. So there is such a powerful foundation? Wahundian didn't know anything about it before? He couldn't help but stare at Tang Lan. How did you know such secret information? Everyone, please vote monthly. When it comes to adding more updates, just add more. Chapter 332 Qiandao Lihoki is happy. Soul recycling? How did you know such secret information? Faced with Qian Daoliu's inquiry, Tang Lan said calmly. The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape once lived in this lake of life. He's the one responsible for guarding the door. And now they are the souls of Xiaowu and Zhu Qing. Tang Lan said it very calmly, as if it was the truth. After all, he didn't directly say that the information came from Daming and Erming. Let Qian Daoliu himself come up with the rationale. Even Tang Chen and Bo Sixi didn't have the slightest doubt. Compared to these, Xiaolan, what do you want to do when you find them? Tang Chen said curiously. The claw that Ditian just used was as powerful as my 7-ring explosion. And depending on the situation, it can still be used repeatedly. If a conflict really breaks out, an old boy like Qian Daoliu will lose his money. Qian Daoliu. He understood instantly. Because after Tang Chen took a break, he would definitely have Qian Daoliu to summon the angelic power to compete with Ditian on his background. Bo Sixi. Qian Daoliu said, I'm not dead yet, can I let Xier step in? Tang Chen, this old boy, mastered it perfectly. Suddenly, Qian Daoliu had a flash of inspiration and thought of some possibility. Boy. Qian Daoliu stared at Tang Lan closely and said word by word. You woke up this Emperor Tian to study the technology of artificially creating soul rings, such as the transfer of God-given soul rings, similar to souls. Tang Lan replied, we are in a trance with each other through the ethereal mirror screen. Give Qiandao flowing air happiness. I figured it all out in an instant. Compared to the birth of the soul equality contract, which will rob a large number of believers, artificial soul rings do not have a big impact on humans. The main beneficiaries are the soul beast group. It is not a big threat to the spirit hall. However, good for you. Qian Daoliu said sincerely, fortunately, Tang Chen did not have your IQ and ambition, otherwise there would be no business for me in the spirit hall. It can be said to be a very high compliment. But some people are not happy. Hey! You old guy! Tang Chen said unhappily, what do you mean by okay? My IQ is very low? Ambitions are very low. Qian Daoliu returned with a look of disdain. You really have no self-knowledge, don't you? Tang Chen was so angry. Looked at Bo Sixi, seeking comfort from his own woman. But Bo Sixi looked away, wandering in the sky. IQ problem. It is difficult to evaluate. Anyway, who knows who has been imprisoned in the city of slaughter for 100 years. As for ambition, the purpose of becoming a god at level 100 is to marry Poseidon. What ambition can such a love-brained person have? The interaction between the three made Tang Lan purse his lips. Want to laugh, but dare not. He was afraid that Tang Chen would get angry and hit him with a hammer. While talking, Qi Wang threw out the wind and fire wheels and braked in front of Emperor Tian. A shake of the hips. Several people were thrown out from his back, each adjusted their posture in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. The leader was Dongfang Rixing. He looked at the extraordinary Emperor Tian and his beasts, and his expression was quite calm. After all, as the deputy master of the Tang sect's spiritual pagoda and the deputy master of the Xingda's spiritual pagoda, he has seen the world. Take the initiative to salute Tang Lan, Master, I am glad to have fulfilled your mission. Tang Lan nodded in response. After Dongfang Risheng stood up, he shouted at the 6 people behind him. With the sect master here, what are you afraid of? This is a rare opportunity, you must know how to seize it. 5 of the 6 people were shocked. After coming to their senses, they followed the salute. Zhao Yi /Gner /Sun San /Li Si /Wu Zhou, meet the sect master. These 5 people are all Tang sect disciples, arranged for Tang Lan. As for the 6th person, he has another purpose. Not bad. Tang Lan nodded and said, this matter is over. You 5 can choose one of the Tang sect's techniques. If you perform well, you can enter the inner section. Instantly, the 5 people were excited. What Emperor Tian, Beast God? They are all floating clouds. At this time, Emperor Tian also learned the general situation from the Red King. Looking towards Tang Lan, Tang Lan said, hearing is false, seeing is true. I have arranged 6 people who need to sign the soul contract, ranging from level 10 soul masters to level 60 soul emperors. And in order to verify the soul equality contract, it has widespread ability. I will preside over the signing of the soul equality contract with Dongfang Risheng. What do you think? Tang Lan arranged it so well, what can Tian say? Then let's start. Tang Lan was not vague. Let Dongfang Risheng release the soul beasts of the 6 people's soul contracts from the storage ring. Called the 3 people of level 40, level 50 and level 60, and presided over the soul equality contract for the 3 people at the same time. Keep calm, I'll take care of everything. 8 words made the 3 people lie down directly. Who is Tang Lan? That's the man who can even beat the Pope's palace. Is there anything he can't do? Just hold the thigh tightly and it's done. In comparison, Dongfang Rixing was in more trouble. He couldn't operate on 3 fronts, and the other side was also a little nervous. Fortunately, he presided over the 10th, 20th and 30th level, which was much less difficult. More than an hour later, all 6 people completed the soul equality contract, summoned souls one by one, condensed soul rings, and experimented with soul skills. Dongfang Rixing even showed his soul ring, showing the fact that a 1000-year soul can be endowed with 2 soul rings. It made Tian nod his head. Good. Great. With this soul equality contract, my soul beast tribe can be slaughtered less, which is really wonderful. Among the other 5 beasts, Baiji showed a relieved smile, and her eyes looking at Tang Lan were also much softer. As for the other 4 beasts, their emotions did not fluctuate much. They were neither beast gods nor did they have Baiji's compassion for the world. And they also had the confidence to survive the heavenly tribulation. The soul equality contract was as tasteless as chicken ribs to them. Tang Lan didn't care about it either, his target this time was not these minor supporting roles. Don't be too happy, sir. I have a surprise. He stood in front of a person who had just become a 6-ring soul emperor. Also, the only one who didn't salute Tang Lan from beginning to end. What's your name? Tang Lan said calmly. Replying to the sect master, I am the outer disciple Wu Buchan. Well, do you know why? Tang Lan asked again. Wu Buchan pursed his lips and swallowed his saliva. For the first time, he had an expression and said with a shrug. The disciple spread the sect's skills, and the 3 clans should be punished. But Deputy Sect Master Zhao gave the disciple a chance to make meritorious contributions. Opportunity to test soul recovery for the sect leader and pardon the death penalty of 3 clans. Please also ask the sect leader to fulfill your wishes. Tang Lan nodded. This conversation is not only to check the information, but also to let the people and animals onlookers know that he is not a devil who kills innocent people indiscriminately. And the information revealed in it. Soul recycling. Tian said in surprise, if the soul can still be recycled, wouldn't it mean that the soul beast can have eternal life in disguise? Even the beasts such as Mr. Xiong who were originally indifferent also cast their eyes. Becoming a soul, there is no temptation. But becoming a soul that can continue to be reincarnated is very tempting. However, Chapter 333 The Beast God Goes Berserk. Artificial soul ring. Faced with Ditian's question, Tang Lan shook his head. You. Calm. It's not that simple. You can see it at a glance. He waved his hand. The six-pointed star formation of the equal contract between souls appeared at Wu Buchan's feet. Following Tang Lan's chanting of incantations, the light of the six-pointed star array flowed backwards, and energy was drawn out of Wu Buchan, causing him to twitch in pain. Tang Lan slapped him in the air and knocked him unconscious. Normally speaking, keeping the host awake will help the success rate of soul extraction. But how powerful is Tang Lan's mental power? These bonuses are not needed. After all, I was once a disciple of the Tang sect. Even if I make a mistake, I just want to be punished and not be tortured like this. Half an hour later, Wu Buchan's body shriveled up and turned into a mummy. On his body floated a 10,000-year-old unicorn-armored beast. It is the soul that Wu Buchan signed the contract just now. Only, compared with its previous activity, it is now languid, and its soul and body are somewhat illusory. If it weren't for his bright eyes and his expression, he wouldn't be dull. Ditian even wondered if it was stupid. Dongfang Sunrise consciously stepped forward and put away Wu Buchan's mummified body. Tang Lan took out a blue crystal and kept his soul in it. Then show it to Dishan and other beasts. Every time the soul is extracted, it is fatal to the soul master, and it is also a serious injury to the soul. It needs to be cultivated in special soul crystals for different times according to the age. This 10,000-year-old soul will need 3 years to cultivate before it can re-sign an equal soul contract with others. But compared to signing it as a soul beast, there is a risk of failure. As long as the extracted souls sign a contract with a compatible soul master, the success rate is 99.99%. Although there are many restrictions. But Ditian still nodded with satisfaction. With this soul equal contract and soul power recovery, a considerable part of the soul master's soul ring needs can be solved. And without supply and demand, there will naturally be less killing. Very good. Ditian said happily, human, you have done a good job. I will reward you. Say it. What are you going to do to wake me up? As long as the request is not too excessive, I will definitely agree. After all, he has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, so he is fine. Knowing that Tang Lan had gone through so much trouble, he must have wanted something. Tang Lan doesn't play tricks either. He said directly, I need the faith of the soul beast. Aside, Qian Dao showed an expression of as expected. But the expressions of Ditian and other ferocious beasts changed. Want the faith of the soul beast? Mr. Xiang even said angrily, human. You are too greedy. Soul beasts will not have a second belief besides the dragon god. The way Zig, Red King and 10,000 Demon King looked at Tang Lan also felt something was wrong. On the other hand, Baiji had some worry in her eyes. It was a pleasure to Tang Lan, she was indeed a nanny. Humans. Ditian said with a stern face, let's change the request before I change my mind. Obviously. There is no need to discuss this matter. However, Tang Lan showed a confident smile, there is no absolute thing in the world, it's just that the chips are not enough. Tang Lan released the vast sea soul shield to isolate himself and Dishan from the outside world. Ditian remained unmoved and looked at Tang Lan calmly. Wait for the following. Then, Ditian was suddenly shocked. Because the center of Tang Lan's eyebrows revealed the seal of the Shura God King of the Shura Demon Sword. The aura of God King Shura contained in it, Dishan will definitely not be mistaken about it. New 69 Book Bar. Human, wasn't what you performed just now the divine skill of the God of Destruction? Dishan frowned and said, how did you get the divine test from God King Shura? It's a long story. Let's talk more about it when we have time. Tang Lan smiled and said, as the future God King of Shura, can we talk about it now? Ditian was silent for a few seconds, but still shook his head. The CO Master of the Soul Beasts can only be Lord Dragon God, and this is absolutely impossible to change. I didn't say that I wanted to replace the Dragon God. Tang Lan shrugged and said, all I need is the power of faith, that's all. This made Dishan a little confused. How to obtain the power of faith without replacing the Dragon God? I can see that you are confused. Tang Lan grinned and said, faith itself is a very mysterious word, but it can actually be called another name, worship, conviction, recognition, or even love. He raised his eyebrows. The eyes of the vast sea are opened, and the majority of faith power emerges. The entire vast sea divine soul cover space is packed to the brim. These are some of the powers of faith I have collected from us humans. And the identity I use is not a divine identity. So you don't have to worry about what I think about the dragon god's deity. After all, the Silver Dragon King is still alive, the dragon god can only be her. Dityan suddenly raised his head. The beast god's aura was released without reservation, causing the vast sea soul shield, which was a sacred weapon, to swell and deform. But Tang Lan was still calm, and could even separate his mind and carefully collect the power of faith back into the vast sea divine eye. Pressure is actually a shock to the soul. And his soul now has been completely integrated into the golden elixir. A little coercion, but no defense breaking at all. I accept your pressure and it's of no use to me. Tang Lan said casually, if I had any thoughts about the Silver Dragon King, I wouldn't be the one to talk to you now. Dityan thought about it, and it was the same. If Tang Lan had other intentions, the one coming now should be God King Shura. It withdrew its pressure and stared at Tang Lan with a frown. Human, your name is Tang Lan, right? What exactly do you want to do? Tang Lan smiled. Dityan finally looked at himself squarely. He replied seriously, as I said just now, I don't want to be the CO master of some soul beasts. I just want the power of faith from the soul beasts so that I can become a stronger god. Dityan stared at Tang Lan, and Tang Lan looked back calmly. On this point, he did not hide it. So I have a clear conscience. After looking at each other for more than 10 minutes, Dityan finally nodded and said, how do you want to obtain the power of faith of the soul beast? Tang Lan smiled again. What is impossible? Isn't this done? As for the method, Tang Lan took out a small ball and handed it to Dityan. Think about any of your own soul skills and instill the soul power into it. Dityan didn't know why, but he still did it. But then I discovered it. The small ball in your hand is like a bottomless pit. No matter how much soul power is injected into it, it will be completely swallowed up. Even after 1/10 of the soul power was injected, there was no movement. Dityan cautiously stopped injecting. The next moment, the small ball in his hand bloomed with colorful light, and finally settled on blood red with 2 golden lines. Oh! Tang Lan said in surprise, the upper limit is 200,000 years, which is not bad. Dityan frowned and stared at Tang Lan without knowing why. What's the meaning? I forgot to introduce it. Tang Lan said with a smile, this little ball was made by me in imitation of the God-given soul ring. Artificial soul ring. Chapter 334 Dityan, meet all your conditions. This little ball is an artificial soul ring that I made by imitating the God-given soul ring. You can use soul beasts to actively inject soul skills and soul power to create soul rings that can be absorbed by soul masters. And just like the God-given soul ring, it can automatically adapt to the soul master's physique, and there will be no risk of being burst. At present, the upper limit is not bad. It can be produced in 200,000 years. That is. Brush. Dityan interrupted Tang Lan. It lost control for the first time today, flashed in front of Tang Lan, and grabbed the latter's shoulders with both hands. Artificial soul ring. You can actually create a soul ring artificially. That's something only a god can do. How can you, a mere mortal, do this? It's incredible. If Lord Silver Dragon King hadn't been here, I would have even thought that you were the reincarnation of Lord Dragon God, here to rescue our soul beast. Dityan was so excited. The fundamental contradiction between humans and soul beasts is soul rings. Although the emergence of the soul equality contract has somewhat eased this contradiction, it has not completely eliminated it. But the emergence of artificial soul rings is different. Although there are still temptations such as soul beast meat, soul bones, and external soul bones. But the biggest need has been solved, and most of the soul beasts no longer need to be hunted. No wonder. No wonder Tang Lan is confident that he can harvest the power of faith from the soul beast. If artificial soul rings can really become popular, this is the savior of the soul beasts. Who dares not to believe? The emperor will go to heaven to whip ye. Hey! Stop! Tang Lan waved his hand and said, I know what's going on, but don't be so excited yet. Artificial soul rings still have many flaws. Its soul skills can only be selected by the soul beast. Not only is it single and fixed, the lower limit is also fixed at more than 80,000 years. 80,000 years. Even in Contra, it takes an elite part to barely absorb it. How many needs will it be able to solve? So what I need to do is to have a senior ferocious beast cooperate to research and produce an artificial soul ring with the lowest possible age. The requirement is not too low, even if it can be reduced to 10,000 years, it can solve the fifth soul ring of most soul masters. There is also the problem of the materials of artificial soul rings. The cost of each one now is too high, even soul masters find it difficult to consume them. However, the upper limit of artificial soul rings has been lowered, and the requirements for materials have naturally been lowered. But we have to try and make mistakes one by one to find the right formula. Once the above two problems are overcome, combined with souls and soul recycling, it will cover the needs of half of the soul masters on the continent, no problem at all. Tang Lan's long speech, De Tian only heard one sentence covering the needs of half of the soul masters on the continent. Okay. De Tian agreed immediately. Which beast do you need to assist? The king? No problem. That's so generous. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the PPT presented by Tang Lan. Eager to start cooperation, Tang Lan was not polite and began to make requests. In the early stage of research on reducing the lifespan of artificial soul rings, I need Baiji's cooperation in the research. Emperor Tian, no problem. Regarding the selection of materials for artificial soul rings, I need to try and error one by one. Many of them are not used by human society and cannot be purchased in large quantities. You have to collect them. Emperor Tian, no problem. In the later stage, we will need to test the applicability of artificial soul rings for various types of soul beasts, and you will need to coordinate the cooperation of soul beasts. Emperor Tian, no problem. And the Tianmeng Ice silkworm you are absorbing, its soul power is very pure, just right to provide soul power for the experiment. Emperor Tian, no problem. Tang Lan, I need it. Emperor Tian, no problem. Tang Lan, I need it. Emperor Tian, no problem. Tang Lan, I need it. Emperor Tian, no problem. In short, no matter what Tang Lan asked, Emperor Tian only had one answer: no. Questions. That's what he said. Tang Lan couldn't help it and started to raise some personal requests. I need more. Including you, De Tian, make a copy of your soul skills in 3 levels of 100,000 years, 150,000 years, and 200,000 years. This has nothing to do with research. It's for my Tang sect to reserve for the soul skills of Soul Douluo and Title Douluo. You see. De Tian, no problem. So straightforward? Then. I don't know if you have any soul bones collection. How about giving me some? This time De Tian finally changed his mind. De Tian, why give me some? I'll give you all. So far, Tang Lan is already satisfied. If he raises another condition, he will have to let the 10 fierce beasts become his soul spirit. De Tian can't possibly lose himself in doing business. As for the other fierce beasts, it depends on their willingness. After all, soul beasts can't become gods, but they can follow Tang Lan to heaven. Are there no other conditions? De Tian asked. That's all for now. Tang Lan said, don't be so definite. De Tian nodded and reached out to Tang Lan. What about artificial soul rings? Give me 100 first, and I'll give them to you when they are fully charged. Tang Lan chuckled. Took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them to De Tian. The one on the left is the list of materials for the current high-end artificial soul rings. Many of them are too expensive. Xiao Bai made them for me before, and there are not many in stock. Please collect 100 copies and give them to me when the time comes. The one on the right is the list of low-end artificial soul rings in the plan. Collect 1000 copies first, as the experimental consumables are relatively high. Even De Tian was stunned for a while. CO author. Tang Lan made a sample, and the rest depends on his mouth? It glanced at the 2 lists. Wow! Materials of various minerals, herbs, and rare animals. Many of them it had never heard of. Tang Lan handed over the first volume of Tang Sect Encyclopedia attentively. This is my work. The items on the list can be found in it. De Tian breathed a sigh of relief and took the book. It's enough to know where it is. Anyway, it's his subordinates who will collect it. It pointed to the vast sea soul cover. Tang Lan understood it immediately and put it away. De Tian flew to the waiting Zig and other beasts. He said a few words. Except for Bai Ji, the beasts all seemed very resistant. The Bear King even roared a few times. He was slapped away by Ditian's claws and smashed a deep pit on the ground, which was so dark that it was bottomless. This is a beating to death. The 10,000th Demon King immediately took the list and the book, and his pale face was full of obedience. The Red King ran away quickly and rushed to the bottom of the lake of life. It took several minutes to return. He handed a bunch of things to Ditian. Sharp-eyed Tang Lan saw the unconscious Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and more than 20 soul bones. And the aura of each piece was extremely powerful. At least more than 10,000 years old. However, why are these soul bones so bumpy? It seems to be tooth marks. I have been free for the past few days, and I will try to update for everyone. If you have votes, please vote. If not, give a 5-star rating. Chapter 335 The Charm of a Mature Woman. King's Mission. Chapter 335 The Charm of a Mature Woman. King's Mission. Ditian flew over with something, followed by Baiji. U.co. Little guy. Baiji said with a smile, I heard that you specifically want me to cooperate. That look. Just like the big sister next door, look like a little boy with evil intentions, there is some strange expectation in his teasing. Tang Lan coughed. Actually, in conjunction with the research on artificial soul rings, any ferocious beast will do. But compared to the tall and thick Mr. Xiang, the eye-catching Sister Bridget is of course better. Besides, Sister Bridget is good at healing. We will take the 3rd Poseidon test next, and we still need Sister Bridget's support. Bridget smiled and nodded, as if what you say is what you say. Let everyone feel a little unable to bear it. Is this the charm of a mature woman? Fortunately, Dishan couldn't understand the atmosphere and directly threw Tianmeng Iceworm over. To relieve Tang Lan. This bug has been sucked by us for a while. It will probably take a few days to wake up. It has little combat power, but it has strong mental power and is good at hiding. Be careful of it escaping. For Tang Lan, this is a small problem. Tang Lan took out a green pill and could see densely packed soul seeds if he looked carefully. Together with a life soul heart, they were all stuffed into the mouth of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Snapped his fingers. Tianmeng Iceworm rolled and stood up. Ouch! Wake up, wake up! It's stuck in the flesh. It hurts, it hurts. Tang Lan stopped urging and looked at Tianmeng Iceworm with a smile. Aren't you pretending to be asleep? Tianmeng Iceworm shook her head repeatedly. Tang Lan ignored it and looked at the soul bone in Ditian's hand. 27 soul bones. Only discovered through close-range induction. None of these soul bones have a breath, which is lower than the wisdom skull condensed by spirit. That is to say, 27 soul bones, all over 60,000 years old? Among them are many soul bones that are over 100,000 years old. This wealth is simply terrifying. But Ditian didn't care and handed it to Tang Lan. To the soul beast, the soul bone can only be regarded as a harder teething stick. That is to say, the dog of Red King is so good. Only these stocks exist. Otherwise, which ferocious beast would have no problem collecting bones? Watching Tang Lan accept the soul bone happily. Ditian Dao, I have sent out the items on the list to collect them. How will I inform you to get them then? This Tang Lan has been prepared for a long time. He took out a bunch of small and large communication soul guides, all in the shape of watches, collars, and bricks. A ball of spiritual light lets Dishan know its general purpose. Oh! Ditian said unexpectedly, I have only been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, and the soul guidance devices in the outside world have developed so fast. Tang Lan smiled and said nothing. He didn't brag and say that he invented it when Ditian discovered it himself in the future, that would be called showing off. Think about it. He took out another pile of storage rings, also of various models. This surprised Dishan. Although he is a beast god, he has a grudge against humans and has never used these human items much. Now found. It smells so good. At last. Tang Lan took another precaution. Recently, I am planning to go to Poseidon Island to complete the 2nd test. After that, the 3rd test will take a year, and I will not be able to return to Douluo continent. If you can't contact me, you can go to the Star Spirit Tower and look for Dongfang Sunrise. He will cooperate with all your orders. The wise man from the East Sunrise stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Emperor Tian. Recognizing a familiar face, I voluntarily stepped back. But Ditian waved his hand. the king of Poseidon Island, know that when the time comes, I will directly help the alliance. Dishan's flying speed is still trustworthy. After making sure there is no problem, Dityen asked Bridget to take more care of her, then turned and returned to the bottom of the Lake of Life. As for the 10,000 Demon King and Zig, they took a list and flew to the outside. King Chi dug Mr. Xiong out of the ground. Hold it with 3 heads and drag it to Bridget's eyes. Bridget shed green light and awakened the seriously injured Mr. Xiong. It sat up in shock, looking around wildly. I was relieved when I didn't find Dityen's presence. Just now, Dityen's claw almost didn't send it to see his grandpa. Jointly and severally. When Mr. Xiong saw Tang Lan, he only dared to glare. Just Honest and Chi Wang left with another list. This made Bridget cover her mouth and snicker. This Mr. Xiong has the worst temper among us. My little brother can make it suppress its anger, it's very powerful. The lazy tone of the imperial sister made Tang Lan feel on fire. Then he looked at Bridget doubtfully. Strangeness. Although Bridget is compassionate, she is at best a holy mother. Why are you so arrogant all of a sudden? Could it be that you are carrying some special tasks? The king's mission? Hiss. Tang Lan looked at Bai Ji strangely, didn't expect you to be such a goose. Bridget didn't know why, she tilted her head and looked at Tang Lan with an intellectual smile, as if she was doting on her little brother. I can't help Tang Lan. I originally wanted to pick something eye-catching. But it seems like a wolf has been lured into the house. Poseidon Island, Circular Island. Inside the Tangman Inn. Everyone looked at the more than 20 soul bones, and their eyes were filled with tears. Braving green light. Isn't this too strong? But... Brother, why are there teeth marks on this soul bone? Xiao Wu asked strangely. The rest of the people discovered the abnormality. Oh, the molar bone snatched from the mouth of a 3-headed dog. Tang Lan said casually. Everyone suddenly looked at him strangely. What 3-headed dog, that pile of 10,000-year-old soul bones grinding teeth? But these are harmless. The point is... Brother. Tang San said with red eyes, these many soul bones should be enough for all of us, right? Although the others did not speak, they all looked at Tang Lan eagerly. For the first time, I gave Tang San a thumbs up for his greed. Because they think so too. Just for your greed. Tang Lan joked, since I took it out, I must distribute it. Tang San was immediately overjoyed. Looking at the more than 20 soul bones, they seemed to be private property. Now he can also be fully equipped with soul bones. This look made Tang Lan very satisfied, the buff was finished. Then Tang San would be useless. Tang Lan's style changed, but before you allocate it. He waved his hand. A total of 16 soul bones flew out from the pile of soul bones. Of these 16 soul bones, 5 are for Lao Zhao to increase his physical strength, 5 are for Lao Poison to increase his attributes, and 6 are for Wang Dali, which is exactly the same as a set of strength. You don't have any objections. Most people naturally have no opinion. This is Tang Lan's own trophy, but it would be nice to give them points. Why do you still want to be picky? Anyway, with Tang Lan's personality, he will definitely give them the most suitable one. But... Tang San's eyes were immediately bloodshot. Allocate 3/5 of them all at once? There are only 11 soul bones left, and there are so many of them to share. How else could Tang San get 5 pieces to collect enough soul bones? Chapter 336. Tang San still dislikes it. Go ahead and grab it. Tang San was thinking about how to find an excuse to make Tang Lan change his mind. Tang Lan has already started to distribute. He directly picked up 3 soul bones. 120,000 years, the right leg of time and space given by the god of time and space. 150,000 years, silver crystal basalt trunk bone. It just fills in your vacancy, Xiao Wu. And the 90,000-year-old hell leopard left arm bone. Xiao Wu, replace your fire elf left arm bone. Xiao Wu took the 3 soul bones with a smile, stood on tiptoes and kissed Tang Lan's ears gently. And whispered. Tonight, I'll give you a surprise. Tisk. Tang Lan suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. He directly picked up a head soul bone and stuffed it into Zhu Zuking's chest. 150,000 years, Space Shadow Leopard's Labyrinth Skull. The rare dual attributes of space and shadow, no matter which aspect you get the blessing from, this is a gift for you. There are still 80,000 years left, the left arm bone of the netherworld silver hedgehog. Your 40,000-year-old dark left arm bone should have been replaced earlier if you don't have soul bone skills. Zhu Zuoqing took the 2 soul bones with a smile and gave Tang Lan a "see you in the evening" look. This made Tang Lan look forward to it even more. It seems that Xiaoyu and Zuoqing are going to do something crazy while Bing'er and Yu are not around. Elder brother. A scream woke up Tang Lan. Tang San's anxious face was seen crowded in front of Tang Lan's eyes. After giving away 4 soul bones, there are only 7 soul bones left. How can he not be anxious? Oh, mistress. Tang Lan said calmly, 70,000 years, lightning light dragon right arm bone. You have received the blessing of the god of thunder, so there should be no problem. Facing the right arm bone handed over by Tang Lan, Tang San took it first. But he had no intention of retreating, and still looked at Tang Lan eagerly. Not enough. Tang San's goal was to get 5 soul bones and collect a full complement of soul bones. This is your piece. Not enough to fit between teeth. However, Tang Lan acted as if he hadn't seen him, picked up a soul bone and looked at Oscar. The anxious Tang San grabbed his arm. Brother. Tang San said bluntly, is there only 1 soul bone suitable for me? And it's not 100,000 years old. Good guy. Do you still dislike a 70,000-year-old soul bone? Everyone at the scene was speechless. Typical high-minded but low-handed. Tang Lan also gave a helpless look in return. He raised the soul bone in his hand and said, 120,000 years, the torso bone of the Star Holy Dragon. The spirit fusion skill of your teacher Yu Xiaogang, the Golden Holy Dragon, both has a light attribute, but it is a purely auxiliary attribute. Including healing, recovery, amplification, and sharing abilities, but no attack. Do you want this soul bone? Tang San hesitated. Although 120,000 years is very tempting. But the purely auxiliary soul bone still has a light attribute that doesn't match him. Not to mention that there is a high probability that it cannot be absorbed. Even if you have the soul bone skill, it will only be useless. So. Tang San could only shake his head helplessly. Tang Lan threw it to Oscar. Thank you, Sect Master. Oscar said excitedly, with this trunk bone, my 6 soul bones are complete. That's great. Oh. Tang Lan asked back, your left leg bone of the coxcomb is only 4,000 years old. Don't you consider replacing it with a new one? Oscar shook his head decisively. He looked at Tang San with a vague look in his eyes. The older the soul bone is, the better it is not. The one that suits you is the best. Although the left leg bone of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb is only 4,000 years old, it can amplify my 3rd soul skill. This is my foundation. It is the most beneficial to our entire team. In exchange for a high-end soul bone skill, I will only benefit. This deal is not worth it. Have a look. Oscar's awakening. Tang Lan and everyone gave him a thumbs up. Only Tang San curled his lips vaguely, this guy is really confused. Team? As long as you can be like Tang Lan and be powerful enough to form an army by yourself, why do you need a team? Although Tang San's expression was very obscure. But the basemen present are all 5 ring soul kings, who would have poor eyesight. The look in his eyes for a moment was full of disgust. If you were not the sect leader's younger brother, you would have been beaten out of the Tang sect by random sticks. Tang San didn't know it yet and continued to look at Tang Lan. Urging Tang Lan to distribute the remaining soul bones. Tang Lan pretended to be helpless. He took out 3 red-hot soul bones. 90,000 years, torso bone of Paradise Firebird. 80,000 years, the soul bone of the Yanling Tiger's head. 80,000 years, the left leg bone of Yeyang Tiger and Lion. The 3 pieces are all fire attributed. Do you want to give them a try? Tang San thought about the reaction to absorbing the fire attribute soul bone last time. He and the fire attribute are not compatible at all. But the soul bones are separated. Only the last 4 pieces are left. If he doesn't fight for these 3 pieces, then the last piece will be taken. Tang San looked at the remaining piece, which exuded a smooth aura and was a rare gem. No matter how you look at it, they are all prepared for Ning Rong Rong. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, brother. I want to give it a try. Tang Lan looked at Tang San with a troubled expression on his face. There was obvious blame in his eyes, you are such an old man, why are you still so ignorant? But he didn't open his mouth to blame. Aside. Daimyo Bai, the only one with the fire attribute present, was disgusted by Tang San and wanted to kill him, but he still couldn't bear to embarrass his beloved sect leader. He said with difficulty, "Sect Master, why don't you let Tang San give it a try?" Although Tang San had experienced the phenomenon of being repulsed by fire attribute soul bones. But what if he becomes stronger and overcomes this problem? So Daimyo Bai could say this and give up the 80,000-year-old soul bone that he was about to get. Everyone looked at him with admiration. At the same time, the disgust for Tang San became even stronger. Tang Lan listened, but still frowned. It's like weighing. When Tang San saw this, he immediately struck first and then acted, grab those 2 soul bones. The Yanling tiger's head soul bone was not snatched because he had the Titan ape's head soul bone. Thank you, brother. Thank you too, Daimyo Bai. He took 3 soul bones and ran to the corner in a hurry. The scene began to absorb. Tang Lan opened his mouth, but in the end he could only sigh, perfectly creating an image of being helpless towards his doting brother. All the hatred was absorbed by Tang San. Tang Lan couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up, well done. Handed the Yanling head soul bone to Daimyo Bai. Tang Lan picked up the last soul bone and handed it to Ning Rongrong. The left leg bone of the 100,000-year-old 6-winged holy dragon is the only kind of gem that belongs to you. Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly and took the soul bone. Thank you, Uncle Tang. But he was not in a hurry to absorb it, but looked towards Tang San. I saw Tang San take out the lightning light dragon right arm bone first. He had the greatest confidence in this piece. But he hesitated. Or put it down and pick up the Paradise Firebird torso bone. The most certain thing is to leave it until the end. Just in case. At least there is a consolation prize to soothe the wounded soul. I will go shopping with my wife for New Year's clothes first. I still need 22 monthly passes and more. Chapter 337 Is Zhao Wuji having sex? The heroine is actually. He solemnly pressed the torso bone of the heavenly firebird on his chest. SX.C.M. The inner strength of Xian Kong is the pulling force. Click. The torso bone of the Paradise Firebird fell to the ground. At the same time, it also broke Tang San's heart. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. The corners of Daimyo Bai's lips curled up. It's useless to give this little bastard like you a chance. The rest of the people turned away their heads and snickered behind Tang Lan's back. Little did I know. Under the cover of Jinghua Shui Yu, Tang Lan was also grinning. This little bastard shouldn't think that I will really absorb his soul bones, right? Joke. As long as they are in his hands, they will all be sealed in the vast sea. Unless this guy is shameless enough to grab the soul bones assigned to others. Otherwise. Today is a piece of soul bone, don't even think of getting it from Tang Lan. No way. Every time Tang San absorbed a soul bone, there would be a part of the soul bone that could not be rewarded by him. There are several head soul bones in this batch that are over 100,000 years old. Just because of the bad taste at the beginning, Tang San got into trouble. It can't be brushed at all. So we must be ruthless. Not even a piece of my hand can be given to Tang San. But Tang San still didn't believe in evil, so he picked up the left leg bone of the Yang tiger and lion and tried to absorb it. Result. Click. Tang San was stunned. He was so embarrassed that he acted like a fool and even robbed someone forcefully. Is this the result? Tang San's face twitched, and Daimyo Bai also twitched, laughing. A Yakuza is a Yakuza, after all he is still the clown. I thought it would be a good show, but it was gone when I saw this. When Tang San began to absorb the lightning light dragon's right arm bone, no one was too impressed. After all, it was Tang Lan, the only one chosen for Tang San. It should be possible. Click. Everyone suddenly turned their heads. Looking at Tang San's dull expression and the right arm bone of the lightning dragon under his feet. Everyone was shocked. I thought that Tang San was useless, but I didn't expect that he could be so useless. Not even soul bones with thunder attributes? This. Tang San stood up in despair, staggering towards the outside of the Tangman Inn. Tang Lan caught up with him with a worried expression. Don't forget to allocate the road. Take the fire attribute Mubai, give it a try with the thunder attribute Jingling. After Tang Lan leaves. The first thing Dai Mubai and Jingling did was not to get the soul bones, but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha! Daimyo Bai laughed so much that he doubled over. Have you seen that little brat? Isn't this even possible? Ha ha ha! Bing Shanboi Jingling was always smiling and shaking his head. Isn't it too good? The rest of the people were not much better, laughing so hard that they held their stomachs. Only Oscar could barely bear it, silently sat down aside, and began to absorb the soul bones with all his heart. No matter what happens to Tang-san, he is his master in name only. It was also Tang-san who led Oscar into the Tang Sex Gate and obtained the Tang Sex skills. Otherwise, looking at Ma Hung-jun now, we know what will happen. Even if Tang-san didn't teach him anything, this kindness should always be remembered. But as for Tang-san's ability to draw hatred, Oscar couldn't do it either and sided with Tang-san. The only thing you can do is not to laugh at him. Why? Such a master at the stall is convinced. Tang Lan caught up with Tang-san. Looking at him like a zombie, I thought that even if I tried to comfort him, I wouldn't listen. He simply activated his blood escape technique and returned to Tangman. He handed over the 3 reserved sets of 10,000-year soul bones to Zhao Wuji. New 69 book bar. It makes him excited. I knew that the sect master would never forget me, old Zhao. Zhao Wuji said excitedly, a complete set of 10,000-year soul bones all at once. The minimum lifespan is 60,000 years? Now the 2 of them, old poison, are going crazy. No. Even titled Douluo, most of them don't have a few soul bones, those with lower years of experience look down upon them, and those with higher years of experience are not suitable. Tang Lan finally got it together, how can he not be excited? Okay, old Zhao, stop getting excited. Tang Lan said with a smile, look at how you look like you have never seen the world. Zhao Wuji glared. How many people in the world have seen this world? Not even Ning Fengzi can do it, right? But he obviously wouldn't be stupid enough to talk back to Tang Lan. Sect Master, if you have any questions, please give me orders. Lao Zhao will fight to the death for Menpo Flash. No, with your little strength, you should be titled Douluo as soon as possible. Tang Lan joked, this time 5 soul bones have been absorbed, so you should be at level 90, right? Zhao Wuji nodded without hesitation. The set Tang Lan gave him was all 70,000 years old. There are 2 more pieces worth 100,000 years. It's enough to upgrade 1 level together. That's okay. Tang Lan instructed, don't use your soul for your 9th soul ring. I'll get you a dark gold terror claw bear later. Based on your endurance, 200,000 years should be fine. Dark gold dread claw bear? Or 200,000 years old? That thing has been guarded outside the Star Do Spirit Transferring Pagoda for more than 10,000 years. The old rhinoceros Niujeo said bluntly that he couldn't do it at all. That end is only over 10,000 years old. If this is a 200,000-year-old soul ring. Zhao Wuji knelt down to Tang Lan on the spot. Sect Master. Say it. What do you want me to do, old Zhao? Even if you fall in love with my mother-in-law, Lao Zhao won't hesitate. Tang Lan was amused and kicked away by Zhao Wuji. Go. Where did your single bitch come from? In no mood. Zhao Wuji scratched his head. Hey? Is there something going on? Tang Lan asked curiously, who can still like you, a rough guy like you? Zhao Wuji was even more embarrassed. It just so happens. Someone didn't even knock on the door, just pushed it open and entered. Holding that plump figure, Tang Lan was shocked. He looked at Zhao Wuji, are you serious? Zhao Wuji just scratched his head and did not dare to speak. It's the one who comes. Seeing the interaction between Tang Lan and Zhao Wuji, I probably understood the situation. He said bluntly, Sect Master, if you feel that I, Lu Erlong, am not worthy, I can leave. That's right. The person coming is none other than Lu Erlong. Tang Lan never expected that Zhao Wuji would get along with Lu Erlong. What do you say about Lu Erlong? Tang Lan was not interested anyway. After all, Lu Erlong was bound to Yu Xiaogang from the beginning. Even if he didn't get over the hurdle in his heart because of Yu Xiaogang and failed to complete the last step of negative distance contact. But he probably did a lot of other things. Tang Lan didn't lack women, nor was he a stud. Bringing Lu Erlong back to Tang sect, he just wanted to see her tear Yu Xiaogang apart, so that he could enjoy the show. Don't want to give Zhao Wuji this opportunity? Tang Lan's thinking made Zhao Wuji misunderstand. He grabbed Tang Lan's arm and half knelt on the ground. Master. I fell in love with Erlong the first time I saw her. P.S. Lu Erlong is not giving her away. There is no possibility for Tang Lan in her. He also thinks she is too pitiful, and wants to arrange a good ending to make up for his regrets. If anyone thinks it is inappropriate, you can comment here and consider deleting this plot. Chapter 338 The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger is making trouble. The remains of the Water and Fire Dragon King. Master. Zhao Wuji said sincerely. I fell in love with Erlong the first time I saw her. But before her. So I buried this love deep inside. This time Erlong came back to Tang sect, I also saw hope, so I mustered up the courage to pursue her. Erlong rejected me several times, and I was the one who pursued her. I, old Zhao, can guarantee with my life that Erlong will never betray Tang sect like Yu Xiaogang, the traitor. If that day really comes, then I will also take all the responsibilities. Zhao Wuji's statement softened Lu Erlong's expression. He also looked at Tang Lan with a firm gaze. Waiting for your trial. Tang Lan was speechless. I say, what do you mean? Tang Lan spread his hands and said, I didn't stop you from being together, I was just surprised. Why are you together? When he said this, he looked at Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong looked a little embarrassed. After all, she was with Yu Xiaogang before, but now she is with Zhao Wuji. It's a bit inappropriate. Zhao Wuji stepped forward again and stood in front of Lu Erlong. Master. The past is the past, people always have to live in the present. Erlong is no longer the Erlong of the past. She is now my wife Lu Erlong. Tang Lan gave Zhao Wuji a thumbs up. Tang Lan was so angry. But she still pushed him away and looked at Lu Erlong. Give me a reason that can convince me. Lu Erlong understood that she couldn't hide. But she didn't know how to convince Tang Lan. In the end, she chose her heart. I used to wait for Yu Xiaogang, thinking he was my only one. But when I really waited for him, I found out that he was. How hypocritical. Especially when he joined Bibi Dong, I really gave up on him. At this time, Lao Zhao appeared in my world and led me out of the darkness little by little, so it was natural for us to be together. That's it. Lu Erlong looked at Tang Lan cautiously, waiting for his judgment. Tang Lan smiled. He patted Zhao Wuji on the shoulder. Okay, Lao Zhao. You got married without any announcement. Let's have a good wedding some other day. Erlong is a good woman, but it's a pity that she met Yu Xiaogang. I have distributed all my soul bones, so I will take Erlong's 8th and 9th soul rings. Zhao Wuji was overjoyed. Seeing that Lu Erlong was still in a daze, he quickly pulled her to bow to Tang Lan. Thank you, sect master. I, old Zhao, will work hard for the Tang sect until my death. Tang Lan waved his hand. Looked at Lu Erlong and raised his hand. Lu Erlong's soul had been freed from some harsh death taboos. Although Lu Erlong didn't know what was going on, she felt much more relaxed. She also understood that Tang Lan really recognized her identity. She wanted to say something with emotion, but Tang Lan had already opened the blood escape technique and left. She was so moved that she could only turn it into motivation. The basic situation of the Tiandu Empire has stabilized, and it's time to attack the Xingluo Empire. After leaving the Tang sect, Tang Lan went straight to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. It wasn't that he missed his parents. It was that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger had sent a message earlier that it had reached the 700,000 year catastrophe. How long has it been? Is the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger so nourishing in the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire? Tang Lan was a little confused. When he arrived, he didn't even have time to ask questions. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger directly triggered the Thunder Tribulation. No way. Tang Lan turned on the wool-grabbing mode. Most of the day passed. After Tang Lan's level was raised to 85, the progress was advanced by about 70%. The thundercloud couldn't hold on after all, and it split a hair of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, and dissipated aggrievedly. Tang Lan then lowered his body and stared at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger with a squinting eye. You guy, you are so impatient when I come here, are you hiding something from me? The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger shook his head repeatedly. How is it possible? I guarantee that all evolutionary energy will be absorbed from this Ice and Fire Eye. Never left even half a step. Is this really the case? Tang Lan squinted at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, always feeling that something was wrong. Aside. Tang Hao nodded and said, this tiger did not leave the pond. Yin's soul disappeared. Indeed. With the testimony of Tang Lan's parents, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was confident. He held his head high and said, "And in the end, I'm 1,000,000 years old. I still have to sacrifice my blood to you, right? Isn't this tiger something to hide? All the benefits I get now are all prepared for you. What do you have to doubt about this?" Tang Lan was already a little convinced. When I heard the explanation from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, I was instantly convinced. This guy must be hiding something from himself. Otherwise, if you are wronged, how many times should you roar? How can there be long explanations like the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger? Rather, it's more like, cover it up. Tang Lan deployed his mental power and carefully observed the changes in the ice and fire eyes. But found. He looked at Yin. "Mom, have you felt that the energy of the ice and fire eyes has become more abundant recently, and that you are growing faster?" Yin nodded affirmatively. "I thought it was because my age exceeded 10,000 years, so I could absorb energy faster." "Very good." Tang Lan looked at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. "If you confess, you will be lenient, if you resist, you will be strict. Choose." The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger shrank his head and dived most of his body into the water, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. He didn't dare to look at Tang Lan and looked sideways at the empty space. "That's a waste of time." Tang Lan directly took out the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer. "Hey, hey, hey!" The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was frightened on the spot. "That's all I said, don't just take out the hammer every now and then. How scared will it be to the tiger?" Bang! Tang Lan slammed the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer onto the ground and stared dangerously at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. "If you don't confess, you're going to get a beating." Knowing that he couldn't be fooled, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger began to explain. "Actually, it's nothing. I just discovered that there is a hole underneath, and there is more energy inside. So I went down to take a look. After diving for about 100 meters, I was stopped by rocks, so I dug a little bit. After punching through." Tang Lan raised his hand to stop. "How long did it take to dig through?" Tang Lan asked. The eyes of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger suddenly became erratic. "But it's useless to lie about this kind of thing. Tang Lan will definitely go down and take a look. So I can only... about... maybe 200 meters. 200 meters? That's only 20 kilometers. Okay. I really dug up hundreds of millions of points." Tang Lan waved his hand, signaling the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger to continue. "After piercing through, I found 2 dragon-shaped skeletons deep in the ground. One side is extremely hot and the other is extremely cold. They should be the ones mentioned, the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. But..." Chapter 339 The Soul Bone of the Water Dragon King. Ning Rong Rong shows off. "But... the energy around them is extremely violent. Even with my evil attribute, I can't get too close. It can only be absorbed from a distance, but the efficiency is also greatly improved. Wouldn't it be 700,000 years? That's probably it." Tang Lan's brows twitched. He naturally knew that Bing Huolianji had the skeletons of 2 Dragon Kings in front of him. But because Yin still needs to rely on the 2 eyes of ice and fire to continue to grow. I was worried about destroying the balance, so I didn't move. Unexpectedly. You just told the Dark Devil God Tiger and you dug him out? This can also explain why the energy of the ice and fire eyes suddenly became intense. In the past, there were 20 kilometers of rock and soil penetration, but now the waterway is directly connected. Utilization is completely different. Stay well here, I'll go down and take a look. Tang Lan warned, it's best if nothing happens, otherwise. Tang Lan didn't say anything about punishment, but the Dark Devil God Tiger instinctively trembled. It was definitely not a good thing. To be on the safe side, give yourself a mark. Tang Lan plunged into the ice eye, relying on the ultimate ice in his body to easily dive into the depths. There was no light in the middle section, so Tang Lan could only open the purple divine eye. The deeper you dive, the Water Dragon King's divine power around him was strong, and it gradually increased. When we are almost at our destination. From a distance, I saw 2 suns, one red and one blue, placed deep underground. Very close. Purple divine eyes saw 2 giant skeletons through the light. The whole body is similar to the Western lizard dragon, except that one body is as red as lava and the other is as blue as ice. Tang Lan, who was on the Water Dragon King's side, could clearly feel the vast power. When he first landed on Poseidon Island, Poseidon had deliberately released his divine radiance so that he could understand his soul power and divine power. Gap. The power I perceive now is only slightly less than it was then. But this part of the divine power is ownerless and can be absorbed by the outside world. Tang Lan made a simple estimate. If you can practice here, the speed will be more than 1,000 times that of the outside world. The premise is to have the ability to survive here. Even with Tang Lan's ultimate ice, he could only get within a kilometer of the Water Dragon King. No matter how close. Tang Lan relied on the mark and continued to swim forward slowly. The body began to freeze gradually, and finally lost mobility at 900 meters. But the mental power is still there. Only the chill begins to spread to the spiritual power. But Tang Lan still didn't panic. His soul is in the golden elixir, and the coldness cannot penetrate it. He continued to move forward. It stopped when it was close to 800 meters. 90% of his mental power has been frozen. If he goes any further, he will completely lose all mobility and can only activate the mark to return. It makes no sense. He possesses the ultimate ice, and this is it. If you go to the area next door to the Fire Dragon King. Tang Lan didn't even dare to think about it. But Tang Lan turned his purple divine pupils and stared at the skeleton of the Water Dragon King. Through the bone seams, he saw the outline of an ice-blue palm bone. Under the light of divine power, it was impossible to tell whether it was the left hand or the right hand. This made Tang Lan interested. There is a soul bone attached to the outside of his left palm, which happens to be empty. Even if the soul bone is attached to the outside of the right palm, it is not a problem at all. Because his right arm is the amethyst behemoth right hand bone, and his soul bone skill is behemoth evolution. Burn the soul bone to ignite the amethyst bloodline, and gain an evolution. It is a true one-time soul bone skill, and the soul bone can be consumed depending on the situation. It's absolutely possible to make room for the Water Dragon King's external soul bone without wasting it. Try to see if you can grab it. Tang Lan activated the blood escape technique and turned into blood, ignoring the power of the extreme cold. He passed through the bone seam in an instant and came to the palm bone. The good news is that this is the left metacarpal bone. The bad news is that Tang Lan is under the blood escape technique. Not only is he unable to stop flying in circles, but he is also unable to touch physical objects. Tang Lan tried to activate the soul bone skill, invincible golden body at the moment when he released the blood escape technique, trying to withstand the extreme cold for a moment and put the attached soul bone into the storage ring. But the result? When Tang Lan condensed his physical form, the symbol in his right eye was shattered. Tang Lan's perspective changed, and he returned to the Binghuolianji eyes. This was the passive activation of the soul bone resetting skill at the moment of his death. Tisk. His physique was comparable to that of a level 96 titled Douluo, yet he died suddenly in an instant. It seems that unless a powerful ability appears, otherwise, there is no hope of getting this, the attached soul bone of the Water Dragon King, before reaching level 95. It just so happens that the Water Dragon King's external soul bone matches the properties of the Snow Emperor's left arm soul bone. I just don't know, will it be integrated by then? Or what about swallowing it directly? Thinking about it, Tang Lan looked at the dark demon evil god tiger. You can go down to practice in the future, but don't touch those two skeletons. Also, don't get too close, or no one can save you. The dark demon evil god tiger nodded like he was pounding garlic. What is the Water Dragon King's soul bone and the Fire Dragon King's soul bone attached to it? What interest can it have as a soul beast? It's just that the energy at the bottom of the picture is more abundant and can evolve faster. The hidden danger has been eliminated. Tang Lan said hello to Tang Hao and A Yin, activated the blood escape technique and left. Returned to Poseidon Island. He left not long ago. Xiao Wu and the others had not yet finished absorbing their soul bones. Tang Lan was also waiting here to protect them. By the way, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu took out the soul bones that were to be replaced. They are the 12,000-year-old fire elf left arm bone and the 40,000-year-old dark left arm bone. Holding the two eliminated soul bones, Tang Lan scanned the circle. The core members are all equipped with soul bones. If replaced, the only dark left arm bone of high age is only suitable for Jingling. But Jingling's tiger eagle left arm bone, although only 10,000 years old, can bring about the ability to fly. The functionality is much stronger than the pure increase brought by a 40,000-year-old soul bone. After all, the Flying Gundam and Susanna are the ones with souls. Tang Lan threw the soul bone into the storage ring. Prepare to hand it over to Zhao Wuji later as a reward storage within the sect. That 12,000-year-old fire elf left arm bone can be absorbed by Lu Erlong. Before sunset, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, who were allocated the most soul bones, completed their absorption one after another. The system seamlessly connected and a series of prompts popped up. Tang Lan was about to check. Ning Rongrong, who had been waiting for a long time, was the first to jump up. Let me introduce you first. My 100,000-year-old six-winged holy dragon's left leg bone, my soul bone skill girl will like it. She summoned the soul bone, and her left leg lit up with a holy light, illuminating the living room brightly. Tang Lan temporarily stopped checking the news, and instead felt the effect of this soul bone skill. Isn't it just for the harvest of this moment that I have worked so hard to develop? But no matter how Tang Lan sensed it, he didn't notice anything strange. This. What effect? Ning Rongrong smiled and summoned the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. One operation shocked everyone. Just saw. An extra chapter, wishing all friends a happy New Year's Eve of the Year of the Dragon. If you have lucky money, please give the author a red envelope. _ Chapter 340 Bug Oscar. Gundam Light Sword. 9 treasures turn out glaze, 5 souls. Ning Rongrong gave everyone except Tang Lan a soul boost. Hey! This boost! So strong! Tang Lan, the only one who was treated differently, glared at Ning Rongrong unhappily. What are you keeping in suspense? Hehe, if you boosted Uncle Tang, I would be soft at once. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. Soul bone skill, all sounds, where the holy light shines, the auxiliary effect of the target is increased by 100%. Note, it's the auxiliary effect, all increased by 100%. Oscar reacted immediately. He took out a recovery sausage and ate it, his eyes wide open in surprise. The effect of the recovery sausage has indeed doubled. Oh? It's a shared buff? Not bad. Tang Lan smiled and said, it's worthy of being a 100,000-year-old gem. It really fits Rongrong. Ning Rongrong raised her head proudly. As a support. Compared to the increased self-protection ability, she is more proud of being able to improve in support. Don't be complacent. Oscar, the only one in the team, also compared. Look at my 120,000-year-old star holy dragon trunk bone soul bone skill star bond. From Oscar's chest, a little starlight lit up, and meteors flew out, hanging above everyone's head. Follow. Tang Lan only felt that the spiritual power in his body rushed to the stars above his head like a flood. But this process is not uncontrollable, Tang Lan felt that he could interrupt it at any time. Just watched. A few seconds later. Leaving 10% of the spiritual power on the spot, the full stars flew back and gathered at Oscar's chest. A powerful momentum spread out uncontrollably. Title Douluo level. And the level is extremely high, at level 97 at night. Fortunately, everyone had been polished for a year under the light of the sea god. Each of them released their martial spirits and could withstand it. Looking at Oscar again. Although his face was a little red, he was still within the safe range. He raised his hand. Tang Lan's martial spirit Lei Yan Bing Hao Tian hammer automatically emerged, and then a shadow flew towards Oscar. He took it and turned his wrist. Without Tang Lan's cooperation, he used Hao Tian body protection. Then layers of light lit up under his feet. Black Hole Domain, Killing God Domain, Killing Domain, Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain, Thunder God Domain Prototype. Wow! Oscar said in surprise, is this the power of the sect master? It's too cool. Tang Lan was surprised. Oscar's soul bone skill. It's quite interesting. Not only can martial souls be borrowed, self-created soul skills can be borrowed, but domains can also be borrowed? Tang Lan tried it secretly. It was found that domains can also be used, but whichever one he uses, Oscar's side will be topped. Xiao Ao, your soul bone skill is to borrow other people's abilities. Ning Rongrong said disdainfully, isn't this the same effect as copying the mirror intestine? Oscar did not refute, but smiled mysteriously. With a wave of his hand. The huge star on his chest flew to the top of Ning Rongrong's head. The aura of the titled Douluo on Oscar disappeared. Instead, the aura of the titled Douluo rose on Ning Rongrong. She herself opened her eyes wide. Ah! Can it be like this? But she didn't have time to experience it. Oscar continued to wave his hands, and the star flew away and landed on Dai Muebai's head. Then Dai Muebai's eyes widened. Oscar changed one by one, and everyone was extremely surprised. Until the last one fell on Tang Lan's head. Tang Lan finally understood why. Because, in addition to the total energy of everyone, the star also contains a skill list of all people. Martial spirits, soul skills, self-created soul skills, and even soul bone skills. You can borrow and use them at any time. Oscar's soul bone skill, Star Bond, can actually allow the holder of the star to the person who is the main body of Chen, becomes omnipotent for a short time. Although there are many disadvantages. For example, the rest of the people will be drained of energy, the skill usage authority is lower than the main body, and it takes time to perform, etc. But for the first problem, you can choose not to drain energy, and you can also use Tang Lan's soul heart to supplement. The second problem of skill contradiction can be avoided after proficiency. The third point. What is Oscar's position? He is just an auxiliary. With people like Tang Lan and Dai Muebai, he will not be the only auxiliary to stand in front of the front line at the first time. End. Team 1. Tang Lan ordered, form a formation. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Dai Muebai, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, 5 people, subconsciously formed the Jinwu 7-section formation with Tang Lan as the center. Not to mention that each other's energy is connected in series. Tang Lan then opened the spiritual connection and directly united his thoughts. So, not only the energy problem is solved, but also the skill contradiction no longer exists. And the 6 people are at the same time heart, can completely cover Oscar, and use the star bond with peace of mind. Master! You react too quickly, don't you? Oscar said sincerely, now we are a team, even if the master is not here, 7 people will join together to pick 2 or 3 titled Douluo, there is no problem at all. Xiao Wu and the other 4 nodded in agreement, that's no problem at all. And even if Tang Lan is a lone ranger, can the star bond be used? Borrowing some of his unused abilities is enough to sweep below level 95. Ning Rongrong gave Oscar a thumbs up. Your soul bone skill is really awesome. Hey, I'm embarrassed to say mine when I see you. Dai Muebai scratched his head. But I still have to introduce it, so that it will be convenient for future cooperation in battle. 90,000-year-old Heavenly Firebird Trunk Bone, Soul Bone Skill Flame Heaven. Release the flame that restrains the spiritual power. The target will feel no pain during the burning process, and will feel as if in heaven. In the end, its soul will burn and its body will perish. 80,000-year-old Flame Spirit Tiger Head Soul Bone Skill Flame Spirit Deterrence. Let your sight be attached with deterrence, the target being stared at will be burned, and the overall state of the self will be weakened by 20% to 100%. 80,000-year-old Ye Yang Tiger Lion Left Leg Bone, Soul Bone Skill Ye Yang Sprint. The left arm condenses the flames into the form of a tiger and lion, and the straight sprint causes extremely strong energy damage to the target, and amplifies its own flame damage for a short time. I can only say, it's just average. As the only strong attack system in the team, these 3 soul bone skills greatly enhance Dai Muebai's combat ability. You can solve the opponent faster. That's enough. Jingling stepped forward consciously and showed his gains. 70,000-year-old Lightning Light Dragon Right Arm Bone, Soul Bone Skill Lightning Light Sword. The right arm turned into a lightsaber, buzzing when swinging, with extremely strong cutting and burning effects. It seems ordinary. But Jingling came to the outside of the Tangmanin and turned on his soul skill to become huge. The lightning lightsaber also grew larger. Wow! The huge lightsaber, like a load-bearing column, made a buzzing sound when swinging. Dai Muebai and the others were so scared that their scalps went numb. Learn about the fear of giants. Only Tang Lan's eyes lit up when he saw it. Isn't this a Gundam lightsaber? Or it can be called Susanoo Great Sword. I didn't expect it. It's just a reward, but there is such an unexpected surprise? Not bad. Tang Lan was very satisfied. Then next. It's time for today's highlight. Chapter 341. Tang San wants to betray? Xiao Wu's show of power. Today's highlight is Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. Their soul bones are all 150,000 years old. In the expectation of everyone, Zhu Zuqing stepped forward with a cat step, flicked his right hand, and the shadow condensed into a shadow thorn, and stabbed forward lightly. Puff! A small black hole appeared in the space. Including Tang Lan, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It can't be defended. This seemingly ordinary stab definitely has a bonus like ignoring defense. Zhu Zuqing explained, 80,000-year-old Netherworld Silver Hedgehog left arm bone, soul bone skill Netherworld hidden thorn, condense a hidden thorn without any energy fluctuation, so that the next attack can penetrate the space and hit the enemy's vitals. Sure enough. Directly crossed the space, skipped the enemy's defense, and launched an attack at the most vulnerable vitals. How to defend against this? The only way is to prevent Zhu Zuqing from getting close. But how can she dodge her shadow steps? Now Zhu Zuqing even has the ability to assassinate the titled Douluo independently. But it's not over yet. A silver light flashed on Zhu Zuqing's head, and the next moment, everyone's eyes changed and fell into a giant mirror maze. There were all kinds of mirrors around, reflecting countless of themselves, making people dizzy. But there was no trace of Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing's cold voice came from all directions. 150,000-year-old Space Shadow Leopard's Maze Skull, Soul Bone Skill Space Illusion Array. By folding, copying, hiding, and other methods to create a maze, it is easier to assassinate while tying up the target. When the voice fell, several Zhu Zuqings appeared quietly, and put the shadow thorns on the necks of everyone except Tang Lan and Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong subconsciously turned on the soul bone skill refrigerator. It's so scary. Zhu Zuqing silently released the soul bone skill and stood behind Tang Lan. A harmless and cold look. Dai Mubai and others who just felt the threat of death said that they would never mess with Zhu Zuqing in the future. If she targeted them, they would be dead. Ning Rongrong unlocked the refrigerator and stared at her toes awkwardly. It seemed that she reacted too much. Hehe, we are all partners, don't be so careful. Xiao Wu joked, unless she betrays me, Zuqing will definitely not do anything to her own people. Zhu Zuqing nodded in agreement. At the same time, he glanced at Tang San who appeared not far away. The others turned their heads and looked. Tang San was angry. What do you mean? What are you looking at? Can I still betray my brother? Even if you all betray me, I will be with you. Even if you betray me, there is absolutely no way I will betray you. He said it with all his heart. No one refuted it. Although Tang San's character was not very good, Tang Lan's preference for him was obvious to all. If this can still be betrayal, that's really damn good. By then, even if Tang Lan dotes on him, Xiao Wu and the others will definitely tear the little Jia San alive. Even if Tang Lan blames him, this cancer must be eliminated. Maybe. Without Tang San, Tang Lan would be titled Douluo now, right? Okay. Tang Lan came forward to smooth things over. Xiao Wu, tell me about the rose neon umbrella. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and smiled, looking at Tang San with hidden danger in her eyes. In the latter's bad premonition, Xiao Wu's left arm bone lit up, teleported behind Tang San, and held it half a meter away. With Tang San as the center, huge claws pierced out of the void like thorns on the ground. It was like a huge mouth of the abyss, holding Tang San. 90,000-year-old Hell Leopard left arm bone. Xiao Wu explained, soul bone skill, Hell's minions. After getting close, the target is bound with minions. The restraint can be released only after being attacked at least 3 times. Said. Xiao Wu had condensed 3 small balls of light and hit Tang San's body. Hold his minions in your mouth and dissipate. After Tang San got out of trouble, his expression was quite ugly. But it's not easy to have an attack. After all, Xiao Wu was just showing off her soul bone skills, and she didn't hurt him. It's just extremely insulting. In no mood. Seeing that Tang San could endure it so well, Xiao Wu simply continued with the next demonstration. The right leg bone lit up with a silver-green light, and he kicked Tang San on the chest, freezing the angry look on his face, and his retreating figure was embedded in the air, and did not fall down for a long time. The right leg of time and space was given by the god of time and space for 120,000 years. Xiao Wu said calmly, the soul bone skill, time and space forever forbidden, causes the time and space of the target kicked by the right leg to fall into a stagnant state. The duration is active release, or the soul power is exhausted. Oh! It is equivalent to a single static field of 2 instruments. Although bug, it needs to be kicked to activate. It is most suitable for Xiaowu to connect combos. Xiaowu put away her soul bone. Tang San's time flow speed resumed, he flipped in the air and landed firmly on the ground. That's too much. Tang San said angrily, you don't even say hello, you just test your soul bone skills on me? Are we familiar with each other? Tang San and Xiaowu have had a long-standing grudge, and can be said to be the 2 people with the worst relationship in this circle. In the past, at Notting College, there were a lot of fights. It wasn't until Xiaowu was ahead in level, and Tang San couldn't use hidden weapons, that he gradually lost friction after being beaten a few times. Actually, it was Tang Sunan. But Tang San really couldn't bear it today. He said that he might betray his own brother, but then he used him to test his soul bone skills? This is not a display of power. Still don't trust him? Xiaowu's answer to this is, ha! A sneer. To make Tang San's brain congested, he must teach Xiaowu a lesson at all costs. I am a sniper Douluo, am I living in vain? Okay. Tang Lan stopped and said, Xiaowu, with your 120,000-year-old soul bone, do you only have 1 soul bone skill? Tang Lan spoke. Xiaowu threw Tang San away and nodded obediently to Tang Lan. There is only 1 soul bone skill. It's also strange. Tang Lan said doubtfully, today's soul bones that are over 100,000 years old all have the same soul bone skill. It seems that the Red King is indeed good at picking. He looked at Xiaowu. There is also a 150,000-year-old soul bone. Show it to me. Don't test it on the mistress anymore. Xiaowu stuck out her tongue. The body lit up with crystal silver light, which spread to the whole body, making the body look illusory. It's actually a bit similar. Xiaowu's emptiness soul skill? 150,000-year-old silver crystal basalt trunk bone. Xiaowu explained. The soul bone skill and the mysterious crystal armor can make the body enter a state of nothingness. Originally, I felt that the second soul bone skill was about to be produced. As a result, the void soul skill of my 5th soul ring resonated with this soul bone and absorbed that power. Now, I can use the void directly without summoning soul rings and soul bones. The consumption is halved and the duration can be switched freely. It also adds the ability to walk through walls and fly. While talking, the illusory little dance is like an elf, flying around in the sky. Very unhappy. But there is a problem. I wish you all good luck in the year of the dragon and the god of wealth. Chapter 342 The Realm of Creatures. Teasing Bridget. Although Xiaowu behaved very happily, but judging from the fact that she activated the Heart of Life Soul to replenish herself, maintaining a state of nothingness still costs a lot of money. It is impossible to use it for traveling in ordinary times. But it's so strong. Oscar said in shock, the original nothingness was so abnormal, it's great that it's strengthened now. Although the mirror intestine is copied, it cannot share the soul bone amplification effect. But his star bond can do it. Now no one is looking forward to the strength of the team more than Oscar. Not bad. Tang Lan also praised, instant virtual with all her spirit rings and spirit bones, Xiaowu is now qualified to challenge low-level titled ones. After saying this, everyone looked at each other. Tang Lan's 4 women, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, all have the ability to challenge titled Douluo. Although Shui Binger is of a lower level, it is said that she has now obtained the Ice God 9 trials. On the road to becoming a god, she is far ahead of everyone. The only Shui Yuer, even if her talent is not outstanding, is invincible at the same level, and she is the only one with external spirit bones. In this comparison, Tang San, who has been sharing Tang Lan's opportunity since he was a child, is also. Tisk tisk tisk. Tang San, who was inexplicably despised, felt that he was about to break apart. What's wrong with this group of people? Just turn your head and leave, out of sight, out of mind. Okay. Tang Lan clapped his hands, you should also get ready and adapt to your new abilities. For the second test in the afternoon, Xiaowu, you take the lead and come up with a battle plan. I'll just cooperate. Xiaowu made an okay gesture. Leave it to me, Zhu Qing, and I will report to you in the evening. Zhu Qing, who was standing by, also raised her eyebrows. It was very ambiguous. It made Tang Lan's heart skip a beat. These two little goblins. Tang Lan turned and left after giving a look of whipping them well in the evening. Find an unmanned coast and start checking the system rewards. The host made Tang San miss the 120,000-year-old space-time right leg given by the god of space, the 150,000-year-old silver crystal basalt trunk bone, and the 150,000-year-old space shadow leopard maze skull. And presented to Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing. Others increase their own help. Seize a large amount of Tang San's luck. Reward: Life Blue Silver Emperor Right Leg Bone Soul Bone Skill Flying is integrated into the Blue Silver Life domain. Reward: Life Blue Silver Emperor Right Leg Bone Soul Bone Skill Life Grace is integrated into the Blue Silver Life domain. Reward: Three-Eyed Golden Lion Head Soul Bone Age is increased to 1 million years. Reward: Three-Eyed Golden Lion Head Soul Bone Skill Soul Blast is integrated into the Soul domain. Reward: Three-Eyed Golden Lion Head Soul Bone Passive Mental Immunity is integrated into the Soul domain. Reward: Blue Silver Life domain and Soul domain are integrated combined into the Land of Living Beings. Oh! 2 more pieces of blank million-year soul bones were added. But the core is this newly merged Land of Living Beings. Tang Lan tried to expand the Land of Living Beings. Like the Soul Realm, it is an invisible substance. But Tang Lan had a feeling everything of all living beings within a radius of 1 kilometer will be under his control. Plants on the island, fish on the seabed, and even microorganisms in the air. As long as he has a thought, he can extract their vitality and soul power for his own use. This feeling. He has only controlled lightning in the prototype of the Thunder God realm. So this realm of living beings is also a realm of demigod level. Only one step away from becoming a god. Specific abilities. Tang Lan experimented with the abilities of the Blue Silver Life Realm and Soul Realm. All of them are there, and they have been strengthened. And the Soul Bone skills that have just been integrated from the Soul Bone are also in it, and they have also been strengthened to varying degrees. If we talk about the past, the Blue Silver Life Realm controls life, and the Soul Realm controls soul. The current realm of living beings has both. Not only is it more convenient and faster, but it also raises the upper limit. Achieves the effect of 1 + 1 2. What a strange feeling! A gentle voice came from behind Tang Lan. There is a very friendly atmosphere from the Mina Xi, but it makes me afraid. Although I had this feeling before, it was not as strong as it is now. Tang Lan put away the domain of living beings and turned around. Meeting Baiji's watery eyes, he couldn't help but look at her mature figure. He was tickled. He couldn't help but think of the date with Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing in the evening. I wonder what surprise I will prepare for him? Hey! Baiji smiled with crescent eyes and said, are you thinking about something that you can't say? Naked teasing. Tang Lan also nodded calmly. My family said they would give me a surprise tonight. I'm thinking about what it will be. What do you think it will be? Baiji's smiling face, which was as ripples as autumn water, was stiff for a moment. Hey! Although she was a 500,000-year-old beast, she spent most of her time in cultivation and treatment. This time she came with a mission to win over this human who was crucial to the soul beast. But she really had no experience. After being asked by Tang Lan, she was stuck. Tang Lan understood it after seeing it. A big sister who talks about war on paper. That would be more fun. Why don't you talk? Tang Lan said with a smile, what are you thinking about? Is it a scene that is difficult to describe? Baiji couldn't stand it. She put away some of her charm, but still smiled warmly. But compared to the lust just now, it can be called sacred now. Little brother is really unlovable. I won't disturb your cultivation for now. Baiji turned around and walked away slowly, but her footsteps were extremely high. Tang Lan watched her leave with appreciation, such a pleasing scenery, of course, she had to take a few more glances. For a deeper understanding. Why think so much? Just enjoy the present moment. See God Island, Ring Island. Bo Sixi waved his scepter. Added corresponding weights, restrictions and seals to Tang Lan and other test members. The content of the second test is to successfully break through the blockade of the Ring Sea without killing the Sea Soul Beast. But according to the level of the test, the higher the level, the more restrictions there are. Jingling, who is in the fourth test of purple level, only requires not to kill the Sea Soul Beast. Dai Mubai, Oscar and Tang San, who are in the sixth test of black level, double the weight. Ning Rongrong, who is in the 8th test of top level, quadruples the weight. And Tang Lan, who is in the 9th test of Sea God, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing who accompany the test, not only can't use all the soul skills and soul bone skills, but even the domain is sealed. This is not over yet. The mental power and spiritual power will also be sealed by half. That is why Bo Sixi has to come back and preside over the second test in person. But who made Bo Sixi one of us? Give Tang Lan a long time to adapt. This back door is too open. Xiao Bai, who is in charge of this level, looks like hesitant to speak. High Priest, isn't it too obvious? But more tricky operations are still coming. Just see. Chapter 343 Simple Second Test. Xiao Wu's Battle Plan. Looking at Tang Lan and others who are adapting, Baiji, who is watching, can't help but sigh. It's worthy of being a divine test, it's really strict. Both soul skills and soul bone skills are restricted, can that little guy really pass? Tang Chen and Bo Sixi smiled when they heard it. Although there are many restrictions. But Tang Lan has more. Are you ready? Bo Sixi asked. Okay, Sister Xi. Tang Lan said confidently, it can start. Bo Sixi nodded. Just about to announce the start of the assessment. Suddenly, Xiao Wu ordered, jump. Including Tang Lan, everyone rushed into the sea. Unexpectedly, they crossed the first line of defense. The king of the demon soul great white shark Xiao Bai who was responsible for interception looked at Bo Sixi blankly. Didn't they call for the start yet? Is it considered a false start? If it is strictly counted, of course it is against the rules. But, as I said, Bo Sixi is one of us. Xiao Bai, if you deliberately let the water go, you will be punished by the Lord of the Sea. Bo Sixi kindly reminded. Xiao Bai was speechless. Who is letting the water go? No. You are letting the water go. But who made Bo Sixi the high priest? A higher official can crush the fish, not to mention the second in command. Xiao Bai quickly turned around and shot Tang Lan and his group like a sharp arrow. But found. In front, Tang Lan used his spiritual power to lead Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Oscar to shuttle freely among the fish. Not to mention getting close, most of them were so confused that they couldn't find their way. As for the rest of the people, they were all gone. Xiao Bai frowned deeply. How could so many living people disappear? The sharp-eyed demon soul great white shark came forward to tell Xiao Bai about the situation. Then he understood. It was the credit of the copy mirror intestine. These disappeared people copied Zhu Zuqing's shadow spirit cat and used shadow steps to escape into the shadow. How to intercept them? No one can see them, how can you intercept them? This made Xiao Bai a little panicked. I didn't see you use this trick during the previous test. I hurried to open the demon shark field to try to find people. But... Buzz. Tang Lan, who was strolling leisurely, retreated without knowing when. Oscar, with the star shining on his chest, was surrounded by a blood-red color. While covering Xiao Bai, it also sealed her soul skills and domain. Killing domain, forbidden magic. Although the domain was not forbidden, Xiao Bai's demon shark domain was too weak and was suppressed and could not be opened. Wait. Xiao Bai said angrily, Tang Lan. Did you forget that you can't use the domain in the second test? Tang Lan shrugged and pointed at Oscar. This killing domain was placed by Xiao Ao. Is it related to me? Xiao Bai paused. After a careful sense. It's true. But it's not right. Isn't this killing domain only mastered by Tang Lan? Her eyes were fixed on the star on Oscar's chest at the first time. Is this thing playing tricks? Yes, this is my soul bone skill, which can share the ability of the linker. Oscar said proudly, the rules say that the sect master can't use it, but it doesn't say that it can't be borrowed, right? Xiao Bai was silent. She didn't look back. But since the high priest didn't stop her, it meant that she acquiesced. So. Sister Xiao Bai. Xiao Hu said with a smile, no one can use their abilities, isn't this fair? Xiao Bai's eyelids jumped. Fair? Fair? Seeing Dai Mubai and the others disappear, they couldn't stop them. New 69 Book Bar. Xiao Bai made up his mind and showed his true form as the demon soul great white shark. He raised his head and howled with his bloody mouth. He called all the fish schools to form an impenetrable wall, determined to intercept Tang Lan come down. Your companions have all left, so don't leave. And Xiao Bai's body retreated. The domain ability of the forbidden magic must have defects with such a bug. At least the distance will be a flaw. Otherwise, why did Tang Lan and the others walk so slowly, as if they were deliberately waiting for him? Very smart, you found the solution at a glance. Tang Lan praised, but unfortunately I have more than one domain. Oscar understood it immediately. He activated another domain, Snow Dance Extreme Ice domain. In an instant, the sea water was frozen into ice, and the fish wall that was about to block him was frozen, blocking Xiao Bai's retreat. The hard ice formed by the extreme ice, even if Xiao Bai was a 100,000-year-old beast, would be dizzy if he hit it. Xiao Bai turned back to human form, his eyes were a little worried. Those young fish will die without oxygen. But after a closer look, he found that only the outer part of the school of fish was frozen, and the sea water inside was still flowing. Xiao Bai's eyes were solemn. This control. She had only seen it on the high priest. Tang Lan and the high priest had practiced for more than half a year, so it was not surprising that they had this control. But Oscar was a food-type auxiliary soul master, where did he get this control? It can only be that Oscar activated the Snow Dance Extreme Ice domain and then gave it to Tang Lan to control. No. Will this work? Xiao Bai couldn't help but look back and looked in the direction of the high priest. But there was still no movement. This was already an answer. Xiao Bai sighed. What else is there to test after letting the sea go to this extent? Can't Tang Lan just inherit the sea god? But due to his duty, Xiao Bai couldn't give up. He could only fly towards Tang Lan and the other two, trying to intercept them from the front. As expected, Tang Lan held Xiao Wu in his left hand, Zhu Zuqing in his right hand, and Oscar with another hand behind his back. With a flash, he was 10 meters away. Wave walking. The high priest's self-created soul skill, no one in the whole Sea God Island can learn it. I used to think it was very cool when I saw the high priest use it. Now they are really fighting. Can't catch up. Can't catch up at all. No matter how hard Xiao Bai swims, the distance is the same as constant, always at 30 meters. Just. Very powerless. The soul skill is sealed, the domain is suppressed, and he is not allowed to retreat, and he can't catch up with the speed. The referee is the opponent's man. How to play this? Xiao Bai simply escorted all the way, allowing Tang Lan to easily complete the second test and reach the other side of the circular blockade. The Sea God mark on Tang Lan's forehead popped up a prompt. Sea God's second test, break through the ring blockade under the seal, pass. It took 59 seconds, 200% overfulfillment. Reward Sea God's affinity 10%. Open Sea God's third test, tidal body refining, accept triple tidal body refining on the silver pillar, persist for 12 hours every day, and you can pass it for 1 year. Tang Lan wanted to roll his eyes when he saw it. There are only 12 hours a day, and you still persist for 12 hours every day? Just say you will tie him up for a year, isn't it? Brother, how is it? Xiao Wu said proudly, isn't my battle plan super simple? You know how to use the rules, not bad. Tang Lan gave a thumbs up, well done, at night, no, keep it up in the future. Xiao Wu smiled even more brightly. I was praised. Zhu Zuqing noticed that Tang Lan wanted to say. Continue at night? Chapter 344 Tang San was targeted? Tang San is asking for death again. Keep it up at night? Only Zhu Zuqing noticed this small detail. Degree? 69 Shuz.c.m. Degree. Others had no time to care. Because Oscar showed his martial spirit, and 5 purple and black spirit rings rose under his feet. His second spirit ring is no longer yellow. He said in surprise, mine is 200% overfulfilled again. While upgrading by 1 level, the second spirit ring also increased by 500 years, and upgraded to 1000-year quality. Tang Lan was a little dissatisfied. Only increased by 500 years? Last time, the first test, but the first spirit ring increased by 1000 years. However, this time it only exceeded by 200%, 100% less than last time. It is understandable. Daimyo Bai saw Oscar so proud, and also showed his spirit ring. Purple, purple, black. Jingling followed and silently showed his spirit ring. Purple, purple, black. The second spirit ring is no longer yellow, but purple. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were a little envious. Their rewards are cumulative, and they haven't seen any substantial benefits yet. Hehe, what's there to brag about? Ning Rongrong said proudly, my extra reward this time is that all my spirit rings will increase by 1,000 years. Buzz. The 6 purple, black, red spirit rings made Oscar and the others stunned. Tang Chen and Bo Sixi, who came over, couldn't help but stop. Wow! Isn't this too luxurious? 6 spirit rings, 3 red. The remaining 3 are a combination of 1,000, 1,000 and 10,000 years. That's Bo Sixi and Tang Chen not so luxurious. And Bridget looked like she had never seen the world before, her mouth slightly opened and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. What's going on with this team? 100,000 years is like free of money. How many levels do each of them have to match? In silence. In the corner. Tang San's expression was extremely complex, staring at Ning Rongrong's first spirit ring, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Ning Rongrong had been paying attention to him, and immediately smelled the smell of Big Melon. This time Tang San didn't act smart and strictly implemented the plan. So I also received excessive rewards. Why do you still look like this? Immediately pointed out, Tang San, what was your harvest? This reminder. Everyone turned to look at Tang San. Seeing that his expression was a bit ugly, they all had the idea of eating the melon. It's fun to see the little Yakuza being frustrated. Xiaosanzi, tell me. Tang Lan smiled and said, we are all on the same team, and we will all know sooner or later. Reluctantly, Tang San summoned his martial spirit and revealed his spirit ring. White, yellow, black, red and black. The main focus is uneven. The bright white first soul ring made Bridget, who didn't know why, express doubts. Clam. There were not even a few yellow soul rings at the scene, but a white soul ring suddenly popped out. She couldn't help but lose her composure. Tang San's expression trembled, quite embarrassed. Tang Lan seemed to have guessed something. His expression was quite strange. Because of Tang San's first spirit ring, he was not the best for a century, and was only a soft-bone rabbit in his early tens. The increase is almost non-existent. Therefore, for the sake of stability, he did not choose the extreme 764 years for his second soul ring, but chose the appropriate 499-year-old mandala snake. Originally this was harmless. But now, 499 plus 500 equals 999 years. Even if it is only 1 year short, it is not a 1,000-year soul ring. As a result, even though he received excessive rewards, he was still the second soul ring in a century. At once. Very miserable. Hey! Ning Rongrong asked knowingly, Tang San, did you not get the excess reward, or is the second spirit ring not more than 500 years old? Tang San's face twitched and he glared at Ning Rongrong. Meng King Mu, you don't care about which pot to lift, but you just pour salt on the wound, right? Ning Rongrong's answer was to raise her white chin. That's a feeling of pride. I've seen you unhappy for a long time. Why don't you go crazy for last hits when you get the chance? Seeing that the contradiction is about to intensify, Tang Lan took a step forward and inserted himself between the two of them. This is mainly my fault. If on the way to the junior college back then, I had stopped the mistress from hunting that 11-year-old soft-bone rabbit. Anyway, don't mention this matter again in the future, do you hear me? Faced with Tang Lan's taking responsibility, everyone didn't take it seriously. Xiao Wu even curled her lips. If you want to obtain the soul ring of a soul beast, the first prerequisite is to hunt the soul beast yourself. Tang San himself was ignorant and got a white spirit ring. What does it have to do with Tang Lan? Tang Lan is just his brother, not his father. But now that Tang Lan has spoken, no one will make any fuss here. Ning Rongrong also said generously, I am making a mountain out of a molehill. Then he looked at Tang San. Everyone also looked over. Ning Rongrong has taken the initiative to apologize, why don't you say something? Tang San is so angry. But Tang Lan came forward to make peace and still supported him. Tang San cannot give others face, but he can't lose his brother's face, right? All he could do was grit his teeth and say, it doesn't matter. It's just a little thing. Ning Rongrong smiled and nodded with satisfaction. It's so cool to be able to discuss this little brat. At this time, Bo Sixi walked up to Jingling and handed him a god-given soul ring. Jingling was a little surprised. He is indeed level 50, but it has been more than half a year. Because the soul lasts for 1,000 years, it can only provide 2 soul rings. Tang Lan asked him to wait until now. This. Shouldn't it count as a breakthrough in the assessment? Tang Lan was amused by Jingling's rigidity. Are you still hesitant about giving you benefits? Urged. You are given by the elders, but you dare not resign, you know. Hurry up and accept it. Jingling took the God-given soul ring with both hands and expressed her sincere thanks. Thank you, High Priest. Bo Sixi nodded, not paying much attention. He glanced around. Tang San, Oscar, and Daimyo Bai are also stuck in levels and have not obtained soul rings. Regardless of whether they were given or not, each person was given a God-given soul ring. Oscar, thank you, High Priest. Daimyo Bai, thank you, High Priest. Tang San, thank you, Sister Xi. Bo Sixi raised her eyebrows and glanced at Tang San, who acted obediently. Bo Sixi was speechless for a moment. After all, Tang Lan and Tang Chen are both here, if they lose their temper directly. Presumptuous. Tang Lan shouted loudly, Xiaosanzi, is that what you call Sister Xi too? Call me great-grandmother. It seemed like he was scolding, but in reality he was secretly giving me steps. Tang Lan can call her Sister Xi. That's because the two of them were able to succeed because of his single-handed coordination. Tang San, your Chun Chun is sick. Tang San naturally understood the reason, but there was still unwillingness in his eyes, and he lowered his head, not daring to be seen. He said respectfully, Thank you, the High Priest, for the reward. Now the eyes of the people present have changed. No. Let me call you great-grandmother. After all, it is still a kinship. What's going on with you, the High Priest? Who are you showing your face to? Tang Chen's brows were all furrowed, and he was staring at Tang San with a very unkind look. If he hadn't taken Tang Lan into consideration, he could have beaten him to a disability with one hammer. Bo Sixi sneered and resumed her noble demeanor. Since you don't recognize this relationship, then let's keep things official. Chapter 345 Tang San gives a reward. A surprise prepared by Xiao Wu. Since you don't recognize this relationship, let's keep things official. Bo Sixi's mental power emerged, and she irresistibly took back the God-given spirit ring in Tang San's hand. This caused Tang San to suddenly raise his head and stare at Bo Sixi in disbelief. What are you doing? What is given out and what is snatched back? Bo Sixi looked indifferent and said coldly. I remembered it wrong. The last time you made a breakthrough, you were given a God-given soul ring. Before the divine test is completed, you cannot obtain the second one. Said. Pass this God-given soul ring to Tang Lan. I happen to be rich with a God-given soul ring, let's use it as a reward for the fierce test. Tang San, oh. Everyone, underscore. At once. I don't understand very much. What kind of style does Tang San have? Tang Lan also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because the host instigated the relationship between Tang San and Bo Sixi, and God Ji who gave a spirit ring to rob Tang San of a small amount of his luck. Reward, Three-Eyed Golden Elephant Head Soul Bone Technique, Destiny Judgment is integrated into the realm of living beings. Tang Lan really didn't have any plans this time, she was just protecting Tang San. I was afraid that Tang Chen would get angry and be beaten to death by Tang San. Then how will he get rewards in the future? Result. Tang San, you are really awesome. Give a hard reward? He is really sensible. Bo Sixi was not here with Tang San either, and continued to waste time. Turning to look at Tang Lan, his face turned cloudy and clear. Xia Lan, this third test can be opened in 3 days at the latest. That attitude. It was completely different from how he treated Tang San. Let's start tomorrow. Tang Lan sighed, this time my divine test will last for 12 hours, so I'd better start it early and finish it early. Jingling and others all looked over in shock. There are only 12 hours in a day, you want to tie it up for 12 hours? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. It's just so outrageous. And it requires 3 times the tide to refine the body. Xiao Wu complained. Ah! Isn't this too exaggerated? Ning Rongrong frowned and said, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, if you can't hold on anymore, hide behind Uncle Tang and let him support you. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing just smiled and did not answer. if not necessary. They still want to share the pressure for Tang Lan as much as possible. Or Bo Sixi said leisurely. With Xia Lan's current physique, triple tidal body refining won't have much effect. The tidal body refining must be increased to at least 6 times to achieve the body tempering effect. If you want to challenge the limit, 10 times tide body refining is the best. Tang Lan didn't care. But, Sister Xi, I have no problem tenfold, but Xiaowu and Zhu Qing may not be able to bear it, right? It's okay. Bo Sixi said relaxedly, but you are one person and one sinking silver pillar. I can also control the tide 10 times as accurately as you. Xiaowu can try 4 times, and Zhu Qing can still try 3 times the tide. That's a good feeling. Just trouble Sister Xi. Tang Lan said bluntly, I will postpone going to the shark and whale battle for the 4th test for a year. Bo Sixi smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Ever since the Poseidon 9 examinations started, she has been living less and less each day. Tang Lan can be so self-conscious, how can people not let go? Doesn't look like someone. Bo Sixi glanced at Tang San, who was still gnashing his teeth. I couldn't help but shake my head. They are all descendants of Tang Chen, why is the gap so big? Then enjoy your last leisure time. Bo Sixi waved her hand. Join hands with Tang Chen and leave together in a flash. Bridget also waved her hand. There are many sea soul beasts with damaged energy in the circulating sea area of Poseidon Island. I went to treat them. Tang Lan blinked and watched Bai Ji leave. A sea soul beast with damaged energy? And look at the direction Bridget is going. Couldn't it be the group that Bo Sixi captured to feed the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life? Wait. Mentioning this, Tang Lan suddenly remembered that he was still on Poseidon Island and had sent 3 senior ferocious beasts. The Dark Devil God Tiger's 4th soul ring of 1,000,000 years, and there are 5 more soul rings after it. Let's see if we can fool Ditian. Forget it, Ditian is impossible. Although Mr. Xiang and the others have very high bloodlines, the Lei Yan Binghaotian hammer values age more, and the energy required by exploding the ring is sufficient. How about? Go to Sun Moon Continent and take that the evil eye fooled you. Thinking about it, Dai Mubai and others also left one after another to enjoy this last night. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing hugged Tang Lan from one side to the other. Brother, let's go to the ice temple and pick up Bing'er and Yu'er. Xiaowu said with a smile, the surprise prepared for you requires their participation. Tang Lan was refreshed. If you say this, then I won't worry about the soul ring. Let's go, let's go. I've been keeping you guys entertained all day, I'm going to give you a good whipping today. Xiaowu smiled. Whip us. Later you will know who is truly strong. It's sunset on Poseidon Island. But here in the Ice Temple, it is already late at night. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er are still practicing diligently. Wow! Xiaowu hugged Tang Lan tightly, it's so cold here. The ultimate ice? Zhu Zuqing asked doubtfully. Yes, the ultimate ice. Tang Lan affirmed. Xiaowu clicked her tongue in surprise. Zhu Zuqing looked at Sister Shui Binger who was practicing with undisguised envy in her eyes. This mimetic environment is great for them, right? The level will definitely fly by. Hear the noise. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er slowly opened their eyes and were somewhat surprised to see Xiaowu and the others. Shui Yu'er jumped over and hugged Xiaowu. Sister Xiaowu, you have come to see us. Every day here is practice, practice, practice. It's so boring. Woo-hoo. Xiaowu comforted Shui Yu'er and whispered a few words to her. Shui Yu'er's ears turned red. Qing Mimi glanced at Tang Lan and trotted towards Shui Bing'er. Another whisper. Shui Bing'er, who had always been steady, had her eyes widened. Is it such a big deal? But seeing Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, they both nodded towards me. I can only accept it. Yet. Xiaowu cheered, let's go back to Tangmen Academy. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows. Tangmen Academy? What are you doing there? Just as he was about to ask a question, Xiaowu had already raised her hand to cover his mouth. Don't ask, just follow my arrangements. All right. Tang Lan took the 4 girls and activated the blood escape technique and returned to Tangmen Academy. Xiaowu asked Tang Lan to play by herself for a while. He took the 3 girls and left. Tang Lan scratched his head a little. What is this going to do? Resisting the thought of prying, Tang Lan walked around casually. Just as he was about to bump into Zhao Wuji and Lu Erlong, they walked in from outside the school gate hand in hand. Zhao Wuji had a tired look on his face, and he would rub his waist from time to time. But his expression was extremely happy. As for Lu Erlong, the whole person is radiant, like a flower that has been watered, very moist. It seems that two people. The progress is rapid. Tang Lan silently opened the realm of creatures and disguised himself as a blue-silver grass. Watching the two people walking past him, Lu Erlong suddenly said with emotion, "It turns out that doing this makes me so happy. Old Zhao, have you had a rest? Want to sit at my place again?" Zhao Wuji rubbed his waist for a moment, and although his face was moved, there was some hesitation. After all, his body is not made of iron. What, this won't work? Lu Erlong said sideways. Zhao Wuji immediately straightened his back. How can a man say no? Directly activated the heart of life soul, using the life-saving vitality inside to repair his depleted engine. I am finally glowing with my second spring. Who is afraid of whom? Let's go. Walk. Lu Erlong directly opened his martial spirit and wanted to take Zhao Wuji on his way. But Zhao Wuji also activated his martial spirit, and in turn carried Lu Erlong, running towards the inner gate. When Tang Lan saw it, he laughed and shook his head. I didn't expect these two people to be together, they would really be in love. It's hard to imagine. How did Lu Erlong wait for Yu Xiaogang all these years, and even remain a widow after they reunited? Fortunately, now is the relief. Speaking of Bibi Dong, can Yu Xiaogang be cured? Take the time to check it out, and if it doesn't work, pull it out again. Buzz. The communication soul guide vibrated, and it was from Xiao Wu. Advanced Classroom 10-31. Is this arranged? Tang Lan followed the location and found that the classroom was at the very edge of the teaching building. He didn't pay much attention and just opened the door and went in. Stand up. Hello, teacher. Tang Lan was stunned. Looking at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, who were all dressed in Tangmen Academy uniforms, they were all lined up in a row filled with youth and looked at Tang Lan. This role play? Teacher. Xiao Wu said cheerfully, what are you doing standing at the door? Why don't you come in for class? Okay. That's how you play, right? You know how to play. Tang Lan stepped into the classroom and closed the door behind her back. Very good. Today the teacher is here to give you a good lesson. There are 3 consecutive birthday banquets today, which means that people are going crazy. I'll send you an extra update tomorrow. Chapter 346 Title Body Refining. Tang San's request. The location of the third test is at the westernmost end of Poseidon Island. There is a 600-meter high mountain peak here, which is completely made of rock. There is no grass growing on it and the whole body is pitch black. There is a platform at the top that extends out, facing the vast sea. Stand on top. The waves hit the mountain below, making a loud rumbling sound. Like rolling thunder, deafening. Look down. Even Dai Mubai and others who had seen the world couldn't help but change their expressions. What comes into view is a concave valley. I don't know why. The calm sea water outside Poseidon Island will immediately turn into wild waves once it enters this valley. The highest waves cling to the feet and slam against the innermost mountains. This valley. Could it be that it was taken out bit by this angry wave? This is the place where you will take the third test, the raging waves and desperate realm. Bo Sixi explained. This is one of the wonders of Poseidon Island. Even sea soul beasts like the demonic great white shark will never come here. This is also a rare place in the sea where sea soul beasts are extinct. Because in this valley, the rocks were squeezed inward by the repeated waves. Now they are as hard as fine steel and extremely dense. The weight of the same volume is almost comparable to that of silver. And what you have to do? Bo Sixi wielded a scepter. A sea blue light shines on the body, floating in the valley, and dispersing in every corner. It was clear that he was still in a rage just now, but suddenly he calmed down. But more accurately it is. Those raging waves hundreds of meters high were forced back to the surface of the sea by the power released by Bo Sixi. Tang Lan, who is proficient in mental power, can perceive it more clearly. That spiritual power is as vast as the ocean. Tang Lan compared himself. Even if the 3 heads and 6 arms were opened and the mental power increased 3 times, it would still not be half of Bo Sixi's. But how high is Tang Lan? There are no titled Douluo. So he was not in a hurry. But the others were not as calm as they were, and were shocked one by one. Competing with nature on your own and gaining the absolute upper hand? Is this the level 99 peerless Douluo? So strong that no one can resist. Then, one by one, they straightened their backs again, with expectations and ambition in their eyes. Following Tang Lan, the goal of most of them is to become a god. Peerless Douluo? Only Jingling will consider it. Buzz. The blue light suddenly intensified, and 8 grey pillars slowly rose from the suppressed sea surface. At the top of each pillar, there is a small horizontal pillar, like a cross. And on this cross, there are 5 grey rings. Deep sea sunken silver? Is this deep sea sunken silver? Tang San said in shock, such a precious metal is actually used to build a few pillars? Isn't it such a waste of natural resources? Bo Sixi glanced at Tang San and ignored him. But Tang San was still chattering. This is deep sea silver. The rainstorm pear blossom needle, which ranks second among the hidden weapons of the Tang sect, requires the silver mother from the deep sea to sink silver. And the silver mother can completely refine the deep sea sunken silver. Looking at the 8 pillars with a cross-sectional diameter of about 1 meter, which had risen to 50 meters. Tang San's shock can be imagined. How much deep sea sunken silver is needed to cast this? Waste. What a waste! Tang San knew that he had offended Bo Sixi, so he looked directly at Tang Lan. Brother, I have great use for this deep sea sunken silver. Look. New 69 book bar. Tang Lan raised his hand to stop. In this kind of thing, the alliance should be worried that there is still room for manipulation, room for him to manipulate Tang San. But if you say it blatantly, how can he operate it later? She gave Tang San a look, indicating that he would ask later. Tang Lan changed the subject. Sister Xi, please tell me the specific assessment content. Bo Sixi was already touching the storage ring. When Tang Lan didn't speak, he put down his hand again. I will always be here with you in the next year. If anyone can't hold on, you can ask for help. Those who pass the black level 6th examination must stand on the sinking silver pillar for 4 hours every day. The top 8 test takers, 5 hours. 12 hours for those who take the 9 tests of Poseidon. In the early stage of the assessment, you can shorten some of the time, but from now on, for the next 365 days, the average time spent in Shenyinzu must be what I just mentioned. Do you understand? Everyone said it was no problem. Bo Sixi waved his scepter, and blue light enveloped everyone and flew towards the Chenyin pillar. The 8 sunken silver pillars are arranged in a triangle, with 1 at the front, followed by 3 and 4. Tang Lan is undoubtedly at the front. As soon as it landed, a silver light lit up on the grey sunken silver pillar. Attracting him to the cross, 5 heavy silver rings fell down and clasped his waist, feet and wrists. Just like the crucified Jesus, bound to a pillar of heavy silver. Behind him were Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong. Next up are Dai Mubai, Oscar Jingling and Tang San. Bo Sixi raised her hand. The cross was turned over and faced directly in the direction of the vast sea. Are you ready? Bo Sixi asked from behind. I'm going to start. Tang Lan tried his best to look back. After confirming that all 6 people nodded, he nodded towards Bo Sixi. Bo Sixi retracted her hands, and the blue light dissipated. An inexplicable pressure emerged, and the suppressed sea surface boiled again. The first wave of waves took off, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, 600 meters. Finally, it filled Tang Lan's entire field of vision and slapped him hard. Rumble. Although the waves were strong, they still made him feel suffocated when they hit him. But it was not as hard a blow as imagined. And with the fixation of Shen Yin Huan, they don't have to worry about being washed away. Feel. Is it completely bearable? This is double the tide. Bo Sixi said quietly from behind, get used to it for half an hour first, and then gradually increase it. Tang Lan understands this. It turns out that it is easy difficulty, let's just say it's a bit easy. Tang Lan simply left some of his mind behind, and his soul left his body. I plan to go to the side to study the optimization of artificial soul rings. Turn around and look. Okay. The sea god Douluo Bo Sixi, who was so cool and noble just now, was sitting on the edge of the cliff with Tang Chen, dangling on the waves and whispering in his ears. No wonder the cross must be turned over. This is to prevent others from eating the melon. Soul Tanglan changed places sensibly, took out the workbench from the Blue King, and placed various materials on it. Bridget came out from nowhere and watched with interest. This artificial soul ring is simple to say. It is to use the God-given soul ring as a template, find replacement materials, and then change the core array pattern, so that the original divine power can be transformed into soul power. But it's easier said than done. For example, Chapter 347 The Adventures of Ning Rongrong. Bo Sixi is going to have a baby? Tanglan's research during this period was just some scraps so that the artificial soul ring could carry high-quality soul power. Like a 100,000-year-old ferocious beast. No matter how low. Just like adding diesel to a sports car, it will be scrapped on the spot. Soul Tanglan threw Tianmeng Ice Worm onto the workbench and pointed at the energy patterns below. Continue to inject soul power into it, don't stop it, don't change it. Tianmeng Bingxi looked at Baiji timidly and obediently followed her instructions. Don't look at it as a million-year-old soul beast. But the quality of the soul power is only a little better than the ordinary 100,000-year-old ferocious beast. The only advantage is that it can be used in large quantities. Let Soul Tanglan be free to experiment. Directly open the 3 heads and 6 arms, and the 3-line operation follows the formula and replaces the materials one by one to create the artificial soul ring. That is the simplest, but most troublesome, elimination method. If the production fails, it means that the material cannot be replaced. If you succeed, do more. Let Tianmeng Ice Silkworm imbue soul skills one by one and test the maximum and minimum years. Such constant trial and error is like using an abacus to calculate nuclear bombs. Use financial resources to forcefully produce a satisfactory result. Soul Tanglan is busy here. Ning Rongrong, who was down below, was the first to be unable to bear it any longer. The waves came one after another, but I thought it was nothing. But what they have to face is the never-ending waves. The previous wave has not completely passed, and the next wave has already rushed over. Their location is close to the rocks on the shore. The waves surged to a height of 600 meters, and then crashed down hard. Even Xiao Wu, a 7-ring soul saint, had to use his inner strength to resist. Even so, under the continuous impact, their bodies also felt numb. It's not pain, it's numbness. All the muscles, veins, flesh, and bones were as numb as ant bites. The sea facing them was like a powerful master, constantly urging attacks in the form of energy to collide with them. Every collision fully covers the entire body. Just like forging, press them there and temper them over and over again. This made Ning Rongrong, the assistant, shout that she couldn't stand it. As for Oscar, who is also an assistant, he is full of soul bones. Those that are over 100,000 years old have 2 pieces. In terms of physical strength, it is not much weaker than some contras. Where is Ning Rongrong? Although the 4 soul bones are 160,000 years old, 100,000 years old, 70,000 years old, and 60,000 years old. But not to mention they are all gems, but they are all very energetic. Physical fitness? Not even a little bit more. If he hadn't experienced the pressure baptism of the Poseidon's light and had his body strengthened by the blood sacrifice, she had long been beaten to pieces and landed on the shore. The numbness in the body began to gradually shift to pain. But if you want to be as strong as Ning Rongrong, you still have to grit your teeth and hold on. On the pending case, Soul Tanglan raised his eyes and took a look. Control the body to open the realm of creatures and gather the vitality of surrounding creatures. Pour it into Ning Rongrong. This will not provide her with any defense bonus. But it greatly increased the self-healing ability of her body. Even if she was stabbed once, the knife would be drawn out by the time the wound was basically healed. Guarantee that even if you stab her with a knife, she will still be alive and kicking. That is. It turned out to be numb at least, and even if it hurt, it was weakened a lot. It's better now. When the nerves are nourished by the vitality, it is called sensitivity. Ning Rongrong, who was in so much pain that she could grit her teeth just now, bared her teeth and grinned. Uncle Tang. Ning Rongrong said angrily, what the hell are you doing? Gilyalu, it hurts. New 69 book bar. Being interrupted one after another by the waves, I couldn't say a complete sentence. Ning Rongrong chose to show off. Close your eyes and get close to each other. Fortunately. Half an hour later, Jingling couldn't hold on anymore. It has also been infused with vitality. Having someone to share the pain with her made her feel relieved. Then came Tang San and Dai Mubai. The former of the two has no soul bones, and the latter does not have a 100,000-year soul ring. Physically, he is just a little better than Ning Rongrong. Following Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu, they also joined the painful team one after another. They have begun to double their intensity and must provide good protection. Oscar, this guy, was the one who persisted until the end. Of course. In addition to his strong physique, the biggest reason is that his tidal body refining is only at the ordinary level. After 2 hours, Ning Rongrong gradually adapted to the current intensity and actually took out her martial spirit. 9 treasures turn out to contain colored glaze, which will increase on the 6th day. Provides increases in resistance, toughness, and will for people other than Tang Lan. Greatly relieved the pain in the body. This made Soul Tang Lan and Bo Sixi couldn't help but look over. In the waves that are constantly crashing, it is difficult for ordinary auxiliary soul masters to hold on. How can there be any spare power to assist others? Yes, I still have some strength left. Bo Sixi nodded and said, then add more intensity. The next wave of waves solidified a bit. He immediately slapped Ning Rongrong's martial spirit away and turned to look at Bo Sixi in disbelief. You don't do this for fun, do you? Rongrong, don't increase the increase for everyone. Soul Tang Lan said clearly. Haven't you seen it yet? All the amplifying soul skills in this level are not allowed to be used, otherwise the tempering effect will be greatly reduced. Tide body refining is not just about body refining, willpower is also within the scope. Bo Sixi nodded with satisfaction and smiled at Tang Chen. Oh! Tang Chen squeezed Bo Sixi's little hand and was very happy. I have such a good seed, why don't you also have a baby for fun? Bo Sixi's face turned red. He glanced ahead nervously to make sure no one noticed. It was Tang Chen who rolled his eyes in anger. How old you are, yet you still don't care about the occasion. To give birth. You have to wait until the 3rd exam is over before making plans. The next day, Bo Sixi and Tang Chen were sitting on the edge of the cliff. Watch the ebb and flow and gradually increase the intensity. With the blessing of Tang Lan's realm of creatures. Even Ning Rongrong persisted for 6 hours before being the first to take a break when she couldn't bear it any longer. As for others, even Jingling was carried down at the 8th hour. There is no other. Because the increase in the realm of creatures is really overwhelming. As long as their willpower can bear it, there will be no problem with their bodies. And because their nerves have been strengthened by the life force, they can keenly feel that their bodies are getting stronger little by little. It's as if you can see the physique +1+1+1+1. This sense of real-time harvest is so happy. But when several people were rescued ashore by Bo Sixi one after another, they were all paralyzed and unable to move. After the numbness and pain disappear, there is a numbness like 1,000 needles piercing the heart. They were unable to control their bodies at all and could only lie dead in place. Fortunately, Tang Lan put away the realm of creatures and did not continue to strengthen his nerve perception. Otherwise, it's scary to think about it. But what's even scarier is looking at Tang Lan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing who were still tied up. Everyone swallowed. Aren't you too capable? At this time, Chapter 348 Emperor Tian is coming. Easy to handle. When everyone is paralyzed, Bridget walked over with a smile, casting a green light. Just like soaking in a hot spring, your whole body is warm and comfortable. After being mentally tortured for a day, they fell asleep without even realizing it. The next month, Tang Lan heals the body and Bridget heals the spirit. The time everyone persists is gradually increasing. And began to master the secrets of practicing in tidal body refining. Until it is settled at 9 hours, the remaining 3 hours are used to relax the spirit. This is a must. So they chose to start strengthening the tidal multiplier to challenge their respective limits. As for Tang Lan and the others, Tang Lan is okay. He can leave his body and feel less than 1% of the pain in his body. But Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were both really resisting. There was nothing Tang Lan could do about it. You can only control and ignore their nerves when the realm of living beings is covering them, so that the pain will be less sharp. Well, this operation is a bit laborious, so others can't enjoy it. Under Tang Lan's care, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing have more energy to comprehend other aspects. They have practiced a set of breathing methods, so that even after falling asleep, they can perfectly match the waves and breathe in the gaps. And this set of breathing methods has another mystery, which is similar to the 9-turn golden body technique, and can greatly improve the efficiency of quenching in tidal body refining. Although it only fits the environment here, it is dispensable for Tang Lan. But for Xiaowu and the others, it is a great benefit. Xiaowu and the other girls are not stingy, and they share this discovery. Let Tang San be the third one to master this set of breathing methods. Others followed one after another. The efficiency of quenching the body has risen to another level. Until now, everyone even found that when they first endured the impact of the waves every day, they no longer felt pain, but felt comfortable all over. There is an indescribable pleasure. The more you practice, the more addicted you become. Until a huge black shadow appeared over the sea god island. This broke the tranquility. The domineering aura of the king spread, alarming the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars, and Seahorse Douluo and others soared into the sky one after another. But the newcomer was not afraid at all, and with his own strength, he suppressed the 7 Seahorse Douluos. Seeing that they were about to fight, Bo Sixi sent a voice message from a distance, Emperor Tian is a distinguished guest of Sea God Island, all of you retreat. This saved Seahorse Douluo and others from a beating. Emperor Tian followed the fluctuations of his mental power and found this side of the valley. He landed and turned into a human form, glanced at the Tide Tang Lan and others, and went straight to Soul Tang Lan. Seeing that Soul Tang Lan was making artificial spirit rings, he watched silently from the side. Suddenly, Soul Tang Lan's face changed, and he threw all 3 artificial spirit rings to Emperor Tian. Boom! Tian calmly put down his right hand and exhaled to disperse the smoke. Raised his eyebrows and looked at Soul Tang Lan. You did it on purpose. When you came, couldn't you make less noise? Soul Tang Lan spoke first, it distracted me for a moment, and all 3 were scrapped. Tian opened his mouth. He wanted to refute. But Tang Lan was the only one who understood artificial soul rings. He said it was your problem, was it your fault? No. He simply turned his face black and ignored it. He threw 2 storage rings to Soul Tang Lan. He asked directly. 1 list for each, and at least the same amount of materials will be delivered every month. How long will it take you to research a 10,000-year level artificial soul ring? Tang Lan opened the storage ring and took a look. Wow! The materials are piled up like a mountain, which is more than 10 times more than all the consumption since he started researching artificial soul rings. That's it. Still in the far north, with Xiaobai's help. As expected of the beast god, he is generous. After a simple estimate, how many arrangements are left to try and error? Tang Lan replied, results can be obtained within a year. Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Results within a year? Not a result. Tian asked, could this artificial spirit ring fail? In response, it was the Soul Tang Lan's eyes rolled. You are talking nonsense, I didn't promise that it would work, did I? Tian glared. You dare to talk to me like this, are you alive? Suddenly, 2 pressures came from not far away. It was Tang Chen and Bo Sixi. Especially Bo Sixi. Being on the Sea God Island and close to the sea, the momentum was more than 3 times stronger than on land. With the Azura demon sword that Tang Chen took out, he was cutting his nails. Tian's face twitched. Okay, okay. Is this how you play? Seeing that Tian was about to get angry, Bai Ji finally couldn't stand it anymore and said. The 10,000-year artificial soul ring has been produced with a minimum of 40,000 years. It's just that one material has run out, so we have to stop the experiment and switch to another formula, but it has been failing recently, so this little guy is a little irritable. 40,000 years? Tian's anger disappeared immediately, staring at Tang Lan. Soul Tang Lan pouted unhappily and threw out an artificial soul ring. Tian quickly took it and checked it, confirming that it was 45,140 years old. He couldn't help but grin. Are the most important things in the soul beast group those low-level soul beasts? No. As the beast god, Tian has killed many. The important thing is the elite. It is a species that can grow to 100,000 years old and become a fierce beast. But these species are often targeted by human soul masters and become the corpses of their powerful soul rings. Now the minimum configuration of artificial soul rings can be updated to the 7th soul ring. Those excellent seedlings can be infused with some artificial soul rings. They can continue to grow. The soul beast world is about to usher in a wave of spring. Okay, okay. Dityen said kindly, the materials will double next month. Don't be stressed. If there is no result, take your time. If 1 year doesn't work, 2 years, 10 years, I don't lack time. Soul Tang Lan rolled his eyes unhappily. This Dityen is really realistic. Okay, I'm going to continue testing. Do you have anything else to do? Dityen stepped back a few steps and signaled Soul Tang Lan to do whatever he wanted. Pulling Baiji aside, he saw it with his own eyes looking at the soul. Tang Lan remade 341,000-year-old artificial soul rings. He nodded with satisfaction. He even took the initiative to suggest. Tang Lan, don't you want to get a batch of high-life artificial soul rings? I will wait here for a few days. You hurry up and make it now, take it back and let them instill it, and you can bring it directly next time you come. Naturally, Soul Tang Lan would not refuse. Taking out a bunch of precious materials, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm stabilized the formation and began to mass-produce low-end God-given soul rings. It's interesting to say. The maximum lifespan of a genuine God-given soul ring is only 100,000 years. Tang Lan's low-end God-given soul ring can actually last 200,000 years. Just say it's magical or not. But it can't be calculated that way. After all, extras are provided. Remember to be 80% full when you eat. Being too stuffed is not good for your health. Chapter 349 The Sect Competition begins. Make trouble. Although the upper limit of a genuine God-given soul ring is only 100,000 years. But it has infinite possibilities. The best soul ring can be condensed and matched according to the user. But Tang Lan's artificial soul ring can only be a fixed soul skill. Precisely because the matching template is abandoned, there is more space to accommodate more energy. Only by giving up can you gain something. Next, it fell into a pattern again, and everything developed in an orderly manner. Until in the 6th month of the 3rd exam, the Douluo Continent Sect ranking competition is about to begin. Dongfang Sunrise boldly entrusted Dityen to send a letter from Zhao Wuji, asking whether he would attend. Soul Tang Lan held the letter and touched his chin. Logically speaking, as the organizer, Tang Clan is on an equal footing with Wuhan Palace. You have already defaulted to not being a sect, so naturally you don't need to participate in this ranking competition. But Soul Tang Lan looked towards the shore. After half a year of body tempering, even Ning Rongrong, who is from the support system, can punch out waves like tsunamis just by relying on her physical body. The strength of the physical body has increased exponentially, and the internal force has also been compressed and condensed. A solid foundation has been firmly laid. More than that, their skin will also rime like waves when attacked, resolving a considerable part of the damage. Equivalent to the passive version of the Immortal Seal. If paired with the Immortal Seal, Daimyo Bai is now fighting Oscar without any defense. Oscar, who can't beat him to death, is grinning. It's purely painful from being beaten. Seeing that each of them is so energetic, Soul Tang Lan pondered. How about you allocate an hour every day to participate in the competition? I'm going to set up a special test. I have to beat 7 of you before I can be qualified to compete for the 3 sections. Oscar's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is great. After half a year of hard work and being hammered by the waves, you can finally show off? The others also nodded one after another. I am also very curious about my current strength. Have no idea. After the superposition of Jinwu 7 interception formation and star bond, how many levels of titled Douluo can be defeated? Let the titled Douluo of each sect sharpen their knives for them. But before that, it's also time. It's time for Tang San, Daimyo Bai, and Oscar to gather new soul rings. Tang Lan had already made arrangements for this. Zuking, you have the Ming Dynasty blood sacrifice, and you have 2 100,000-year soul ring increases. The 7th soul ring can withstand a 100,000-year artificial soul ring. There is no problem at all. But Mei Modao Hui Ju Li still has divinity, and the martial soul's true form of the 7th soul ring is very important. To be on the safe side, let's use the God-given soul ring. The limit of a God-given soul ring is only 100,000 years, so there is no need to accumulate levels to increase the number of years. Zhu Zuqing did not doubt that he was there and nodded obediently towards Xiao Wu. All the God-given soul rings obtained by the team are kept by Xiao Wu. The purpose is uniform distribution. By the way, Tang-san is not allowed to use it. Then Soul Tang Lan looked at Oscar. Xiao Ao, you are well equipped with soul bones. I will be by your side to protect you. It won't be a big problem in 100,000 years. You have two choices now, choose one of Bridget's healing soul skills to close your eyes, or use the God-given soul ring. Oscar subconsciously looked at Bridget, who responded with a gentle smile. I recommend you to use the God-given soul ring. Bridget said softly, the sausage martial soul is not as good as the functional increase for healing. Bridget's smile was so dazzling that Oscar panicked. He quickly lowered his head. Think about it for a moment. He raised his head and looked firmly at Soul Tang Lan. Sect Master, I want to try the God-given soul ring. Soul Tang Lan nodded. Xiao Wu immediately presented the God-given soul ring. Oscar took it solemnly with both hands, crossed his legs and began to absorb the God-given soul ring. Tang Lan's body waved his hand in the distance, laying down a layer of boundless soul sealing. Let it not be disturbed by the outside world. After all, there is a high probability that it will be a little lively later. Looking past Tang San, who was full of expectation, his eyes fell on Dai Mubai. Mubai, I have specially prepared something good for you. Soul. Tang Lan took out 2 artificial soul rings and handed them to Dai Mubai. I specially asked Xiang Jun to inject his self-created soul skill, Sky Tearing Claw, into this first artificial soul ring. But this self-created soul skill is too strong, and it can only be compressed to 120,000 years at the lowest. Your soul bone configuration is not as good as Xiao Ao's, so I let you wait until level 70 before absorbing the 6th soul ring. Plus you are a strong attack system, you have practiced the Immortal Seal and the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, and I am here to sort it out. The process may be a little painful, but it won't be a big problem to hold on. Even if you fail in the end, Sister Xi and Great-Grandfather are here to interrupt the absorption process. It's up to you whether you want to absorb it or not. What else is there to say? When did Tang Lan miss it? Dai Mubai took the artificial soul ring without any hesitation and went to the side to absorb it. This made Soul Tang Lan very satisfied. It's less troublesome to have people under you who are obedient. Baiji came over and was amazed. The Sky Tearing Claw is the lifeblood of the Bear Lord. It is a killer move created by strengthening the Dark Gold Terror Claw to match the Dragon God Claw of Lord Ditien. It is also pleasing to the eye in private. It can easily break the defense of Lord Ditien's dragon scales. How did you convince it to hand over this self-created soul skill? Soul Tang Lan smiled slightly. Convinced? He didn't know. Anyway, he mentioned it to Ditien in order to experiment the stability of artificial soul rings. Then it happened. The specific process. It shouldn't be wonderful, right? On the side. Ning Rongrong and others opened their eyes wide when they heard Baiji's words. Is this Sky Tearing Claw so awesome? Tang San couldn't wait and approached Soul Tang Lan. Brother! What is my 6th soul ring? Soul Tang Lan heard the meaning inexplicably. But still said. Your current level is about 68 or 69. Without the blessing of fully equipped soul bones, even if you reach level 70, you can't absorb 100,000 years. Absorb a better soul ring now, and quickly push the level to level 70, and then you can get a good martial soul body. When the soul ring of the blue silver grass is filled, you can arrange the soul ring of the clear sky hammer, all of which are more than 100,000 years like me. The future described by Soul Tang Lan made Tang San yearn for it. Yes. His blue silver grass may be useless, but he still has a second martial soul. Tang San looked at Soul Tang Lan with expectation. Soul Tang Lan didn't keep it a secret, and took out an artificial soul ring and handed it over. Tang San took it and looked at it over and over again. Finally, he looked at Soul Tang Lan eagerly, waiting for an explanation. Why are you so anxious? Soul Tang Lan smiled dotingly. Recently, there has been a new progress in the research of artificial martial spirits. Accidentally developed. Chapter 350 New Artificial Soul Ring. Jingling is complete. Recently, there has been a new progress in the research of artificial martial spirits. Soul Tang Lan smiled. In addition to Soul Beast infusion, we accidentally developed a new one. An artificial soul ring that can be infused with soul skills by humans. But this artificial soul ring has many restrictions. First of all, the total amount of soul power of the infused human must be above the title Douluo, and the soul skills to be infused must also be more than 100,000 years. Fortunately, my mental power is strong enough, and I can control the amount of infused energy to affect the final age of the artificial soul ring. Xiao Sanzi, with your current physique, plus my cooperation. Around 65,000 years, it should be no problem. Tang San's eyes lit up when he heard it. Tang Lan's spirit rings are all his own spirit rings. They are the most suitable spirit rings. What's the difference between this and his own spirit rings given by God? Pick it yourself. Which of my spirit rings do you want? Said Tang Lan generously. It sounds like a pure gift? No, no, no. This brand new artificial spirit ring is infused with Tang Lan's own spirit skills. Although it looks fine. But who knows what adverse reactions will occur if it is really absorbed. So Tang San was used as a guinea pig, not only because his martial spirit is similar to his own, but also because he can accept accidents. The others are all the gods that he has cultivated with great effort. If one of them is missing, he will be heartbroken. Tang San didn't notice the danger coming, and lowered his head to ponder. The first spirit skill, Blue Silver Emperor Thorn, combines entanglement, restriction, and attack. But Tang San's second spirit skill is entanglement. Exclude. The second spirit skill, Blue Silver Emperor Burst, is good. But this is based on the fact that the quality of the life soul Blue Silver Emperor itself is extremely high, and it will be more powerful when it explodes. Replace it with Tang San's little Blue Silver Grass. Forget it. The third soul skill, Life Burial, makes Tang San very excited. What he lacks now is the ability to burst instantly. Although his Blue Silver Grass has no absorption effect, his fourth soul skill, Frost Touch, and Soul Whip are also very strong. Well, it can be determined. The fourth soul skill, Soul Seed Puppet. This is useless. If you need it, can't you just ask me for it? Fifth soul skill, Heart of Life Soul, the same goes for that. Just use my brother's. Sixth soul skill, Ancient Tree of Life / Forbidden Zone of Life. The former is a super single person restriction, and the latter is a super large group cover. Both are so strong that Tang San is jealous. But Tang San's artificial soul ring this time has a lifespan of only 65,000 years. It can only accommodate one soul skill. Then the only one Tang San can choose is the Ancient Tree of Life. To be determined. Seventh soul skill, True Body of Life Soul, needless to say, must be used after the seventh soul ring. Eighth soul skill, Soul Binding / Soul Summoning. Soul Binding is equivalent to an enhanced version of Soul Whipping. Soul Summoning requires Soul Binding as a prerequisite. After comparing all these skills, Tang San can only choose the two soul skills of Life Burial and Ancient Tree of Life. The former is a small-scale group burst. The latter is a single-person super restriction skill. How to choose? Tang San said he wants them all. Brother. Tang San said proudly, I want to choose Life Burial for the 6th soul ring and Life Soul True Body for the 7th soul ring. When the 8th soul ring comes, it can absorb 100,000 year soul rings. When the 8th soul ring chooses the Ancient Tree of Life and the Forbidden Zone of Life, the 9th soul ring can also follow the same method. How about it? Soul Tang Lan gave Tang San a thumbs up. You are really not good enough to take advantage. But the materials were provided by Emperor Tian, and the soul rings were also free. Even if he made a little effort, Soul Tang Lan didn't care. Tang San's hair is almost being plucked bald, so you have to give him some sweet taste? You will cry later. Soul Tang Lan took the artificial soul ring from Tang San's hand, threw it back to his own body, and infused the soul skill Life Burial into it. Precisely controlled at 65,000 years. Tang San was very happy and went to the side to absorb it. Soul Tang Lan looked at him with a smile, let him be happy for a while. Later. You will be in trouble. Finally. Tang Lan turned his head and looked at Jingling. Jingling instinctively stood up straight, with his chest and head held high like a soldier waiting for orders. He had already reached level 50, but had never obtained a soul ring. Now his internal strength has not increased, and he has been forced to reach level 60. Finally, it is time to harvest. Tang Lan is very satisfied with Jingling. On the road to Suzanu, Jingling's transformation was very smooth. Originally, he planned to make a weapon for his 5th soul ring. As a result, the soul bone skill Lightning Light Sword directly made up for this need. The Lightning Light Sword is not fixed on the right arm, but a lightsaber that can change its shape. As long as the energy injection is increased, it can be enlarged for use. Especially with Jingling's first soul skill White Bone Blade, the bone blade is coated with a light blade, which is so cool. So, Susanoo has armor and a lightsaber, what else is missing? Of course, it is to open the third stage. Jingling, stand up. Tang Lan also pondered for a long time on how to complete himself. Finally, he chose the most suitable one among multiple plans. Xiao Wu, give Jingling a God-given soul ring. Jingling, when you absorb the God-given soul ring, try your best to imagine the giant skeleton standing up. As for your position, move it to the head, whether it is protected in the skull or embedded in the center of the eyebrows. Do you understand? Jingling nodded decisively. He has also been thinking about standing up for a long time. Respectfully accepting a God-given soul ring, Jingling quickly stepped aside, but did not rush to absorb it. Instead, he took out a painting and spread it out in front of him. Soul Tang Lan glanced at it. It was a portrait of an elephant-headed skull with a lower body, holding a lightsaber and charging, and the patterns on the armor were so detailed that they were all engraved with cool patterns. I can't believe it. Jingling had set up an image for himself privately. Not bad. Although the God-given soul ring is matched with the most suitable soul ring according to the martial soul. But the user's wishes are also taken into consideration. Jingling was so well prepared that it seemed to be a sure thing. He waved his hand to seal the soul in the vast sea. Soul Tang Lan did not leave either, and raised his hand to summon the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor, wrapping all 5 people in it. The domain of living beings enveloped them, always paying attention to the changes in their bodies, and controlling them within an extreme but safe range. Long time passed like this. Jingling, who absorbed the last thing, was the first to complete it. He stood up. Facing the gaze of Soul Tang Lan, he scratched his head unconfidently. This made Soul Tang Lan's heart skip a beat. Could it be failure? No way. With his research on the God-given soul ring, as long as Jingling's will is strong enough, how could he fail? Master, I'm not sure if it's right. Jingling said with a guilty conscience, I'd better give it a try. After waiting for the Soul Tang Lan to nod, Jingling opened his martial soul and directly activated the third soul skill, Giant Skeleton. Transformed into a half-body giant elephant. Then the fifth soul ring flashed with black light, and the third soul ring shone brightly. The half-body giant elephant continued to grow taller, growing a complete pair of legs, and Jingling himself also moved to the head and embedded in the hexagonal frame between the eyebrows. Tang Lan's eyes lit up. Hold C. Apart from the elephant head and tusks, is there an inappropriate third form of Susanoo? Unexpectedly,